Chapter 401 Ye Chaos Behemoth. In a scene of a fantastical adventure, Noah and the party of celestials he followed went deeper into the foreboding ancient trees that were scintillating with essence, the atmospheric levels in this area being off the charts as Noah shook his head exasperatingly. When you become truly powerful in the future, venturing deeper into the celestial realm and cultivating in areas that are steeped in converging essence will become the norm. But that is only if you can handle the enemies you might come across in these deeper regions. The Grandmaster spoke carefully as he led them through the shimmering foliage and trees, his gaze cautiously looking around as they went further in. They had been walking for a few hours already, being far away from the watchtower where the prime warship they traveled here with was stationed. Be ready. I can already sense the aura of chaos begin to permeate the surroundings. Tell me, what can you perceive? This question was directed to Athena and Noah as the Grandmaster stared at them with an expression of a teacher asking his students. Noah expanded his senses out slowly as the abundant fate lines in his body thrummed, using their unique power to sense the opposing law they stood against. It felt like his eyes were expanding in multiple directions, a slight thin golden wave releasing from him at the center as it flew forward. Soon enough, it came in contact with something murky and dark, something that felt wild, its composition constantly changing as if it could not decide exactly what it wanted to be. This is chaos, can you feel it? The element of unpredictability. An element that is dark and constantly changing as if it could never be reined in. The words of the Grandmaster entered one ear and left the other as Noah continued to expand his senses outwards. Observing more of this energy of chaos as very quickly, he came across an area where an incredible and opposite amount of this aura of chaos was congregated. Roar. A fearsome roar shook the air around them as the Grandmaster laughed. You spread your aura too far and it has found us as well. Be ready, and watch. Rumble. The overwhelming feeling of power began to descend down to their position as the celestial beast that had sensed them neared, the oppressive aura it released making Noah feel suffocated. The foliage and ancient trees that were extremely tough were parted aside like nothing as a magnificent creature made its appearance in front of them. Noah's eyes shone with the reflection of this spectacular celestial beast that had the immense aura of chaos all over its body. What stood in front of him was something that was only described in stories, an enormous winged tiger that was steeped in glimmering darkness all over its body. A ferocious face with sparkling white teeth and a monstrous body that neared 60 meters, dark-winged chaos tiger. The powerful name of this foe floated above its head as the planetary system continued to actively portray the information gathered around Noah visually, the identity of this monstrous celestial beast being made clear. Its gaze was that of extreme cruelty as its dark eyes gazed towards their group and focused on the Grandmaster. The Chaos Behemoth, noticing this, was the major threat as it did something horrendous right away. Domain of chaos. Rumble. The clear and crisp voice of a domineering celestial beast rang out around them as from it, a storm of chaotic energies began to bloom. HMPH. The body of the Grandmaster seemed to get larger in Noah's eyes as this wizened old man replied with a move of his own. Domain of fate. Rumble. Clash. From the bodies of the terrifying domain expansion realm experts, their respective domains were released as a powerful clash of opposite elements smashed into each other and fought for control. WAA. The air seemed to be crying out as it withstood this pressure from two colliding domains, Noah's eyes focusing on the body of the Grandmaster and the dark-winged chaos tiger as his heart shook. These were genuine domain expansion realm experts. Not a being half a step or barely reaching, but genuine ones who had proper domains established. Now normally, a behemoth at the same rank would always be more powerful than their human counterpart. So this dark-winged chaos tiger should have been immensely more powerful than this single Grandmaster at the peak of domain expansion realm. Right, wrong, rumble. The battle between the two domains was actually in favor of the Grandmaster, the clash ever so slowly pushing the chaos domain of the dark-winged chaos tiger back as it roared furiously towards them. Watch carefully, O you with noble fates. Watch what your level of power soon needs to reach in order for you to live to your full potential. The words of the Grandmaster rang in Noah and Athena's minds as a golden light began to permeate from his body. Noah watched closely as he observed the rising of numerous fate lines to the surface of the wizened old man's body, his long white beard swaying with the wind as Noah's eyes opened in shock at the aurora of golden fate lines emitting from him. 100,000, 200,000, 400,000, what? This shocking reveal reminded Noah of the esteemed title of Grandmaster as the number of fate lines he could count on this old man's body continued to grow ever so larger. Athena looked towards the Grandmaster with a sharp look as a longing expression appeared on her face, this war princess that was nearing 100,000 fate lines herself looking at this powerful teacher in front of her with a passion. As the clash between the two domains continued, Noah came to fully count the revealed fate lines coursing through the body of the Grandmaster. The number was ridiculous as shockingly, this Grandmaster Vredrel held over 600,000 fate lines, 600,000, a shocking number when compared to his own that was currently slightly over 20,000, and even higher than the monstrous Athena that neared 100,000, but this was the strength of a Grandmaster that stood near the top of the food chain, someone acting with a few other Grandmasters to control the 7th celestial star. This was Grandmaster Vredrel. Chapter 402. An old man flexes, smite of liberation. A soft whisper could be heard in the wind as the words of a skill Noah was familiar with was cast. Yet an entering different feeling spread out through the entire area as the sky split apart, an exquisitely designed golden sword that seemed very corporeal coming out of the shattered sky with a magnificent aura as it targeted the dark-winged chaos tiger that continued to fight with its domain of chaos, SHA. The enormous wings of the dark-winged chaos tiger flapped serenely as its body disappeared into particles of darkness, its domain being wiped away as the blade of liberation that was multiple sizes larger and more physical compared to what Noah and Athena could cast, smashing into the area and burning up any aura of chaos in the surroundings. WAA, heavy winds released as the opposing laws of fate and chaos came together. The magnificently dark shimmering body of the dark-winged chaos tiger rematerializing in the skies as it glanced down towards them with an expression akin to looking at ants. Arm yourselves with Empyrean armament, and watch what else you can do with these skills as you amass more fate lines. Grandmaster Vredrel spoke coolly as he stretched his neck, seemingly getting ready to go all out as numerous Empyrean guards that had a wild aura were summoned, their presence soon turning to rays of light as they moved to wrap around the body of the wizened old man. A bright golden light pushed out any remaining aura of chaos as an exquisitely designed armor appeared on the body of the Grandmaster. His voice ringing out again as he now wielded in his hands 2 pulsing golden hammers. Crixus was genius enough that he was able to show variations in the abilities of Fate's Guardian when he just began amassing fate lines, but the possibilities of what you can make these abilities do only increases as the number of fate lines breaks into a certain point. The old man was teaching as he fought, the golden armor and weapons surrounding him being filled with runic inscriptions that were not normally seen when Athena or others cast the abilities of Fate's Guardian. This was something attainable by those with a large number of fate lines, something that Noah had already begun doing because of his usage of skill points. Rumble, the dark-winged chaos tiger took the threatening atmosphere of fate as a threat, its body expanding as it seemingly became even larger, an attack being thrown from its mouth as vicious winds began to rage around them. Chaotic cyclones, VOM. Numerous terrifying cyclones of darkness began to rush towards them, Grandmaster Vredrel looking at them coolly as the other members of the Righteous Fire Exploration team were equipped with the armament from Fate's Guardian. When you get to this stage, you will bypass the stage of passively using fate lines to augment your attacks and THRUM. The body of the old man seemed to tremble with power as the roiling lines of fate became high-strung and tight. Noah, observing the stellar essence of fate actually leaving from these fate lines and going towards the hammers in each of the Grandmaster's hands, become able to actively use the strength of fate as you momentarily take control of the fate lines in your body and release pure fate energy. Boom. Boom. The golden hammers in his hands waved towards the oncoming chaotic cyclones as a scintillating golden aura of fate shot forth from them, smashing into the cyclones as making them disappear as if they were nothing. Roar. The furious roar of the dark-winged chaos tiger could be heard as even more cyclones rained down, the shining lights of fate energy being swung from the Grandmaster only increasing as the battle against the chaos behemoth was in full swing. You puny beings and your incoherent handling of fate, learn what it means to actually comprehend a law. Ignition of chaos disordered rays, the magnificent voice of the dark-winged chaos tiger rang in their ears as the sky above them changed colors and darkened, numerous dark rays of light blotting out the skies as they began rushing towards them dangerously. The domain of fate that wrapped around them from the Grandmaster pulsed strongly, the old man himself breathing out as his body bulged up suddenly, the hammers in his hands enlarging as he spoke out seriously. Defend. The members of the Righteous Fire Exploration team followed these words right away as their own bodies lit up with defensive skills. Noah hoisting up the golden shield on his left hand as he covered a majority of his body and prepared for the dark rays of light shooting down. Boom. 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 The earth shook as the horrendous attacks landed, the sneaky dark-winged chaos tiger not giving them a chance to react as his body disappeared in the skies and reappeared to their left side, right next to Bara, who was defending from a dark ray of light. Boro, what? The members of the team quickly turned their heads as they saw the mountainous claw of the dark-winged chaos tiger smashing down, knowing that even the strong Bara would not be able to withstand this crafty attack as they tried to speedily move towards him. But They had no need to, as at this moment of life and death for Baru, calm words permeated the surrounding as the golden aura of fate bloomed toward the oncoming Darkclaw. "You're leaving yourself wide open, beastie." Zoom. The words of Grandmaster Vredrel were accompanied by a rushing golden spear rod of enormous size, its tip passing a few inches in front of Baru's shocked face as it pierced the oncoming claw and stopped it in this tracks, dark blood flowing out as at this moment, tens of similarly enormous spears rained down on the attacking dark-winged Chaos Tiger as unknowingly, this powerful Grandmaster Vredrel had cast judgment, without anyone's knowledge. Roar. Chapter 403 100%, Thunk. Thunk, a fearsome impact of spears shining with the essence of fate smashed into the body of the dark-winged Chaos Tiger as the sharp eyes of an old monster followed the trajectory of the beast that had been hit with his attacks. The rest of the Righteous Fire exploration team reacted as their bodies lit up with colorful colors, their own versions of blades of liberation and sharp spears from judgment, erupting out as they layered their attacks on top of the Grandmaster's roar. The fearsome roar of the dark-winged Chaos Tiger erupted out as its body rotated rapidly in the air, a storm of chaos elements erupting out that tainted the incoming attacks layered with the law of fate and rapidly dispersed them. Near its neck and at the center of its claw, huge gashes lay open as dark blood freely poured out, dark energies wriggling around the wounds but the essence of fate still lingering behind and preventing any healing from taking place. The domain of fate that the Grandmaster at the domain expansion realm could use expanded even more rapidly as the aura of chaos around the dark-winged Chaos Tiger took a hit, the glimmering golden colors filling their environment as the eyes of the celestial beast exploded outwards with even more chaotic elements, as a battle continued in the far region of the celestial realm against a chaos behemoth. A campaign of slaughter was soon coming to an end in the infernal realm as Noah's ancient blood clone moved with even more vigor. In the last few hours, the percentage in front of the title of Infernal Lord had steadily passed 90%, the number of skill points he currently had also passed 1,800, it was a ridiculous set of numbers to imagine as he moved even faster after that, the percentage only increasing at a faster rate as he found newer ways to torment the Infernals. Haha Draco, burn them all. The young dragon he was riding on top of that had now reached the Void Realm after continuing to be fed the cores in Noah's expansive space was over 30 meters, its size becoming ever so terrifying as it skipped levels senselessly. Noah had even given it one of the few soul rank cores he was saving to help it achieve an even faster breakthrough into the Void rank. Draco heard the command as a determined expression covered its fearsome face, its chest bulging out as it breathed in and gathered essence, its elevation in the skies coming lower as it sped forth like a bullet train and then opened its wide jaws, releasing an extremely intense flame. Boom, leaving behind sonic booms, Draco flitted across the skies while raining down blazing flames that smashed into the infernals with both speed and horrendous destruction, the flight path of the dragon. Leaving behind a straight line of hellish flames devouring everything within it as Noah laughed gleefully at the firepower of this pet, the figure of his clone teleported from Draco's head as he appeared in the middle of panicking infernals a few miles away. His gaze on a skill under the kin of ancients, that he had loved using recently, Blood Rage, 5 out of 5, a destructive storm of blood begins to rotate with you at the center, raging with the capabilities of disintegrating all enemies caught within. Affected area 300 meters, without a second delay and before the surrounding infernals could even react, the words escaped his lips rapidly. Blood Rage. Rumble, large amounts of blood erupted from him as they began to rotate and expand around him, the speed of its rotations and expansions only increasing every millisecond as they soon covered an area of 100 meters, and then fully covered 300 meters in a dense atmosphere of a bloody storm that began shredding every single infernal in this 300-meter area. Draco stopped in the skies with its powerful wings outstretched, watching this destructive storm of blood shred muscles and bones into nothingness as he felt the aura of his master disappear from that location and appear elsewhere again while casting the same skill, and an explosion of blood erupting out once more as this repeated, far across the infernal realm. The summoned Archlich Arezon was still moving with a legion of undead and the powerful abyssal undead, while the mystical summoned ancients were in another location letting out their deadly attacks that popped the heads of the infernals like watermelons. This coordinated attack of the summons and Noah himself had made something that should have happened much later come to fruition sooner. The percentage of the title of Infernal Lord inching ever so closer to completion, Draco felt the aura of his master appear above his head once more as he felt the strong hands palpating with energies of ether land on his scales, hearing the words that made it tremble with a feeling of unfairness. Let's burn them again, master, my mana is still recovering. Draco turned his head down shamefully as he flew through the skies, only spurts of flames leaving his mouth as he had Been using dragon's breath numerous times the past few hours, his energy reserves nearly depleted. This young dragon was born with innate knowledge, and knew what was common sense and what was not. Seeing his master senselessly use mana like it was nothing these past days had made it realize the first lesson in its short life. My master is too much of a monster that even the enormous reserves of a draconic behemoth cannot compare. The first lesson that Draco learned was that no matter how much it grew, it would most likely never reach the level of having similar mana reserves as his master. Noah's ancient blood clone was about to console the feelings of the dragon that was feeling down when he felt a minute change that completely overhauled and filled his entire senses. His gaze quickly turned towards the stat panel as he looked at the percentage next to the title. Noah Osmont, titles, Infernal Lord, 100%. Bloodlines, Vampire Progenitor, Awakening, Fate Lines, 26,613, Origin Cores, Fire 2, Vitality, Void, Focus, Strength, Void, Laws, Water 11%, Space 8%, Fate -0.26%, Fire 12%. Unwittingly, in the last few seconds, the percentage in front of the Infernal Lord title had reached 100%. Chapter 404 Infernal Lord. At certain points in time, a historic event occurs that later goes on to affect many things on a grand scale. Sometimes there is an audience when such an event happens, other times it occurs in an unknown corner where nobody is actually there to tell the tale, but the major thing remained the same, and it was that these historic events would go on to forever change the way things were. Where those involved can never bring anything back the way it once was, in the unknown corner of the first infernal realm, columns of dark red light shot forth in all directions, their targets being a singular being floating in the air. In the blazing skies, one could observe the large body of a draconic fire behemoth being pushed aside by these red columns of lights as they released an inviolable energy that was directed towards a single figure. In the distance, the eerie bodies of three ancients looked at this scene with shining lights, their gazes being one that were shockingly able to understand what was happening. Their intrusion was joined by an archlich that flew in on a bone dragon. A legion of undead following closely behind as they simply stared patiently as their master underwent a transformation. The moment that the percentage next to the Infernal Lord title had reached 100%, these brilliant columns of light shot forth from every corner of the infernal realm as they held Noah's ancient blood clone in place, a unique energy being passed through these columns and into the clone, where this energy then traversed space and began following the invisible connection that allowed Noah to use this clone as an extension of his own limbs. This energy actually followed that connection as it began entering his main body that was an insurmountable distance away in the celestial realm and currently battling a chaos behemoth. Rumble, Noah's main body felt a shocking jolt as the energy traversed through the millions of miles across space and began wrapping around his core, his thoughts moving rapidly as he focused his attention on the ability of the Vampire Progenitor, Unique Origin, as he quickly began to cover up the unique energy threatening to erupt from his body. Grandmaster Vredrel's face that was focused on the dark-winged Chaos Tiger turned towards Noah momentarily as he blinked confusion away, his senses almost picking up on something dangerous that he had felt a few times before. Roar. The counterattack of the celestial beast brought his attention back as he coordinated the movements of the Righteous Fire exploration team. Their attacks flying out as they valiantly changed positions constantly while facing the unpredictable Chaos Behemoth. During the fight, Athena's voice would occasionally ring out as she herself directed her teammates, her eyes shining a unique color as she read the movements of this powerful beast with ease. Noah kept up the pace of the battle as his mind and body was experiencing a horrific change, the energy threatening to spill out any moment as he continued pouring mana into the Unique Origin skill to make sure what he showed outside of his body was only the energy and aura of a celestial and nothing else. The energy that traversed space from the clone in the infernal realm and into his body was wrapping around his very origin. The large blue origin core that had streaks of gold beginning to gain numerous red streaks that were quickly taking over as seconds passed. On top of this unique energy changing his core, a portion of it went to his mind as a large inflow of memories unique only to those gaining the title of Infernal Lord were thrust to the deepest recesses of his memories. In the infernal realm, the red beams of light only intensified as while Noah's main body was pushing down any changes from showing. Through Unique Origin, the extension of his limbs that was the clone experienced the full changes as all the transformation skills that were cast became cancelled, the clear pale skin showing itself brilliantly and red runic sigils began to course below them. The most prominent change was above his head, where one could see numerous rising protrusions that were slowly forming into the shape of a crown. Such a crown was only apparent on 8 other beings, and it was a crown that stood for a great significance. Rumble, the inflow of energies and memories only continued as time passed, the clone continuing to undergo visible changes as Noah's main body underwent hidden ones. The continuing inpouring of power also beginning to shoot his rank up as the shackles of the void realm began to be broken away without even the use of absorbing a large number of cores. The more seconds that passed, the more profound memories that entered into Noah's mind, as his expression was that of shock at first, then becoming stern, and ultimately becoming cold. This was best portrayed by the ancient blood clone as the more that the memories continued to pour in, the colder its expression became as a shocking secret was revealed to Noah: the novice galaxy. The light expanse, the dark expanse, and the Latalis expanse dwelling within it. The infernals, the celestials, and the terrors that moved within it. Memories that were uniquely set aside for the special beings known as infernal lords continued to pour into Noah's mind as the cold expression of the ancient blood clone continued to grow colder, his mouth letting out a single word that seemed to depict his tumultuous mental state right at this moment with this influx of new information. F.U.C.K. At this moment in time, as the process of the coronation of a new infernal lord began, the truly powerful beings across the novice galaxy came to attention as they looked across the vicissitudes of space and towards a certain location. From the light expanse to the dark expanse, and even the much wider Latalis expanse, numerous auras awoke for this brief period in time as they felt the tides of change approaching. Chapter 405, Signs of a New Era, across the multiple celestial stars. Those that were considered at the topmost positions were the ones that received the signal first, their power being the one that amassed the numerous benefits that all those below them brought in. Whenever a directive or a mission was released by the celestials that went on to influence a small portion of the light expanse, the rise in understanding of fate and fate lines would go towards those that were responsible for initiating such an event, for the missions passed down to destroy worlds or to save them, for the recent changes to allow the inhabitants living in the light expanse to enter the celestial realm. All of these events had their own cause and effect, the influence of fate they produced being taken in the most by those that actually initiated all of these things. So the heads of the numerous celestial stars felt the significant and rapid rise of the chaos element first. Their abilities under extremely proficient in detecting wide-ranging changes, especially those that dealt with laws. But aside from these powerful grandmasters standing atop these celestial stars, there were also a few beings that stood above them, 3 to be precise. They would be considered the ones termed the founders of the celestial organization, the beings that made it possible for the celestials to be where they are today. One was chained in a golden cage beneath a certain star. Another was in an unknown location, and the last one was relaxing in a paradisiacal atmosphere deep in the celestial realm, in this paradisiacal atmosphere where the mystical aurora of coagulating essence was abundant. A single man who looked to be in the prime of his life was lying back on the head of a mountainous creature that was a few hundred meters tall. This creature was one of fantasy, commonly heard about as a mythical beast with a shining white horn protruding from its head, and expansive white wings expanding on its back. Being a mixture of a Pegasus and a unicorn, this monstrous celestial behemoth called an alicorn was blankly walking forward as this single being sat atop its head comfortably. The being in question, one of the 3 founders of the Celestials, had a wide smile appear on his calm face as his abilities showed the indication that the coming of a new infernal lord they were all expecting for had actually come to fruition faster than anticipated. The founder crossed his arms in thought as numerous bursts of information appeared on his mind, a few words leaving his mouth that only he would be privy to. Well, at least it is becoming slightly more exciting once more. He used his palm to pat the head of the enormous behemoth he stood on, a unique energy shooting from his hands and entering the thick skin of the alicorn easily as he spoke with an enthusiastic tone, the significance of the event that had just occurred seemingly not bothering him one bit. "Little horse, let's go find another one of your little brothers for lunch. It's been a few days since I've tasted a supreme behemoth." Oh, a blank roar released from the alicorn as it followed the given command. Its enormous body turning into shades of scintillating golden lights as it moved forward at a speed even faster than light, trenching even deeper in the celestial realm. In the Latalis expanse, a moving mass of a being that was the size of large planets had its red eyes staring in a certain direction. As it moved across the vastness of space, its dreadful power was expressed outwards as a swirling mass of destructive elements, and ether pulsed from it. One could distinctly observe the purple-blue color of ether lighting up the large sections of this being's body, star-sized tentacles and feelers only seeming much more terrifying in this light. The bulging red eyes were the ones that would draw someone in the most, holding a unique charm and terror that very few could handle. These red eyes seemingly having a light of conflicting emotions as a thought passed through this being's mind. Was such a thing even necessary for you to do? What exactly do you hope to achieve with all of these events? The thoughts of the always slumbering being were awoken briefly as it sensed the rise of the last infernal lord. knowing that this indicated for a new era on the novice galaxy, where things would begin moving yet again towards a certain direction. Last time, this terror, interfered and actually brought an end to an era. It ended the War of the Righteous as it hoped the direction of things could play out differently. But it seems like they were still set to head towards the same direction. Very well. Do what you must. There will be no interference from me this time around, even if all of these ignorant creatures kill themselves. Its thoughts came to a stop as its red eyes looked upwards, where even those that were knowledgeable would never be able to understand exactly what it was looking at. Rumble, a fearsome authority that spanned tens of thousands of miles spread out as it returned to its task, moving across the Latalis expanse as its red eyes gradually closed yet again, in farther reaches of space elsewhere. A similarly huge planet-sized creature that held a different physiology than the aforementioned one also had similar thoughts. Its attention eventually going on to what it was previously doing. This was just another one of the many truly powerful creatures that noticed the coronation of the last infernal lord and felt the beginning of a new era, each of these powerful creatures having their own thoughts as they felt the changes and prepared or returned to what they were doing calmly. In the first infernal realm, the ancient blood clone continued to feel the changes that it and the main body's physiology was going through. A stellar red crown created from his own protrusions on his head lying grandly above him, he held a devilish charm as he felt his main body stably entering the soul-forging realm, the clone's aura changing as well. He began to feel the laws of the infernal realm wrap around him as he experienced something that the advancing aberration had tried to do months ago before its life was ended by Athena. The clone was ascending from the first infernal realm and into the one above it where multiple infernal lords resided. Chapter 406 Shocking Knowledge. As the coronation of the last infernal lord neared its completion, a stern look came upon Grandmaster Vredril as he also finally perceived this overpowering rise in chaos. Athena's face changed a few seconds later, her face also turning grim as she stared at the Grandmaster for confirmation. Roar. The dark-winged chaos tiger continued to be hit with multiple attacks as at this moment, Grandmaster Vredril's power began rising up wildly, raining down even more attacks as he utilized the golden hammers on his hands to release deadly fate essence. We have to wrap this up, something has happened. His energy bubbled as enormous blades of liberation pierced through the skies, their deadly edges aiming towards the chaos behemoth, rapidly changing positions as it continued to be swarmed from attacks of the members of the Righteous Fire exploration team. Noah's body also began rising in power as in the middle of all of this as his body stepped into the soul-forging realm, he used unique origin to portray a breakthrough occurring right at this moment as the essence his body gave off continued to rise and pierce through the wall of the void rank. A surprised expression appeared on the somber Grandmaster as he nodded. Good. Keep going. Rumble. The fierce battle continued as more attacks rained down, Noah himself officially stepping into the soul-forging realm in the eyes of the Celestials as his clone ascended from one infernal realm to another. The 5 infernals realms were spread out over a wide area in the novice galaxy. The lowest tiered one, the first infernal realm, had its gate in the light expanse. The second infernal realm was located in the dark expanse, the fourth one being at the border of the dark and light expanse. The remaining 2 infernal realms where the most powerful infernals and infernal lords resided were located in the Latalis expanse that was filled with danger and mystery. Noah's clone ascended into the second infernal realm that was located in the dark expanse, his body opening its eyes and spreading its senses as he found himself in familiar skies that seemed to hold a tinge of difference. The surrounding atmosphere was much more dense than the first realm, and he could observe huge structures in the distance that looked like devilish towering cities. The number of infernals was not as many as in the droves of weak ones in the first hell, but he could sense the aura of many void and soul rank infernals in the nearby surroundings. Before he even got his bearings, he sensed the rapid appearance of an aura of 2 powerful beings rushing towards his position, the power he sensed from them being something he had never actually come across before. It was a level of power not at the soul or domain expansion realm, but the realm above that. These 2 infernal lords that were on the second infernal realm and considered to be 2 of the weaker infernal lords were standing stably at the peak of the world rank. From the void to soul, from soul to domain, and finally from the domain and into the world rank. A rank where the beings at this stage singularly had the power to destroy worlds. These were the first 2 beings at this level that Noah had met, and they were the infernal lords ranked 7th and 8th, WAA. Their arrival was announced grandly as their bodies pulsed with a power that Noah now found familiar, this power being the unique essence of infernals that he had only been absorbing, but had now also become a part of him. The bodies of the infernal lords release a unique atmosphere as he could barely perceive an oppressive field of power and chaos that was always surrounding them. making any beings that neared feel a sense of suffocation. My oh my, the new lord is actually not fully an infernal, and is especially weak. The curvaceous woman that held a pronounced crown similar to Noah and the other figure standing by her side spoke, her words sultry as her body curved magnificently while she spoke. Her words seemed sultry, but her power was surreal as Noah knew the identity of the two beings in front of him to be genuine infernal lords. He nodded towards them as he paid respects, the woman smiling while the devilishly handsome figure of the male infernal lord looked gruff while glancing towards him up and down before he spoke. I care not of your power now, just whether you understand your role in the future. Do you know why you are here? A simple question that anyone would come across throughout their lifetimes was asked. Noah's ancient blood clone nodding with an impassive face as he faced these beings of immense power. He held no fear towards them as the many memories he obtained the moment he became an infernal lord told him of many shocking secrets, and he knew that these two beings in front of him would never harm him. The question they asked was regarding the status he obtained the moment. The title of infernal lord was fully his, and the unique existence he became because of it. Yes, I know my role extremely well, and I will be moving to rapidly enhance the level of my realm so that I can be ready to carry out what is expected of me. The male infernal lord finally nodded with some goodwill at this, his body disappearing in particles of light as this was all he needed to hear. The sultry infernal lord remained as she stared at Noah with shining eyes, and he returned her gaze as he thought about the true identity of the infernal lords, and exactly what his role would now be. When comparing the identity of infernals and the numerous other beings of numerous races he had come across over the months, they could be considered two opposing life forms. He was a life form that stood opposite to infernals a few minutes ago, but ever since he took the full title of infernal lord, he had become a hybrid of something else. This identity came with many secrets that changed his viewpoints and perceived notions entirely, especially so affecting how he would move from now on. As among the many shocking pieces of information he had come across, one of them told him the main purpose for the creation of infernals, that purpose that he now had to carry out, was to destroy. Little lord, let's talk for a bit. Tell me how a being like you reached a special existence such as us while being at this level. Come, and call me Azula. Big Sister Azula, the powerful infernal lord at the world rank, smiled widely as she spread her arms out and pulled Noah's blood clone forward, heading towards one of the many grand castles spread across the ancient-looking cities in this infernal realm. Chapter 407 Purpose. Along the dredges of history, the knowledgeable beings knew that the infernals came to everyone's knowledge in the battle of righteous, standing against celestials. As in this battle, one of the weakest infernal lords fell. Since the battle was ended by the monstrous terror, things have been in a constant state of conflict as the infernals stood against the forces of the celestials alongside the beings of the dark expanse. One side apparently stood for order and balance, the other was created for chaos and destruction, but the many memories that Noah was granted told him a bigger story than just that: the infernals and the celestials, the celestial realm. Or really its true name, the central realm that is closest to the true center of the Navas galaxy, and the many creatures that are being cultivated within it. They were all connected. The beings called the founders simply named themselves celestials, and also named the realm they chanced upon as their own, simply calling it the celestial realm. But the true identity of this realm was something much grander, something that the celestials did not and could not actually lay claim to. But it was because of this realm that they were able to obtain the powerful techniques and treasures that placed them in the position of power that they were in today. The way that they used this power, though, went on to directly go against the universal laws, and thus the infernals came to be. Their rise was a singular effect from the actions of the celestials, the spawning of multiple infernal realms across the Navas galaxy coming to be for the single purpose of balancing the flow of fate and chaos. The infernals stood for chaos and destruction, but their true purpose was actually something that the celestials regularly spoke of as one of their main ideals. The true purpose of the infernals was to actually bring back the original order and balance that was gradually being tipped by the celestials. This was just what some of the shocking knowledge that the privilege of the title of infernal lord told him. The information overhauling his worldview and numerous possibilities of how he would move in the future were already blooming in his mind. For now, he followed and listened to the words of the seventh infernal lord Azula, as he looked for the description of the infernal lord title that was not incoherent symbols anymore. Infernal lord, variant, a special existence born for destruction and chaos, all in order to bring back balance. A holder of this title is granted powerful knowledge about the true nature of the Navas galaxy, but restrictions exist which prevent them from acting on this knowledge as they remain strictly in the bounds of their purpose. This variant title makes the user a unique existence that bypasses this restriction. Among the abundant knowledge obtained, the user has obtained the cultivation and martial techniques for the supreme law of chaos, a long description of immense proportions laid out in front of his eyes as much of the things he knew were affirmed, all of the information flowing through his mind also going towards the planetary systems as they themselves had adopted a somber atmosphere. The title of Infernal Lord brought with it knowledge and a special entity into existence, but it also brought Noah the gift of something that only Celestials have had the pleasure of enjoying these past thousands of years. It also gave him something that was unique to the celestial realm, an inheritance of the disciple of chaos. This inheritance would have been something that he had to search for and brave horrendous dangers from the region where powerful chaos behemoths moved, but the Infernal Lord title granted this inheritance as a byproduct. One must know that this was an inheritance at the level of a supreme law, and was most likely at the same level as the inheritance that the celestial founders had come across in the celestial realm, the same level of techniques that they had used to strengthen themselves for the last thousands of years. Yet now, Noah had obtained a similar level of techniques, and his sword that was aimed towards them had become even sharper as he received a clearer directive as an infernal lord. But he also gained a better understanding of the powers of beings that he was playing with. He knew that the weakest infernal lords in this second infernal realm were at the world rank, the mid-ranked infernal lord at the realm above that, and the strongest infernal lord that took the first seat was a whooping 2 realms higher than the world rank. This was just the side of the infernals that he was now on, and the terrifying thought to realize was that even with such a force, in the battle more than 1,000 years ago, an infernal lord had still fallen as they faced their enemies. The Celestials. This showed the horrendous power that the Celestials carried, especially so for the founders that stood at the peak of this organization. This made Noah realize no matter how fast he thought he was advancing, no matter how quickly he shot through the ranks, he was still utterly and completely outmatched by these powerful beings that had been alive and cultivating for thousands of years. He did not even come close to matching the strength of a single celestial grandmaster that had more than 600,000 fate lines, his own lines of fate just amounting to 26,000. This was not to even mention the creature, the being that stood at the top of the Celestials and the millions of fate lines that they held. This realization made Noah shift his mentality on his rate of progress, throwing out any sort of pride or sense of accomplishment he had for getting so far in the span of a few months. Yes, nobody had risen as fast as he had in power. Nobody had amassed the achievements he obtained, his latest one of obtaining the title of Infernal Lord being even more unique. But, in the grand scale of things, as he looked at the many shocking memories this title brought, he was extremely weak, so he continued perusing through the numerous shocking CLU.S. of information as he planned for a plan of advancement in the future that would leave the speed he had been advancing so far in the dust. He would occasionally think himself powerful or overpowered as he strolled around and even began threatening entities on the level of planets. He thought this was some great accomplishment. But there existed experts like these 2 infernal lords at the world rank that had the capabilities to destroy planets. No, he was not powerful, he was not overpowered, not yet, not by a long shot. His eyes shone with a dangerous luster as he threw aside his old foolish thoughts and looked at things on a grander scale. Why feel a sense of achievement for being connected to a few worlds? Why feel happy for barely mastering 0.26% of the law of fate and amassing just 26,000 fate lines? What was stopping him from moving actively to connect himself to tens, hundreds of more worlds? What was stopping him from using his unique planetary system and finding new ways to rapidly increase his mastering of laws? What was stopping him from truly becoming overpowered? Rumble, it felt like a dam had broken loose in his heart as intense ambition and goals sprouted forth, the shocking new knowledge he obtained going on to cause something even he did not fully know the effects of. Chapter 408, Disciple of Chaos. My oh my, you're barely paying any attention to me. The powerful infernal lord in front of him spoke out in a pouting manner as Noah was shaken out of his thoughts and looked towards her apologetically. I apologize, big sister Azula. What were you saying? I asked you for your story, your journey up till now. I have to also assign you your own infernal legion, but that's for later. Come, enlighten me while we enjoy some food. The infernal lord Azula motioned for Noah to follow her into one of the huge castles Noah could see in the ancient-looking cities below him. Behaved infernals moving around respectfully as they neared. His head was filled with a variety of thoughts as he moved to entertain this powerful infernal lord first, choosing to move slightly later as he collected his thoughts and finalized his plans. In the celestial realm, the battle between the dark-winged chaos tiger was coming to an end as a furious Grandmaster Vredrel threw out consecutive blades of liberation and judgment down on the beast, the timely warnings from Athena about Its movements and the other deadly attacks from the now sole-ranked Noah and other members of the Righteous Fire exploration team causing even more damage on this chaos beast. Roar! It let out its last defiant roar as the domain of fate that Grandmaster Vredril released overpowered it. A singular last blade of liberation coming down to take its life. Boom! Silence reigned in the region as only the brilliant aura of fate lingered in the air, Noah sensing numerous lines of fate descending onto the bodies of all the Celestials around him as he observed the quickest way that Celestials increased their fate lines. The face of Grandmaster Vredril was still somber as he floated in the air, his body disappearing into particles of light as he left behind a message. Something urgent has occurred. Dissect and divide up the behemoth before carefully returning to the watchtower. There shouldn't be any other elite behemoths nearby. Borrow, explain the intricacies of the materials of a chaos behemoth and fate lines to the junior disciples. He left behind a tired Righteous Fire exploration team that nodded with tight expressions as he left, Borrow taking charge as he began to explain a concept that Noah actually knew about deeply now because of a recent title. This time it dealt with the two supreme laws of fate and chaos. Chaos is diametrically opposed to fate, so whenever one overpowers the other, a rise in the respective beings involved increases. Borrow spoke while moving quickly, the other party members helping as they began to use their abilities to divide the monstrous beast into multiple portions. When we defeat chaos beasts, our fate lines increase rapidly. This also applies even more so when we purify the immense essence of chaos entrenched in their bodies thereafter. This being one of the more efficient ways we amass more fate lines, Noah listened closely as he contributed to the project, the mountainous beast soon being cut apart as everyone took their portion, their gazes turning towards the same direction that the Grandmaster disappeared in as they made their way back. They also knew that something serious had happened. Borrow continued explaining about the usage of the materials of chaos behemoths as Noah used this information and compared it to what he now knew, a few possibilities forming as he thought about the cultivation technique he had obtained after becoming an infernal lord. The first one was a similar one to Fate's Disciple and Disciple of Fire. Disciple of Chaos, a technique geared towards cultivating the supreme law of chaos. Grants the user the ability to cultivate chaos particles and form a chaos field. Succinct words showed themselves in his eyes as the team of Celestials slowly made their way back, his attention placed on the different aspects of this unique skill that set it apart from the first two law-type cultivation techniques he obtained. The Disciple of Fire granted him a fire origin core, Fate's Disciple granted him fate lines, while this Disciple of Chaos granted its user a chaos field, he thought. Back to the oppressive feeling of strength that the infernal lords released, especially their surroundings that always felt suffocating for anyone that neared as he glanced at the chaos field even more. Chaos field, a field created from the unique particles of chaos, granting its user the reinforcement of the law of chaos passively and actively when any abilities are cast. Attacks reinforced with the chaos element bypass most defenses and reduce the vitality of opponents directly. A thoughtful expression appeared on Noah's face as they continued moving forward in the celestial realm, his clone being the one about to actually test this unique cultivation technique at the same level as the one the Celestials had their hands on. Back in the second infernal realm, the ancient blood clone looked at infernal Lord Azula as they enjoyed a variety of unique foods he had never come across before. Besides being assigned a legion and increasing my strength for the foreseeable future, what else will I be doing? Azula's devilishly handsome face turned to the side at this question, smiling broadly as she replied, a letter of summons from the first infernal lord will most likely arrive for you in the near future, detailing out a specific mission for you to carry out. Wait patiently for that as you cultivate, little lord, the powerful infernal lord replied with a sultry voice, Noah nodding as he prepared to move. Then I'll have to be impolite and get myself acquainted with my new power first. Thank you for the great welcome. He bowed towards the curvaceous infernal lord that replied without missing a beat. Why, of course. You can dwell in the castle right next to this one for now as I get things prepared. And if you need anything, just ask. His face remained respectful and impassive as these words were released from the infernal lord, bowing as he moved out of one grand castle and went towards another. He simply had too many things on his plate to even think about anything else currently, and he had to start right away, cultivating the supreme law of chaos, the supreme law of fate, the law of fire, and many other objectives that were only ideas so far and not made into action. He left to start on his long line of goals as he left behind a smiling infernal lord whose eyes shone while glancing at his back. An infernal lord, yet not really. Chapter 409, Fate Lines and Chaos Particles. Noah's ancient blood clone descended onto one of the grand castles that were present in this devilish-looking metropolis at the center of the second infernal realm. the few attending infernals incited bowing towards him respectfully as his aura seemed inviolable to them. This was the aura of an infernal lord. And it came with many positives, but also a number of negatives as well. The biggest negative currently was that Noah could be classified as an infernal, and a high-ranking one at that, which made it so that he could not obtain the unique energy in the form of skill points that was only available when beings of polar opposite existences defeated each other in the Novice Galaxy. When the Celestials and other beings in the Novice Galaxy entered into an infernal realm to hunt down infernals, they would receive this unique energy as their power and comprehension was boosted. When the infernals defeated them, in turn they would also power up rapidly as their rank increased. The obtainment of the infernal rank title had effectively made Noah a special existence that now neither stood on one side or the other, actually being a hybrid existence that took away this unique feature, but granted him so much more. But this also meant that the skill points he currently had were limited to this number, his gaze looking at the overall skill points that were hovering a bit over 2,000. His gaze was impassive as these thoughts came, simply letting him know that he had to use the skill points well and not waste them by permanently using them and maxing proficiencies of skills. But he held no worries as he knew in the far future, there was something which would still provide him with something along the same lines of skill points. He wrapped up his thoughts as he came into a grand hall in the castle, the attending infernals closing the doors as he finally had time for himself. He thought back to the first infernal realm where Draco remained alone, Noah sending the young dragon a telepathic message to continue hunting the constantly spawning infernals to raise its power. He would be able to leave the infernal realm from a portal that was already established by Noah when the Harbingers were hunting infernals themselves a few weeks back. His other summoning skills were cancelled as the only thing left in the first infernal realm was currently a draconic behemoth that was reaping the rewards of skill points. With these things set aside, the ancient blood clone began on the first pressing issue using the technique he received as an infernal lord to cultivate the law of chaos. He sat down at the center of the grand hall as he closed his eyes, spreading out his senses to cover his entire body and the surroundings as he activated Disciple of Chaos. This time, he made sure not even an ounce of chaos would show on his main body that was still moving in the celestial realm as unique origin was placed on overdrive. ONG, a dark ripple of energy released from his as he cast this ability for the first time, this ripple of energy coming back in a circular fashion around him as it slowly began to vibrate, rumble. This continued vibration seemed to be this circle, this chaos field, rapidly expanding and contracting as little by little, small dark particles began to appear within this field. These were the chaos particles that the Disciple of Chaos could form in a chaos field, the manifestation of chaos essence that would go on to reinforce them and their abilities. Little by little, the reserves of essence that the clone was connected to were let loose freely as these small chaos particles began to appear en masse all over the chaos field. The very surroundings trembled as the infernals around the castle began to feel the convergence of the powerful aura of the law of chaos, respectful looks coming onto their faces as they went about their tasks. Around the clone, it seemed like floodgates of dark energy were congregating as Noah felt a new source of strength continue to grow within him, his gaze going observing a new section on his stat panel that showed the constantly rising number of chaos particles. Noah Osmont, titles, Infernal Lord, variant. Bloodlines, Vampire Progenitor, Awakening, Fate Lines, 26,653, Chaos Particles, 420, Origin Cores, Fire 2, Vitality, Void, Focus, Strength, Void, Laws, Water 11, Space 8%, Fate -0.26%, Fire 11%, Chaos -0.000042%. The number of chaos particles was constantly shooting up as it changed from a few hundreds quickly and went above 1,000. The convergence of essence around the area the clone was in only getting wilder as the skies above the castle began to darken. The respect the surrounding infernals felt only increased, while the seventh infernal lord Azula appeared in the skies as her gaze locked in on the castle Noah was in, a bright smile spreading from her face as the eighth infernal lord. The infernal who was known as Ricker also appeared next to her to watch the spectacle. He's at least got the talent to rapidly advance, don't you think? Azula said with a bright tone as she continued to observe the convergence of essence and chaos around the castle. Ricker replied with an impassive expression as he nodded. He had to at least have some ability for him to be able to stand on the seat of the ninth infernal lord. Besides, anyone cultivating the law of chaos using the Disciple of Chaos for the first time initiates a change like this. It will fade away soon enough as he falls along the same grueling cultivation journey that we all take. He'll hopefully gain some power in these next few years before the war breaks out. Ricker said this with an unimpressed expression as the two infernal lord continued to observe the phenomenon in the air, waiting to see how long this convergence of chaos essence would continue to measure the genius of this new infernal lord. Their eyes watched as their impressions gradually changed, noticing that the clouds of chaos particles were not actually reducing as time passed, but actually becoming even denser before they shot down towards the singular being cultivating within the castle. Well, I guess it's impressive now. It's been a few minutes, and with such a large amount of chaos particles converging, he can be considered a genius that has obtained a few thousand during his first session. Azula only smiled brightly as Ricker said this, her gaze looking forward expectantly as more time passed, the surrounding cloud of chaos particles actually not reducing one bit, and were actually becoming even denser. 10 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour, rumble, a tremor ran through the minds of many of the infernals in the second infernal realm, many of them already noticing the stupendous phenomenon of intense convergence of chaos particles that only continued to get denser and denser. Ricker's face had turned ashen as even Azula looked forward in shock, the implication of holding the convergence of this main chaos particles that continued to descend into the castle having a huge significance. Similar to fate lines, those that were truly proficient in the law of fate would condense a few hundred or a few thousand fate lines on their first initiation of Fate's Disciple, whereas they would be limited to condensing a few tens of fate lines or at most 100 every day thereafter. This created a very long and arduous journey for those cultivating supreme laws, where they had to find other means like influencing the lives of millions or reaping the lives of beings proficient in the opposing law of chaos to increase their cultivation rapidly. This concept stood the same for the chaos particles of the law of fate, which was why the two infernal lords were shocked, as they could presume the number of chaos particles being condensed should have long ago passed 10,000. And it did not seem like it was stopping. Ricker couldn't help but let out an exclamation as he watching this confounding phenomenon. What the hell is this? Chapter 410 Dual Cultivation. Going back an entire hour as Noah first initiated, Disciple of Chaos, the process had been going similarly as he expected from his experiences in condensing fate lines. He saw the constant stream of chaos particles fill his expanding chaos field, their rate constantly pouring in as the number soon passed 10,000 and continued forward, showing that his supposed talent for this law of chaos even surpassed the law of fate, but it was only by this much, as he observed himself getting a few hundred more chaos particles before the atmospheric converging chaos began to stall and reduce. He was about to accept this result when he thought of Bara's words on how they increased their fate lines rapidly through defeating chaos behemoths and using their materials, through using their body parts and purifying the enormous amounts of chaos entrenched in their bodies, one would be able to gain fate lines much faster. This thought crossed Noah's mind as he chose to become bold briefly, testing the waters in this theory as while Disciple of Chaos was initiated, he also activated Fate's Disciple, rumble, a tremor passed through his body as the moment the skill was initiated, a few golden lines of fate began coming towards him. But the intrusion of these fate lines was as if gasoline was poured into the fire, causing the surrounding chaos particles they were passing through in the chaos field to tremble violently as they attacked the coming fate lines and wiped them away entirely. Noah observed this change with a shocked expression as the moment that these golden fate lines were disintegrated, the surrounding chaos particles became excited as even more of them converged towards him. The number that had stagnated at 10,836 pushing upwards as it broke past 11,000 very quickly, he continued to pour mana into the Fate's Disciple skill as numerous lines of fate descend down and try to attach to his body, but the moment they came in contact with the chaos field, they were utterly destroyed even before reaching Noah's body. The reaction that Bora talked about of increasing one's fate lines by purifying chaos actually being used the other way around, where any condensing fate lines were quickly wiped away by the chaos particles surrounding Noah as he was then rewarded with even more particles. He felt like he was touching upon the precipice of something tremendous as he kept it going. The only thing he was burning being his mana as the number of fate lines remained at a constant 26,653, but his chaos particles were gradually increasing as he had Fate's Disciple activated. He observed for 10 more minutes as he counted more than 100 fate lines appear and try to enter his body, but they were ultimately destroyed the moment they reached the chaos field, never coming in contact with him as the normal rule where he could condense 100 fate lines was violated, even more of them coming down as they never actually became bound to him and continued to be destroyed. It was a terrific cycle where Noah was only using an immense amount of mana to keep the two techniques, Fate's Disciple and Disciple of Chaos, active while he simply watched the many present chaos particles eat up the lines of fate, their numbers continuing to shoot up as if a chemical reaction was taking place, causing the cloud of converging chaos particles to only become denser as time passed. This brought us to the current time where it was an hour later. and Noah already had the number of chaos particles up to 13,000, amassing 2,000 more chaos particles that he would have had to spend 20 days slowly condensing in just a single hour. This situation caused his eyes to shine a beautiful splendor as a shocking thought crossed his mind. If this number remained the same, if he could really condense 2,000 chaos particles in around an hour, didn't this mean he could possibly have over 1,000,000 in just the span of a month? This idea left him speechless as it seemed too shocking to be true. If this same technique could be applied to fate lines, it meant he could possibly catch up and even pass a being like Grandmaster Vredrel in the span of a month. It seems to be possible. His thoughts were affirmed as the planetary system of his home world chirped in. The confirmation making Noah expectant as he had come upon a way which made the heavy weight he felt from knowing too many truths about their current situation lift somewhat. The time span of a month is also if you were cultivating a single supreme law. If you put the law of fate into the equation as well, you would only make half the progress, but in both supreme laws, Noah nodded as many thoughts continued coursing through his mind. We've also tested amassing fate lines in the time space of the spiritual land, where the unique ratio of time actually did not affect the condensation of fate lines, the number remaining at 100 in terms of the real time of the universe. Yes. When Noah created his ancient blood clone, one of the first things he tested in the time-space of the spiritual land was whether he could use the passage of time and the time-space to bypass the restriction of only being able to amass around 100 fate lines each day. But he had disappointedly found out that even with the enhanced ratio where days passed in the time-space, the moment 100 fate lines were condensed, an entire day had to pass in the outside world before more of them descended down. This was why even though his clone was actively in the time-space increasing the proficiency of skills and training, the number of fate lines had still grown at the same rate the past few weeks. This limitation did not get Noah down though, as he now had his hands on this unique situation that would easily allow him to amass numerous chaos particles and by extension, many fate lines for as long as he wished, although, I can already see another limitation occurring in the future when you enter the stage of 1,000,000 or more. I've observed the usage of mana to exponentially increase when you reach the 10,000 mark for both fate lines and chaos particles, which means it will increase even more as you continue in the future. This is especially so with this new method you are currently using, where the essence you burn to constantly keep both Fate's Disciple and Disciple of Chaos is of no issue or consequence now, but it might cause a strain as you get closer near the 10,000,000 number of fate lines or chaos particles and get close to mastering these supreme laws through this dual cultivation method. Hearing these words from the planetary system about possible limitations in terms of something he considered to have an infinite amount of, his eyes shone with an oppressive aura as dangerous thoughts rushed out from him. If a strain in energy might occur in the future as I near mastering these supreme laws, I'll simply nip that problem in the bud right now. The planetary system had simply mentioned that there would be a strain if he were to constantly burn mana as he kept the two skills active when the number of fate lines or chaos particles reached the millions. Meaning that it still would not be that much of a problem, and would simply be a strain. But even this he did not want to hear. Because in his heart, the mana he could use was always infinite. The thought of there being a strain should never even come when it dealt with him. His eyes shone with luster as he affirmed his next steps while he continued to amass even more chaos particles. If the connections of a few planets will not be enough, I'll simply attach myself to 100 more. If 100 more will not be enough, I'll simply upgrade them to become realms. Mana will never be a problem for me. Arrogant and domineering thoughts swirled in his mind as he perused through the abundant knowledge he now held about the novice galaxy. The ideas of worlds and how they became realms being extremely clear in his eyes as he looked forward to a grand future. Outside the castle where he was dual cultivating both Fate's Disciple and Disciple of Chaos, two infernal lords were looking at this scene with ashen faces as they thought the genius of this new infernal lord was simply too monstrous. Chapter 4:11 Movements. As a new infernal lord just chanced upon a terrifyingly rapid way to increase his strength, the powerful figures on opposing sides were moving with their own discussions and plans. The Righteous Fire exploration team had returned to the watchtower where they stationed the prime warship. The tense air being sensed around the tower as over the next few hours, they were briefed on future changes as the Celestials reacted to the knowledge that a new infernal lord had risen. This event meant that in the near future, or it be months or years, a new war would be breaking out. The coming of the ninth infernal lord was just another one of the signs for this, with many more to follow. For the Celestials, their allowance of the inhabitants of the novice galaxy into the celestial realm continued to provide them with multiplied benefits as those in high-ranking positions were able to increase their progress in the law of fate. while also being able to bring in even more materials from the behemoths that continued to be hunted by tens of thousands of teams currently. With this project going smoothly, the next item on the list for the Celestials was the even more rapid rise in strength of their own forces, a few grandmasters like Vredril putting forward the ideology that they needed to focus their treasures on a few specific individuals that would hold a tremendous amount of battle power, and not spread out all the resources to create average strength Celestials. This brought forward the command for the seeds of Celestials like those with noble fates and those showing unique strengths to be put at the forefront of receiving materials and treasures, their rise in strength being favored more as they showed a different level of strength. This made it so that a majority of the materials combining into the hands of the Celestials were directed to powerful grandmasters and beings that held unique titles like those with noble fates, meaning Celestials like the War Princess Athena and Crixus the Destroyer would be freely receiving huge boosts very soon, when the day ended. Numerous new directives had been laid out as Celestials began to move with even more discipline and haste. They were not the only ones though, as the Alliance of the Dark Expanse that was made up of organizations like the Scholars Guild and ancient clans of vampires and other powerful beings also continued to move forward with even more vigor. Their spies that had made it into the celestial realm began moving even faster as a unique spatial connection was hiddenly established in this central realm at the center of the Novus Galaxy. As they began reaping the rewards of the celestial realm in full swing, the unique atmosphere gradually growing in the sanctum, the central location that many being converged to sell and trade their treasures in the celestial realm, became even more active beginning this day, as it was not just the powerful beings standing near the top that felt the gradual change in atmosphere. Even the forces of numerous prime worlds, knowing they were entering another stage, Noah gradually absorbed all of these changes as his clone continued his stupendous dual cultivation of both chaos and fate simultaneously in the second infernal realm, the watching 7th and 8th infernal lord glancing at this show of talent with ashen faces as it had been continuing for the past day. His clone was currently increasing chaos particles, where golden fate lines continued to try descending down on his body and were gradually destroyed, the destruction of the fate lines granting Noah a never-ending cycle of even more chaos particles. He breathed out slowly as he glanced around the enormous chaos field surrounding his body, especially the thousands of chaos particles randomly moving around within it. His surroundings were dark and cloudy as any nearby infernals felt their bodies grow stronger as they were exposed to the unique environment for a few hours. His body was the one with the most changes as he glanced at his stat panel, the number making his ambitious thoughts grow ever stronger as they foretold countless possibilities. Noah Osmont, titles: Infernal Lord, Variant, Bloodlines, Vampire Progenitor, Awakening, Fate Lines, 26,653, Chaos Particles, 45,635, Origin Cores, Fire 2, Vitality, Soul, Focus, Strength, Soul, Laws, Water 11, Space 8%, Fate 0.26%, Fire 11%, Chaos 0.45%. The number of chaos particles had risen from nothing until they broke through 45,000 in the single day that he began cultivating the Disciple of Chaos. The percentage under the law of chaos also rose to 0.45%. This was more than the entire progress he made over the past month as he amassed fate lines as Celestials normally would. It was a shocking rate of progression, but it made him slightly less apprehensive as he thought about the strength of the beings he had to move with. The truly powerful celestial grandmasters in the light expanse, the ancient forces moving in the dark and Latalis expanse, as well as the most fearsome creatures of them all, the terrors. With this new method of cultivating laws that was only made possible by the enormous reserves of mana, he felt a level of confidence when looking at this big picture. He waved his hands as he stopped burning his mana towards Fate's Disciple and Disciple of Chaos, the dark clouds that had been gathering for the past day beginning to slowly clear up as the aura of chaos reduced. Around his body, the chaos field rumbled as more than 45,000 chaos particles chaotically moved within it. He moved his thoughts as these particles slowly settled, the chaos field around his body gradually becoming transparent as it disappeared, never to be seen by anyone else unless he wished it. He breathed out as he rose, feeling the auras of the two infernal lords floating atop the skies of the second infernal realm. He turned into red particles of light as he disappeared, reappearing in the skies in front of them as he knew he must have shocked them beyond comprehension. Infernal Lord Azula looked towards him with shining eyes and a fervent expression, looking at his impassive face that seemed to say what he did wasn't much. The 8th Infernal Lord, Ricker, glanced towards Noah with sharp eyes as he could not help but comment, "What the hell are you, really?" Chapter 412, Utilization. Noah glanced at the two Infernal Lord in front of him as he replied impassively, "It seems I am more in tune with the law of chaos than I thought. his answer only caused the two powerful beings in the world rank to shake their heads helplessly at the simplification of the unbelievable cultivation session where this being most likely amassed more chaos particles in a day that would normally require one to cultivate for a month. If your power rises like this, your realm progression past the soul-forging realm will only become smother. The profound comprehension of a supreme law only aiding you in faster breakthroughs while also enhancing your strength. Noah nodded at this as he spoke once more. I'll have to be impolite and leave our realm soon. I know you all sense that I am not fully an infernal. My unique position allowing me to move freely. I am planning on further increasing my comprehension in the law of chaos by actively moving in the outside worlds and realms. His words brought a period of silence as Azula smiled sweetly while Ricker looked towards him carefully, the curvaceous Azula speaking with an amorous tone. Just be sure your identity as an infernal lord is hidden so that you don't inadvertently start the war early. We wouldn't want the 9th infernal lord to die again as soon as he just took his seat. Noah nodded as he glanced at the 8th infernal lord Ricker, who also nodded, his clone casting, unique origin, as the regal crown protruding from his head began disappearing. The dark hair filled with silver streaks returning as he took back his actual form that was Noah Osmont, a form of a human that is so seamless. Your talents are going to become very important in the future. Go on and be careful. I will send you a message whenever a letter of summons from the 1st Infernal Lord comes down for you. The 7th Infernal Lord Azula said this as she waved her hand, a runic medallion pulsing with a unique power coming towards Noah as he swiped his hands and placed it in his expansive space. Then I'll have to trouble you, seniors. Please let me know if I can be of help in anything. Noah made a slight bow to these powerful world rank individuals as he began disappearing in particles of light. Disappearing in front of the two infernal lords and leaving behind a shocking atmosphere where they were still reeling from his wild cultivation session. This new infernal lord might be something shocking that has yet to show us all exactly what he'll be capable of. A thoughtful expression appeared on Ricker as the eyes of Azula twinkled, their bodies shooting off in separate directions thereafter as they moved to do their own tasks. The ancient blood clone reappeared beneath a certain volcanic mountain where an inheritance of the disciple of fire was contained. The miniaturized spiritual land still stably floating near the ancient pedestal peacefully. The clone sensed the overpowering coagulation of essence in the celestial realm once more as he compared it to the levels of essence in the 2nd and 1st infernal realm. Affirming that these two realms were not even close to the level of essence in this central realm that was nearest to the center of the Navas galaxy, he moved into the spiritual land as he saw the state of the training harbingers and other individuals from the multiple stars he was connected to, many of them having learned the inheritance of the disciple of fire as their bodies vibrated with the fire element while trying to build a fire origin core. He sent a message to the Emperor Penguin as he wanted to gauge their distance from the volcanic mountain, they being the only ones that had not learned the inheritance yet as they used the journey to this mountain as one of training. The Emperor Penguin let him know that they were actually fighting a fire behemoth at this moment, with the ancient blood clone using the spiritual land to check exactly what location the Emperor Penguin was in. Matching the rough coordinates with the map he had drawn for himself as he traversed towards this volcanic mountain when he was following the treasure hunter of the spiritual land and only marked the locations of the behemoths he came across, he found their location as he disappeared once more. Roar! He appeared in the gorgeous field of greenery and ancient trees of the celestial realm that he was used to, hearing the roar of a behemoth not too far away as he sensed the auras of Elena and the Emperor Penguin. Along with many other vampires and the calamities of the sea. Be ready, Elena was shouting valiantly as she tanked the horrendous fiery attacks of the behemoth, the others dealing damage all around this beast as they weaved in and out. The Kraken was sending down red rays of light as an oversized goldfish, another calamity of the sea, released blue-bolt water spear that rushed towards the behemoth. Spatial blades were being released from the flippers of the Emperor Penguin as the battle was in full swing, everybody contributing to bringing down this celestial beast at the level of Soul Forging Realm, RAA. Ra! RAA, the Emperor Penguin cried out expectantly as it sensed the aura of its master. A fervent look appearing on Elena as she sensed the aura of the progenitor, Rumble. Noah read this state of battle as he teleported once more, appearing atop the fire behemoth that looked like a large iguana, his feet stably landing atop the beast that soon felt the intrusion of a being stepped on it and roared loudly, fiery essence bubbling on its body as it prepared to burn whoever was so foolish to stand upon it. Noah disregarded the bubbling power of the beast as he called out calmly, wanting to test the efficacy of the rare supreme law of chaos as he came to pick up his subordinates for the future plans he had. Chaos field, essence disruptor. Rumble, a dark field containing tens of thousands of chaos particles spread out with him at the center. the deadly chaotic field going on to wrap around the body of the fire behemoth as the wild movements it was doing came to a halt. Noah's clone actually going on to use one of the new abilities he obtained, Roar. It let out a fearsome roar as it tried to move, the numerous chaos particles going on to disrupt its essence as it felt its muscles spasming and the essence of the law of fire suppressed. The pure-blood vampires and subordinates around him looked in shock at the incapacitated fire behemoth, Noah himself continuing his test as he looked over the other set of abilities that came with the inheritance of the Disciple of Chaos when he obtained the Infernal Lord title. He glanced at the absolute skills called and Agent of Chaos, as his mana began moving wildly. Chapter 413 Agent of Chaos. The description of the skill was similar to the opposing skills that he obtained some time back from the Celestials, only having a few differences from an inheritance from the Disciple of Chaos that holds tremendous power. The mysteries of the supreme law of chaos can be slowly understood while this technique is in use, understanding what true chaos is as the user moves to not just create more chaos, but to control it. Abilities include Chaos Discernment, Chaos Traverser, Chaos Concealment, and Chaos Harvester. Chaos Discernment, the clouded and abstruse movements of chaos of different entities or beings became easier to see. The Agent of Chaos can then decide how to use this information. Strict conditions must be met for any usable information to be discerned. Chaos Traverser, as one that is proficient in the workings of the law of chaos, you have more of a leeway over the chaos around you and those you are connected to. This ability allows you to traverse towards the optimum chaos that will grant you the most power. Chaos Concealment, the user's chaos can be made hard to decipher, where others will not be able to find exactly where chaos will lead you. Chaos Harvester, an ability given to the Herald of Chaos that allows them to grant chaos to others while reducing chaos from themselves or others. One must use it sparingly as the distribution of chaos is harder to control than expected. The description of the abilities were very similar to the ones from the, where one could even argue they seemed like a simple copy and paste. But the two laws were counterparts of one another, and having equivalent abilities would only allow Noah to see both sides of the equation, being able to discern both fate and chaos, but his gaze was on the offensive and defensive skills similar to Fate's Guardian, these ones called Agent of Chaos. This was where he had obtained the skill he just used to incapacitate the movements of the huge fire behemoth, the skill called Essence Disruptor, Soul, Agent of Chaos, 0/60. The title of an agent of anything is a rare one. This skill tree gives its user the ability to confidently call themselves an agent of chaos. Abilities include Essence Disruptor, 0/5, Chaotic Mandate, 0/5, Chaos Orbs, 0/5, and Void of Impending Doom, 0/5, that Essence Disruptor, 0/5, the chaos particles under your control heed your call as they go on to bind and disrupt the essence and movements of the enemies that fall upon your chaos field. Chaotic Mandate, 0/5, the user is covered with a mandate of chaos, the chaos field surrounding them transfusing with their skin to adorn them in a chaos armament. This mandate allows the Agent of Chaos to stand as a true being capable of raining down unmatched retribution. 100% chaos damage, 100% chaos resistance, 50% elemental damage, 50% defense, 50% attack, cast, and movement speed. 50% of all damage converted to chaos damage. Chaos Orbs, 0/5, destructive orbs of chaos are called upon, being released upon your enemies as an area of attack ability. Each of the orbs carry with them the explosive force of a disordered star. Affected area 50 meters, Void of Impending Doom, 0/5, a void of chaos is focused on one particular enemy, this void installing the fear and oppressed effect onto the enemy and disordering their mental state before deadly doom spikes rain down. A set of beautifully described skills were laid out in front of his eyes, and he started by testing out Essence Disruptor. First, the more than 45,000 chaos particles under his control permeating through the body of the fire behemoth as it tried to will it essence and muscles to move. But it was rendered unable to. The Emperor Penguin watched this scene where his master incapacitated a monstrous soul-forging behemoth the moment he entered, being taken out of his stupor when he heard the calm command ring out in his ears, attack, OOH. The harbingers of sin and the pure-blood vampires became pumped at the show of power, moving with even more vigor as their attacks smashed into the fire behemoth who could not even use its essence to defend itself, Noah's clone remaining on top of the huge iguana-looking beast as he continued to pour mana into the Essence Disruptor, skills to allow the chaos particles in his chaos field that wrapped around the entirety of this huge beast to continue disrupting its essence. With his power, this was the extent of what he could do currently, which was a terrifying thought to imagine as he coolly stopped the movements of a powerful normal behemoth. He did not cast the other terrifying sounding skills like Chaos Orbs or void of impending doom, which would most likely wipe away everything on sight, choosing to let his subordinates finish off this behemoth and not steal their kill, RIR. A weakened roar of unwillingness was let out from the fire behemoth as it faced a situation where it could not even move, horrible attacks raining down that soon took its life. Boom, its body slumped to the ground as the order of blood cheered, the many team members glancing towards Noah with shining eyes as they donned a behemoth so easily with his intrusion of a few seconds. Master, the eyes of the Emperor Penguin were shining as he and the fervent-looking Elena were the first to step forward, Noah nodding towards them as he waved his hands to the right of the behemoth, essence converging as a portal slowly began to form. The sleek penguin came to the side of the fire behemoth as it used its spatial abilities to put away the cores and skill books that dropped from it as loot to be divided for later, waving its flippers towards the mountainous body of the beast itself thereafter as it also disappeared into the Emperor's Penguin's own spatial inventory skill. OOM, the portal finished forming as silently in the explored northern region of the celestial realm. Noah came to collect the rest of his subordinates for them to begin learning the inheritance of the Disciple of Fire, the closest plans he currently had dealing with the beasts of the spiritual land the most as he prepared for something that he considered a practice run for his future plans. The thing he considered a practice run was fulfilling the requirements of upgrading the spiritual land to the 9th tier, where he needed to get his hands on the core of a small world. Chapter 4:14 Herbs and pills are good for breakthroughs. As Noah erased the portal which led to the spiritual realm and the location where a fire behemoth just fell, he was the last to disappear as he joined everyone else beneath the volcanic mountain where the spiritual land stood next to the ancient pedestal that held the inheritance crystal for the Disciple of Fire. The extremely hot environment was one where only those at higher realms could withstand, with all the newcomers that were just battling the fire behemoths being those who could easily learn the inheritance on their own. He looked towards Elena as he gave out multiple directions to her and the others. Gather all those that haven't learned the inheritance and oversee the whole process. He pointed towards the Emperor Penguin as he continued speaking, gather your brothers and sisters. We have another power leveling session to go through. He released multiple commands towards many beings, those familiar with Noah noticing the slightly colder tone as they nodded with serious faces and each went about their tasks. The normal smile that Noah carried months ago was fading away slowly, his disposition becoming more serious when he obtained the vampire progenitor bloodline, and now becoming even colder as he was hit with some of the truth about the true reality they were all in, and just how outclassed they were. Those paying attention would recall his disposition becoming more cheerful or feeling a sense of excitement only when he explored new areas, obtained new skills, or got his hands on powerful new treasures. His emotions were gradually settling down on the more impassive and calmer side, the cheerful and excited side of himself slowly being tucked away in a corner. Many beings went about their tasks as most were simply learning a powerful inheritance and then cultivating in the fire law space to form their fire origin cores. With the spiritual land beasts having a different task as they were brought down to the time space of the spiritual land for more intense training, Noah's ancient blood clone looked at the many resplendent fields of medicinal herbs and fruits spread out across the time space. This region that should have been one where people trained their hardest and surpassed those in the outside world slowly turning to become a region filled with farmland. He planted as much of the spiritual land plants that had long growing and maturing times but gave out amazing herbs of medicinal fruits that held overflowing essence in the time space, using the increased ratio to grow these plants in a short period of time. When the spiritual land was last upgraded to the 8th tier, he had planted the newly available plants that were called Athermire and King's Collard among others, where the products of these magical plants were being observed in front of him right now as he looked at farmlands overflowing with shimmering plants that dangled rainbow-colored fruits, while some were growing as scintillating herbs. A profound aroma was released from these many fantastical fields as Noah waved his hands, collecting many of the fruits and herbs as he prepared to make pills once more while using the forge of the silver flame that he received from a being that was shrouded in mysteries, but Noah already had a slight indication of a few possibilities. This being that called himself the Karmic Sect Master had also left him something he had not been using all that much since he received it, the item called Lawful Nourishment, that helped one with cultivating laws. This was something that he planned to take out and use during this time as he was finally getting into the time when he was focusing on the comprehension of laws. He put these thoughts aside as a cauldron materialized in front of his, a shining silver flame beginning to burn as the shimmering medicinal fruits and herbs that were filled with essence began to be refined and turned into pills. He was utilizing these spiritual land plants that were heavily conducive to the rise in strength of the spiritual land beasts in order to achieve the goal he currently held of pushing the ranks of more than 10 beasts into the soul-forging realm. He had a set of soul rank cores from the many soul ranked beings he defeated these past few weeks, but they would not be enough to push the ranks of 10 beasts from the void and into the soul rank, with these medicinal herbs and fruits acting like a buffer to continue propelling the levels of these beasts forward. The emperor penguin, Arctic wolf, flying spider, and 7 other of the most powerful beasts in the spiritual land stood respectfully near Noah as they saw the appearance of shining pills that flew towards them, their jaws spreading wide open as they swallowed and began digesting the treasures they were receiving. On top of the pills filled with abundant essence, Noah waved his hands to bring out the soul rank cores in his expansive space, as they were also thrown towards the beasts. The process of raising the ranks of 10 beings from void to soul beginning in the time-space of the spiritual land, it was a busy time in this fantastical floating landmass as many beings were moving rapidly within it, many of them cultivating the inheritance of the disciple of fire, with others excitedly being fed herbs and pills on top of cores to push their ranks from one stage to another. During this whole process, Noah was thinking about the other condition he had to fulfill if he wanted to bring the spiritual land from the 8th and into the 9th tier. Upgrade conditions: 10 spiritual land beasts at the soul rank, a small world core. He looked under spiritual land management as the words "a small word core" shone with a blue L. Uster, his thoughts moving rapidly as he thought of exactly what his actions would mean for him to obtain a world core. This momentary thought was quickly thrown out of his mind as his heart became firm, knowing he would face this problem head on as the time neared, and he would accomplish without fail no matter what he had to do. His mind was already perusing through many memories of the beings he had devoured before as he searched for possible small worlds, whether it was those occupied and filled with life, those that did not have any civilizations, or even those that were simply uninhabitable planets filled with unlivable environments. He had many possibilities, and did not necessarily have to destroy an entire world and its beings in order to achieve his goals. He watched the progress of the spiritual land beasts as their power continued to grow, biding his time as his mind-enhancing skills worked rapidly, his main body undergoing an entirely different ordeal as he had begun receiving even more treasures from the Celestials. Chapter 4:15 Treatment reserved for kings. In the large watchtower that stood between the border of normal behemoths and elite behemoths, Noah and Athena were in a huge training hall to themselves as they looked in front of them where numerous materials from chaos behemoths were thrown down. Grandmaster Vredrel was overseeing this continuing process as numerous celestial disciples came in with golden rings and released numerous treasures ranging from the powerful chaos origin cores of elite behemoths all the way to materials filled with the chaos element. You too are actually fortunate to be living in this tumultuous time, as you will experience a rapid rise in your strength that would normally take others tens or hundreds of years to do so. The Grandmaster continued speaking as the treasures piled up. These materials filled with chaos in front of you would normally be spread out to hundreds of Grandmasters to continue propelling their ranks forward, but many of them were redirected towards you as we need beings with unique titles like yours to be the ones that stand at the forefront of the coming battles. He moved with a serious expression as he picked up one of the chaos in these materials can be purified to grant you an increased pace at amassing fate lines, which will even further increase your speed of progressing through the realms. I'm especially happy for your fast progress in being able to keep up with your senior sister, Crixus. Grandmaster Vredrel beamed toward Noah as he said this, even Athena turning towards him with a light smile as he nodded to the Grandmaster. Alright, you all go ahead and cultivate well. I will come to bring you both on hunts for elite behemoths during periods when you need to consolidate your power and get some practice. The Grandmaster left behind his directions as Athena walked towards the mountains of materials and cores from chaos behemoths, looking at Noah with a smile as she spoke. We truly are blessed by fate. Junior brother Crixus. Who could have ever thought that something like this would have been given freely to us? Noah walked towards the mountain of treasures as he hid an impassive interior with a smiling exterior and replied, we should do our best to cultivate then. Don't let me catch up to you in fate lines as well, senior sister. Oh, is that a challenge? The valiant and battle-driven war princess looked towards him as she took his words a challenge. Sitting down next to the pile of treasures as grabbed a piece of a chaos behemoth that was entrenched with the law of chaos. Her body lit up with tens of thousands of fate lines as she released a golden aura. This aura going on to actually burn the material that held the chaos element as it began to burn the opposing law within it. As this process continued, yet another line of fate descended down from the air and stably attached itself towards Athena, putting aside the material that had lost the darkness of chaos and grabbing the next one as she looked at Noah competitively. I'll take you up on your challenge. Let's see if you can even get near the number of my fate lines in the next few years. The brilliance of a relationship of a senior sister and a junior brother seemed to be blooming between them as two beings with noble fates began using the treasures that were handed to them to cultivate. Noah listened to the words of Athena with a smile as inside his heart. He knew he could most likely reach the number of fate lines that she held in just a matter of days if he was duly cultivating both. The techniques under the laws of chaos and fate. He kept these thoughts to himself as he began purifying the materials in front of his, slowly increasing his fate lines as his clone continued to do the brunt work for the both of them. He had currently only spent a day focusing on increasing the chaos particles when his clone was training in the second infernal realm, bringing the percentage of the supreme law of chaos to 0.46%, where he bypassed the 0.26% of the supreme law of fate that he had obtained first. When he switched to increase the number of fate lines, he would have to be careful to hide his true number from the eyes of Athena and other celestials that came near him. He planned to show a monstrous talent that amassed fate lines quickly. But he could never explain his rate of amassing close to 48,000 fate lines in the span of a day. When he first used the method of cultivating both the disciple of chaos and fate's disciple, where the chaos field around him was destroying the oncoming lines of fate, his chaos particles had increased by a rate of 2,000 every hour. This meant that in one day, he could amass 48,000 chaos particles, while his fate lines would remain the same as he was burning any incoming fate lines in order to continue his obtainment of chaos particles. For the future, he had to make a thorough plan where he purified chaos particles one day in order to increase his fate lines, and then do the opposite the next day in order to increase his progress in the opposing law. This was also under the pretense that he spent all the 24 hours of the day simply cultivating and doing nothing else. His mind made the calculations as he came to some crazy numbers. If he were to focus on only one law for 24 hours a day for the next month, with the rate of 2,000 per hour, he would be able to amass 1,440,000 of either chaos particles or fate lines in the span of a month. If he wanted to progress in both of them at the same rate as he divided his attention to both, this number would simply be halved, as he would need to focus on chaos one day and fate another day. And once one took into account that he would be doing other things besides isolating himself for a full 24 hours during the day, maybe it would be possible to amass 500,000 of both fate lines and chaos particles every month. This was an increase of roughly 5% in two supreme laws simultaneously every month, a terrifying thought that would horrify any knowledgeable being. Chapter 416, A World Core. As terrifying calculations were carried out in Noah's mind, his ancient blood clone had finished his pill-making session. As he observed the swirling of different colored essence around the 10 spiritual land beasts, he spread his senses out as he monitored the continued strengthening of other beings on the wide spiritual land. The numerous portals lying stably in the underground area he was in pulsated with colorful lights as those given permission would occasionally enter the spiritual land, while an individual like Steel Mikhail would enter and live freely as he moved to do his job on the blue planet and then return to cultivate in the spiritual land. After observing everything moving smoothly, the clone disappeared from the time-space of the spiritual land as he let the spiritual land beasts finish their breakthrough into the soul-forging realm, leaving behind numerous essence pulsating pills and cores for them to continue absorbing. He performed a long-distance teleportation this time as enormous amounts of mana was used, his body reappearing in the wide expanse of space not too far away from his homeworld. The ancient blood clone glanced at the small blue world that only he could currently see, the world veil he had cast on this world and the other ones he was connected to long ago, still active and hiding the world from any passing eyes. The world in front of his eyes was already nearing the position of a prime world as it continued the powerful feedback of essence from the many worlds it was connected to, especially the ancient blood world that was an entire realm sometime in the past. Yet this powerful and expansive world still seemed so small as he looked at it from an extremely far distance, his body continuing to move away from this blue planet as his target this time was not to check up on all the advancements that had happened so far, but to search for viable worlds he could pluck the cores of in the surrounding area. This was something that even his own mind just a few months ago would never have been able to fathom. The fact that someone like him could be traversing through space actually looking for a viable world to steal an entire world core and possibly destroy such a world was something extremely foreign to him, yet now about to become a reality. His body moved across space as the child of space. Ability from the lesser Cthulhu skill tree made him feel like he was in the most comfortable possible environment. His body was shooting through the vastness of space at a shocking speed. The tremendous boosts that he received from his many passive skills made it so that his speed and power was already nearing those at the domain expansion realm. He could only confidently say this when it came to those at the normal level of the domain expansion realm. And this was not putting into account the celestial grandmasters themselves like Vredril. He continued moving across the vastness of space as he wandered across the void looking for specific stars. The one that he was looking for was a small world that would not have any inhabitants, potentially a world that had a harsh environment that no organisms could survive in. His heart was not fully set out to be a destroyer where he would without reservations take the core of a small world that was filled with lifeforms similar to his own homeworld just a few months ago, even with all the knowledge he currently held. He did not travel far before he came upon a world filled with elemental storms and chaotic energies. It was neither a large nor a middle world, being a perfectly small world that was uninhabited by any other beings. The rough storms always raging on the surface of this world and in the skies above it, making it an uninhabitable star in this wide area. His eyes honed in on this world as he began shooting down towards it at a high speed. He felt a slight resistance as his level was so much higher than this world, but these protections were nearly nothing when it came to someone who wielded the immense energy coming from multiple stars. He quickly pierced through the many layers that a small world would have for protection as he entered its atmosphere, and then continued shooting down towards its earth. Boom! His body pierced through the layers of frozen earth, this world holding unique qualities of destructive storms above it and frozen earth below it. Because of his extremely fast speed, he began nearing the inner core of this world in less than a few minutes. He broke through the innermost layer where the core of the entire world laid as he glanced upon the slowly rotating ovular shape in front of him. A period of silence followed as Noah looked upon this rotating core of this unknown small world, where he heard a cold static voice thereafter. "What are you?" The small world coldly asked this question in a manner and tone of voice that Noah was used to hearing throughout these past few months. He impassively focused on the core of this small world as he took in its words and replied calmly, "I would apologize to you in advance. For this is something that I do have a choice on, and I am choosing to do it regardless of its consequences in order to further my own goals." It is even somewhat hypocritical. His voice was that of conflict as he had made sure to look for a specific world, one that didn't have any life on it, one where he would not be taking or reaping the lines of billions. But still, there was one entity that would have to be affected no matter what he did. This entity was the world itself. He glanced upon the small world core that did not reply after it heard Noah's words, its vast senses telling it that something inexplicable would be happening here today. Noah moved without any further forethought as he threw his hands out and placed them on the powerful core of this small world as he uttered simple words, devouring. Rumble, for the first time ever, in actuality and in totality, he had cast the skill from the 7 deadly sins. From the sin of gluttony he had cast, devouring, on an actual world, ONG. A cloud of darkness went on to wrap around the rotating world core. Its manner was that as if a beast had opened its jaws and was rapidly closing in on this resplendent core. Devouring was fully cast as the cloud of darkness had circled the entire core of the small world in front of Noah, with essence beginning to leak out of the body of the clone nonsensically as the target of devouring was an actual world this time around, not just an enemy that was at the mythical or a legendary rank, but an entire core of a small world. Rumble, essence leaked out of him with wild abandon as the entire surroundings of the small world were shaking. At this moment in time something that had rarely occurred in history was happening, or one existence that was on an entirely different tier from another was doing something unexplainable. The process of essence continuing to leave his body recklessly went on for a few minutes before everything went silent and the darkness that was wrapping around the core of the small world rapidly began to reduce in size as Noah began to see cracks appearing on the layers of earth around them. Crack, at the moment that the small world core fully disappeared and the devouring skill had successfully done its job and devoured an entire core of a small world, space shattered and began folding in on itself. This destruction continued spreading throughout the area of the inner core that Noah was in, his figure teleporting out of the area as he began to see notifications of messages from the planetary system discerning the exact results of his actions. He appeared in the space above the uninhabitable planet that was filled with even more destructive storms as he looked at the visible result of his actions. Crack. Crack. Boom, in front of the already destructive world, cracks were visibly spreading all around the spherical planet. The instability of a world without a core being visible in front of Noah's eyes as he went on to watch the destruction of something that he had caused with his own hands. Boom. Boom, space shattered and refolded as the world had a force rapidly pulling itself in near the center of the missing core before it exploded outwards as a supernova. Shards of the planet began to spread out far and wide as in front of Noah's eyes, the storms gradually reduced and calmness slowly returned. The only thing left behind in front of him was palpitating destructive essence and floating debris over the wide area of space. A small world core has been obtained. Error. Analyzing. Error, from the void of space. Numerous chaos particles had begun appearing as they willingly fell upon Noah. The chaos and destruction he had caused being rewarded as a few hundred chaos particles were added unto his already abundant amount. The planetary system was also sending various messages as the results of devouring a small world core were slowly unfolding in front of his eyes. Chapter 4:17 Possibilities. In the large stomach that was created from the abilities of the sin of gluttony, an ovular world core was floating stably as the essence of gluttony tried to absorb it ever so slowly. Noah felt these changes as he gave a command, everything going silent in the large stomach with the messages of the planetary system continuing to ring out and float in front of his eyes. Analyzing, the devoured core is an entirely separate entity compared to you. There is a high rate of failure if you try to absorb the small world core. Two options exist after the successful devouring of a world core. The first is to use the core as a basis to upgrade a spiritual land. The second is to use the world core as the basis to upgrade the levels of the connected worlds. You cannot personally gain benefits from it as it is an entirely different plane of existence compared to you. Noah listened to these words as he nodded, his thoughts just being affirmed as he had already looked at this possibility while using. He would not have been able to even fathom if he could somehow obtain quantifiable or actual benefits from him actually absorbing the core of an entire world. Unlike him, a world did not have statistical values. It did not have vitality, strength, or focus. Nor did it have any skills or abilities. It was an entity that was bound by the universal laws. It was him that was an anomaly. It was him that had stepped out of the bounds of his existence and actually intruded upon the existence that was a world, being able to actually devour its core through using the large reserves of mana that he was borrowing from the many worlds he was already connected to. He thought of the two options that the planetary system had laid out for the possibilities on what to do with world cores, as at this moment, he was focusing on the first one. The use of the world core to fulfilling the requirement that the spiritual land needed. In the void of space, Noah's clone glanced at the destruction that he had caused, the debris of an entire star floating around him as he began to disappear in particles of light. He reappeared in the underground space of the spiritual sand as he looked in the time-space where multiple beasts had already broken into the soul-forging realm. The emperor penguin was of course the first, with the arctic wolf and the polar bear following thereafter, where now only two of the spiritual beasts had yet to finish their breakthroughs. Noah waited patiently as he thought about his recent actions, his heart not wavering one bit. To make sure that no problems occurred for what he was about to do, he teleported out of the spiritual land and made sure that everyone was contained in it, leaving behind the ancient pedestal that held the inheritance of the disciple of fire as he used anchor to place the spiritual land on his body, where he then disappeared once again from the volcanic mountain. This time when he reappeared, he was actually near the ancient blood world that stood at the junction between the light and dark expanse. This was an area that he knew very few beings would be passing by as he laid out this spiritual land in the vastness of space and let it bloom to its full size. The spiritual land that could have been considered a floating city multiple years ago could now already be called a country in itself. Noah always messed around with the spiritual land size regulation feature, so he never really let it bloom to its full size in the past months, with the spiritual land almost always remaining miniaturized as he moved along with it. This time around he was in the vastness of space as he let the spiritual land freely get to what could be considered its size at the 8th tier. The enormous floating landmass bloomed further and further as Noah's figure slowly became the size of an ant. The spiritual land itself continued to expand while he pulled back further and further to observe its enormous size. When he made some quick calculations as the fantastical landmass that was holding its large shade of white color and still keeping to its name as the frozen plateau spiritual land, he found that it was approximately around 1,000 miles in size. This was a landmass that had been obtained in the frozen kingdom of the beast world. At that time this landmass was only a few tens of miles long, being something that floated in the skies near the frozen kingdom. Yet now, the spiritual land had grown to a size of over 1,000 miles, and from what Noah expected, after the upgrade to the 9th tier that actually required the core of a small world, this spiritual land was about to get even bigger. Rumble. He glanced at spiritual land management as he saw under the upgrade conditions for the number of beasts to reach 10 had turned green. For the requirement of a small world core, it had also turned green. The spiritual land could already sense a core of a small world on the body of its master, and the requirements could be considered completed as now all that was needed was an immense amount of energy and essence in order to initiate the upgrade from the 8th tier and into the 9th tier. This was an upgrade that required the core of a small world, so what exactly would be the boons of it come out of it? What exactly would the possible locked feature that was listed as division for this next stage of the spiritual land hold in store? Noah wasted no further time as he looked at the mystically floating landmass that stably stood in space, his thoughts already moving to initiate the upgrade to the 9th tier. Chapter 4:18 An upgrade of enormous significance. The mystical spiritual land floated in the vastness of space near the junction of the light expanse and the dark expanse. It had a blue light film of light covering it in its entirety, making sure that it acted as a protective barrier between the suffocating space and the beings that were currently within the spiritual land. To them, the environment had changed from the red blazing earth and lava that was the volcanic mountain that they were under, and now when they looked to the skies of the spiritual land, all they could see was the expanse of space. Some of the more knowledgeable beings in the spiritual land knew that something grand was about to happen. This was even more so for the beings that had followed Noah the longest, as the calamities of the sea, along with Barbados, Kazuhiko, Steel Mikhail, and many others that tiered near the center of the spiritual land where Noah had built the most pristine buildings while using the architecture feature of the spiritual land. While a majority of the beings gathered here, the Emperor Penguin appeared in the skies of the spiritual land, his brothers and sisters not too far behind him as the 10 of them looked out into the void of space, barely being able to see Noah's clone through their connection that they held to this spiritual landmaster. Their bodies had the aurora of having just broken through to the soul-forging realm, completing one of the requirements as they simply waited for yet another resplendent upgrade to occur in the land that they were born in. They had a deep trust in their master, and simply bid their time as they waited for the event to start. Noah's clone was staring at this fantastical sight that was a spiritual land as he put aside his thoughts and commanded the item that was contained in the large stomach ability of the sin of gluttony. Right in front of him, the sizable core of a small world appeared, not rotating anymore as it floated stably in space. Noah's thoughts then went to the spiritual land management, which showed the upgrade conditions as met, and without further ado, he went ahead and initiated the upgrade of the spiritual land from the 8th tier and into the 9th tier. Rumble, the world core that was standing next to him suddenly shot out with extreme speed as it was attracted onto the floating spiritual land, going through and easily passing through the blue film of light as it continued downwards. The soil that it was about to hit on the snowy area of a spiritual land seemingly opened up in front of this core as it continued to shoot down further and deeper into the spiritual land without any issues until it settled in a place that could be considered near the very center of the spiritual land, deep in the underground area where the timespace and the blacksmith's forge was located. OMG, in the vastness of space, the spiritual land began rumbling with energy as from Noah's body, a ridiculous amount of mana began flowing out. The spiritual land itself was using the atmospheric essence it held along with the energies in the void of space and dropping them towards its center as the process of upgrading the spiritual land from the 8th tier and the 9th tier went underway. If one would describe it, it would be a cacophony of colors and regality where one could observe blue essence rushing in one direction, red essence rushing in another, and a gorgeous color of white bathing every inch and corner of the spiritual land. What many could observe before they had to close their eyes as it was shining too brightly was actually the mana that was leaking out of Noah's ancient blood clone. It was coming out at such a rate that one could visibly see the shining blue color that continued to descend down towards the enormous spiritual land. Noah simply acted like a conduit as he 100% knew at this moment that he was the only being who remotely had the possibility of doing something like this. The mana that was required being something that maybe only those nearing the peak of power in the novice galaxy being able to provide. This reality of upgrading this unique treasure called the spiritual land simply required too much mana that when he looked at people like Steel Mikhail and Kazuhiko or the Imperial Phoenix that held their own spiritual lands, he knew for sure that they would never be able to upgrade their tiers at the stage that he was currently doing. They would never be able to get their hands on a world core, nor be able to provide this abundant energy that was all coming out of the reserves of the many stars he was connected to. This led him to briefly think about all the things that had brought him here. How the beast world that was being overtaken by the demons from the demon world was the reason for and where his journey into other worlds began. With the demon invasion and then entering the beast world to fight off the demons until he got his hands on the spiritual land in the process, he thought of all the events that led up to him obtaining this unique treasure and what had happened since then as everything seemed to be steered by the hands of fate. He seemed to be a singular being that met the many strict conditions to do what he was currently doing because of a coincidental set of events that all led here. It was at this stage, but he evaluated many of the things that had occurred to him as he wondered just how many of them were based on his choices and his actions, and how many were steered by an unknown hand of fate. He actually found himself asking a question that a certain war princess always had in her heart. What exactly did fate have in store for him? He held no answer at this moment as he put these terrifying thoughts in the back of his mind and continued observing the upgrade of something beautiful. He visibly watched the floating landmass that was the spiritual land continue to expand ever so larger. Its size going from 1,000 miles to 1,500 and then simply doubling to 2,000 from the original size when it was in the 8th tier. When it reached approximately 2,000 miles in all directions, light continued to converge towards it with even more vigor. The blue thin film of light that surrounded it only getting stronger as it reached a crescendo of buildup, rumble. At this point in time, from the circular shape of the floating spiritual land, a blast of blue light released from it that went out in all directions. It was a light that announced the completion of something grand, of something beautiful. As even Noah's eyes were blinded by the light entirely, his eyes opened to glance at the magnificent spiritual land thereafter as he observed it now held an even stronger protective film of light. Its grandeur stably standing in the void of spaces at this moment, he shockingly heard something that could only be coming out at the center of the spiritual land. "Hello, Master." Noah's eyes opened wide as he heard this voice, his gaze focusing on the spiritual land and piercing through the many layers as he followed the voice to the exact center of this floating landmass where he now saw a powerfully shining blue core slowly rotating, the voice that he had heard in his mind coming from this exact location. For the first time in the past day since he received the Infernal Lord title, Noah finally found himself having a real smile as he was faced with this new situation. His expression was actually joyful as he realized a consciousness had appeared from the frozen plateau spiritual land the moment it absorbed the core of a small world and was upgraded from the 8th and into the 9th tier. This voice was also very similar to the voice of the small world that he had obtained the core from. Furthermore, under the management skill he had always used for this floating landmass, he had seen a change of words from spiritual land and into spiritual world. Chapter 419. A manager, a mystically floating landmass was amazingly stationed in the void of space, its size nearing that of small worlds. In the past, it could have been called a spiritual land. But currently, it was known as a spiritual world. Noah's ancient blood clone glanced at this marvel as he replied to the robot-like voice in his mind, "You are the essence of the spiritual world. With your permission, I will be overseeing many of its functions, being capable of designing cities and countries, as well as using all the other features under spiritual world management to craft in the blacksmith's forge or design the law spaces." A wonderful reply came to his mind as he explored the fantastical situation opening itself to him after the upgrade of the spiritual world. He nodded as he glanced at the skill that was now renamed Spiritual World Management. First, Spiritual World Management, Frozen Plateau 9, Beasts, FXXX, EXXX, DXXX, CXXX, BXXX, AXXX, SXXX, Epic 15, 285, Legendary 6, 613, Mythical 3, 163, Phantasmal 749, Transcendent 242, Saint 42, Void 21, Soul 10, Plants Whitefall Trees, Snowvine, Sacred Rye, Pygmy Melon, Icefire Persimmon, Ice Phoenix Fruits, Spirit of the Arctic, Frozen Angelica, Regal Flora, Sheelan's Cold Stone, Resonant Ochre. Arctic Flora, King's Collard, Athromire, Phantom Mulberry. Available for planting, Firestarter, Frigid Apple, features size regulation, unlocked, movement, unlocked, anchor, unlocked, boost surroundings, unlocked, architecture, unlocked, frozen barrier, unlocked, offensive maneuvers, unlocked, time dilation, unlocked, treasure hunter, unlocked, interstellar travel, unlocked, law space, unlocked, blacksmith's forge, unlocked, division, unlocked, alchemy hall, locked. Email protected, $%, locked, upgrade conditions, 10 spiritual land beasts at the domain rank, a large world core, a large set of words shown in a clear blue in the panel of Spiritual World Management, Noah glancing through all the changes as he observed the newest ones with shining eyes. The first thing he noticed was the fairly eye-catching descriptions of the new medicinal plants available for planting. Firestarter, a unique medicinal herb that can only grow in the fire law space. The matured herb will contain the essence of the law of fire, granting those that consume it faster comprehension in this law. Maturing time 10 years, Frigid Apple, a unique fruit that can only grow in the water law space. The matured herb will contain the essence of the law of water, granting those that consume it faster comprehension in this law. Maturing time 10 years, Noah read over the description of the plants that were the first of their kind to actually give benefits to laws. The long maturing time that was attached to them did not bother him one bit as he had, budding farmer, to reduce this time by a large amount, and he also planned to have many of them planted in the timespace of the spiritual world that was many miles wide now. Next up, he observed the newly unlocked feature, which was called Division. Division, the spiritual world is unique, holding features that are rare to find across the stars. One of these features is the ability to divide the spiritual world into connected landmasses, giving one the versatility of designing something that is only limited by their imagination. A fairly straightforward description that also left a lot of things in the air floated in front of him. His mind already thinking of the possibilities when he heard the voice of the spiritual world again. Master, this division feature can be used to exquisitely design areas where you can have things like different law spaces or special environments. The fire law space could be made into its own floating island, the time space could have its own area, and much more. Noah listened to the thoughts seamlessly entering his mind as he knew he would be utilizing this spiritual world to an even bigger potential now that it had an entity to do every single task for him. All he would need to do was give the commands on what he wanted to be done, and this entity would carry it out in the best way possible. He already had a grand image in his mind of this spiritual world having exquisitely designed areas with multiple environments and law spaces. Specifically designated lands for farming and architecture from different worlds appearing beautifully all around this large spiritual world. These were all ideas in his mind, but this entity that now stood at the center of the spiritual world would make them a reality in the future. He put these thoughts aside as he continued looking through the changes under spiritual world management, seeing that all the previous features were boosted in their own ways. He glanced at the upgraded changes under the law space feature as currently, only the fate and chaos spaces seem to be remaining locked. Law space, fields containing a higher concentration of particular laws can be created, granting increased comprehension speed to all that cultivate within. Currently unlocked spaces: water, fire, earth, air, time, space, light, dark. Locked spaces: fate, chaos. It seemed like the next upgrade of tiers for the spiritual world would be when he would be able to make the fate and chaos spaces, which should be able to drastically improve how fast he condensed fate lines and chaos particles. He glanced at the changes of the blacksmith's forge next. Blacksmith's forge, unlocked features: forge, refine, repair, recipe design. Locked features: evolve. A new feature had been unlocked, this time being the recipe design. Recipe design: the spiritual world master can design item blueprints that the forge can then analyze the viability before they are forged with the required materials. A simple explanation laid out in front of him, giving him even more thoughts as he knew he would be very busy in the coming days with all the things he had on his hands. The last thing he looked at was the conditions to upgrade to the 10th tier, requiring a similar number of beasts like last time to reach the next rank, but the requirement of a large world core going along with it. This was a fairly difficult requirement, as it was nigh impossible to find a large world that was uninhabitable and did not have any beings in the billions populating it. This was because a world only had the possibility of reaching that stage because of the fates of the beings it carried if it wasn't already at that stage in the beginning. This meant that when the time came for him to look for the core of a large world, he had to be creative or end up doing something horrendous, but he left all of these thoughts for the future as he currently focused on the task at hand. There were a multitude of things he wanted to explore in this fantastical newly upgraded spiritual world, and he also wanted to begin the dual cultivation of chaos and fate, where he focused on fate next as he brought the number of fate lines from 26,000 and pushed it further up. The number of lines of fate was already slowly increasing as his main body was with Athena in the celestial realm continuously purifying materials from chaos behemoths, but its rate did not even come close to the speed he found with his dual cultivation method. His body disappeared into particles of light as he descended into the spiritual land first, wanting to test its new manager as well as observe how it would carry out the features. Chapter 420. Breathtaking. Steel Mikhail glanced at the surroundings of the spiritual land as he had his usual cold exterior on the outside, but inside his heart was trembling at the continuing unfolding situation around him. This protector still referred to the landmass he was on as the spiritual land, but even he was wondering whether this was an apt name for such a fantastical place that was now floating in the void of space. He sensed the overflowing essence as his gaze and the gazes of many others looked to the skies of the spiritual land, seeing twinkling stars above them as they became entranced by it. From the position he was at, he knew that even with the limits of where he could spread his aura, he wouldn't be able to fully ascertain the size of this spiritual land that had grown immensely larger. This wasn't to mention the area overflowing with the law of fire that had allowed him to condense a fire origin core after obtaining the inheritance that Noah led them to not too long ago. Steel Mikhail thought about this being that at one stage, he had considered to be on the same level as him. Now, he seemed so extremely far away, to the point that he did not even know which manner to talk to him anymore. The powerful air he released made him seem foreign. Like an entirely different person from when he first met him in the Blessed Empire, he had looked at this being before as a much stronger hunter who provided much needed help to push back against the demons, but ever since then, the things he continued to do had just continued to astound and break the common sense that all the people like him had. The things he did were so ridiculous to wrap one's mind around that if he told himself of the events just 4 months ago, he would laugh as he threw them aside as lies. There were somehow numerous portals in this being's spiritual land that connected to multiple worlds. Oh, and somehow, he had descended down or sent his forces into these worlds to lead them to submission. Aside from this fantastic floating land, he was able to enter the ranks of the most powerful beings of their galaxy and seamlessly stay in their ranks, gaining access to a realm unlike anything from their imaginations. He was also able to gain something secretive like the bloodline of the vampire progenitor, where he shared other bloodlines of vampires like nothing to him and many others, his hands being so full that he simply created a portal connecting their small blue planet to a prime world called an ancient blood world that held its own unique and amazing opportunities. There were so many things occurring around this being that if Mikhail was to tell himself this in the past, he wouldn't believe it, and now, on the latest venture, he had his spiritual land upgraded to another tier yet again as Mikhail felt an unexplainable feeling. He had the thought that the land he was standing on actually did not feel all that different from the worlds that he had the chance to travel into because of Noah. This thought actually scared him as the implications of this spiritual land being a world carried an immense weight that he could not fully fathom right now. Still, Mikhail was surrounded by the other harbingers as they watched spectacular changes appearing right in front of their eyes, those with high realms being able to spread their auras out as they began to observe large-scale changes that shocked them to their cores. They first watched as Noah appeared in the skies of the spiritual land far away from them, where they could only observe if they used long-distance skills as the land they were on had become exceedingly vast after the last upgrade, but they saw his appearance in the skies, and then felt shaking thereafter as they observed a stupendous sight of huge sections of landmasses splitting apart, some rising while others fell, rumble. They shockingly watched as a landmass of a few hundred miles rose in the north, and others of similar size breaking off from the spiritual land and rising in the south, east, and west. They were left on what could now be considered a central landmass where much of the architecture was at. Their jaws agape as a coalescence of colorful essence and lights covered the 4 huge landmasses that were hundreds of miles long. To their north, the huge landmass that had risen there had the fire law space that they were cultivating the disciple of fire in before, its sheen being slight red as those whose eyes could observe more would be able to see that the fire law space was expanding rapidly, going on to cover most of this floating island as the atmospheric fire elements began to wildly converge in this particular island. The other ones did not have a law space initiated to be built yet, so the next thing they could observe was the formation of resplendent blue lines from each of the risen landmasses as they connected to one another, and to the central landmass they were on as well. These blue lines shimmered as they seemed to be calling forth the surrounding earth. The beings in the spiritual world watching with agape expressions as solid earth converged on these blue lines that connected the landmasses and began forming into the shapes of exquisitely designed bridges. It was something reminiscent of the small floating peaks of the frozen kingdom and the beast world that had staircases one could climb in a matter of minutes to reach another peak, but the huge bridges and stairs being created to connect each of the landmasses that had broken off from the spiritual world were tens of miles long, with some even being more than 100 miles long. It was a scene straight out of fantasy as in front of the eyes of shocked beings, for huge islands had broken off from a central one on the spiritual land, huge and long connections being built on each of these floating islands as a beautiful scenery was created. Essence gradually settled down on the spiritual world that floated stably in the void of space between the light and dark expanse. If one were to observe from the expanse of space, they would see an extremely large landmass that could be considered an entire world by its size. A blue film of light shimmered and surrounded this small world as one could distinctly see 4 smaller continental land masses on each of the 4 directions of this world. It was a scene of a never-before-seen world with a unique look, but this was just the beginning as the possibilities for what could be designed in this wondrous spiritual world were endless. Chapter 421 Cultivating. Noah glanced at the results of the division feature of the spiritual world as a fantastical sight of 4 huge landmasses that could be considered continents separated from the central landmass that held the time-space and the blacksmith's forge. The continents were mostly filled with a similar type of essence and environment, the only thing different being the one in the north that was slowly turning fully into a fiery continent that was filled with the law of fire. Many possibilities lied in front of him as he sent a message to the spiritual world system. You can handle the farming of the new plants and designing architecture and layouts of these continents? Yes. Just let me know which style of architecture you wish for, as well as any ideas you have for recipe design and the building of new law spaces. Anything you need, I can handle. An extremely competent reply came from the system as Noah nodded, seeing that he had placed a significant amount of time on this particular task that an entire day had passed. He currently looked at the passing of days as extremely crucial, as his mind had calculations of what he could possibly achieve in a single day in terms of fate lines and chaos particles. If he was doing anything else and a day passed, it felt he missed out big in advancing his power forward. The upgrade of the spiritual world was more than worth it. As he left things in the hands of the spiritual world system and glanced towards the few beings he had in the spiritual world, there were a large majority of spiritual beasts populating the central landmass, with other CLU.S.Ters in the risen continents aside from the fiery ones. The current beasts were still major of the ice element. When he came to this thought process, he couldn't help but ask something that was on his mind. The beasts that were born in this spiritual land were always of the ice-type element. If the convergence of essence in the continent that is covered by the law of fire births new spiritual beasts, will they be of the fire element? Noah's mind was already thinking in this manner. Simply wanting a confirmation at this wondrous possibility, yes. When the Earth law space or fate law space or chaos law space are established in the future, beasts of those respective elements will also have probabilities of being born. A spectacular affirmation came as Noah shook his head at the wonders of the spiritual world, looking towards the harbingers and other beings that were looking at him with reverence and a tinge of fear. Some understood his power and knew him for a long time, others only heard stories as they now came face to face with him and looked at him in an entirely different manner. The beasts of the spiritual world, like Emperor Penguin, simply looked at his figure with shining eyes filled with strength and trust, making his heart settle with ease. As the more he rose in power, the more alone he felt. Even with the company of women like Adelaide and Barbados, he only had a chance to be around them briefly as he was constantly moving, his heart settling down when he was around them and had a chance to relax, but most of his time was divided into adventuring into new lands or facing powerful enemies, with him doing almost everything alone. It was a unique feeling that those on the path of power would occasionally find themselves in a position where they seemed to be forging ahead while others were just trying to keep up. It was the solitude one felt when they were in a position that others could not come close to. Even someone like Prince Cassius, who Noah could talk freely with in the past, he could not do so anymore. The moment the prince moved together with her aunt and saw the actual picture of Noah's true strength, a change occurred as he knew they weren't even remotely close to the same positions. Not looking at Noah the way he used to before, Noah sighed as he sent telepathic commands to the Emperor Penguin and Elena, as well as the other major figures that over the worlds he was connected to. As he cast one more skill before he disappeared from the skies of the spiritual world, he cast World Veil. That now applied to this unique treasure of his, letting it stay in this expanse of space for now as he prepared to come in contact with powerful laws. He would set no time for celebration or anything like that for this amazing upgrade that had turned the spiritual land into a spiritual world. Teleporting away from it as he appeared tens of thousands of miles away from the junction of the light expanse and the dark expanse, where he would leave the spiritual world briefly, letting those within cultivate as others could use the portals in the central landmass to head back to their respective worlds whenever they wished. His clone appeared far away in the void of vast space, feeling his eyes close as he enjoyed the weightlessness and power because of the Child of Space ability from the Lesser Cthulhu skill tree. He felt extremely safe and content when he floated in this dark expanse of space, his heart already looking forward to when he would soon upgrade the skill tree of the Lesser Cthulhu along with Fate's Guardian. If one could place the things he had to do on a plate in the form of food, they would overflow as there were truly too many of them. Skill trees, laws, celestials, infernals, ancients, the spiritual world. There were so many things that he wished his Bloodlord ability could grant him another clone for him to do all of them. His main body had been spending the last day with Athena as they continued their cultivation session that pushed Noah's fate lines from 26,000 over 27,000 in the span of a day, this being an amazing number in the eyes of the Celestials. But he planned to start a cultivation session now where he would condense double the amount of fate lines that he and Athena condensed in a day. In just the span of an hour, he looked forward to seeing the future results of obtaining close to 50,000 fate lines in the span of a day as he comfortably got in his seated position in the void of space he was in, clearing his mind as he initiated Fate's Disciple, first this time around, watching as a golden line of fate began falling down. His body pulsed as he shone gold and brought to surface the hidden fate lines already in his body, covering his surroundings with the aura of fate as he then slowly began also activating disciple of chaos, commanding just a few chaos particles to come to light as the golden aura of fate felt like it had found its biggest enemy, going forward and overpowered the few chaos particles as they were quickly wiped away and purified into nothingness. This reaction of purifying pure chaos elements was rewarded with multiple fate lines that then went on to descend and attach to his body, this session being one where he increased the number of fate lines while chaos particles stalled, his heart at peace as he repeated the process and began wildly burning his mana as it poured endlessly into two techniques which cultivated two supreme laws. Chapter 422 1 cultivates. One is showered with treasures. In the wide expanse of space, some stars shimmered brightly while others were dull. There were millions of these stars littered across this wide space as in a particular location, a being was floating peacefully in this terrifying void that many would not make as their home. There was a splendor of golden color as around this being, one could see numerous lines of fate descending down consistently, the truly observant ones being able to notice the formation of a few chaos particles that were quickly purified by the intense aura of fate that was in the surroundings. A calm expression was apparent on the being, Noah's ancient blood clone, as he continued to make rapid progress in the law of fate. And this time there were no limits, the process had already been going on for more than half a day, the area of space he was in being filled with an aurora of golden colors that spread throughout the blank void beautifully. In this span of half a day, he had already amassed more than 24,000 fate lines, obtaining the same amount of fate lines that he had spent the past weeks collecting after he first received the unique skill of Fate's Disciple. The number of fate lines he currently had was actually over 56,000 in total, his main body that was being spoiled with numerous materials and cores filled with the law of chaos adding on to the progression. His ancient blood clone continued the project of amassing fate lines as the plan was to complete a full day of cultivation before he moved on to do anything else. In the celestial realm, his main body was moving yet again through the fantastical and essence-filled forests of this expansive realm. He was accompanied by the valiant Athena to his side as the righteous fire exploration team he was a part of was moving again towards the direction where the elite chaos behemoths were located. After spending a significant amount of time freely purifying the chaos materials and absorbing cores in the celestial watchtower, the regiment of the Grandmaster was for them to head out once more to take down chaos behemoths. This would allow for a rapid increase in their fate lines while giving them battle experience and the consolidation of their power that was being forcefully raised up through treasures. With the abundant soul rank cores that Noah and Athena continued receiving, Noah did not doubt that the Celestials were confident in forcefully pushing the levels of the beings they knew to be of noble fates to the domain expansion realm soon enough. This was a type of treatment that would normally draw in jealousy, as even the powerful Baru felt the strength of Athena nearing his while Noah was not too far away. But these beings that were following the lessons of Celestials did not show any outward signs of discontentment as they even volunteered their own materials, attributing this all for the cause of reducing chaos and maintaining order. Roar! Yet another powerful elite chaos behemoth fell in the hands of the righteous fire team that was led by the returning Grandmaster Vridril, the beast holding enormous chaos essence slumping down unwillingly as the domain of fate that the Grandmaster released had only gotten stronger. This powerful Grandmaster was receiving a higher level of treatment than many others, his power also continuing to rise rapidly as he acted on a grand scale to influence the fates of beings in the light expanse. He was also the one that had initiated the campaign to allow the inhabitants of Light Expanse to enter the celestial realm, much of the influence obtained from this event also coming to him as his fate lines continued to increase. Grandmaster Vridril cut through the body of the Chaos Behemoth as he pulled out a shimmering dark chaos core, the powerful chaos essence sizzling as it floated a few inches from his hands. Zing! A golden glow shined out as the powerful domain rank core was cut into pieces, each of them floating towards an out-of-breath Athena and Noah that were leaning on each other's backs as they recovered their energy after the tough battle. They reached out to grab the pieces of chaos cores as the Grandmaster spoke. What we are currently doing can be considered violating the natural order, rapidly enhancing the rate at which you two increase your power. But the two of you are those with noble fates, having a big hand to play in the future which will go on to reduce an enormous amount of chaos. So the price we pay to achieve this is very small. His voice was filled with conviction as the two beings with noble fates looked at each other with determination. As they continued to train and move around each other, the junior brother and senior sister had gradually gotten closer, the impassive mask of Athena ever so slowly breaking down in front of Crixus as the battle-driven war princess was even leaning on the back of her junior brother to recuperate. Since we are raising your power speedily, your realm and handling of essence will be very rough once you reach the domain expansion realm. So for your next mission as you near this level is to handle an elite behemoth yourselves while I oversee things. Stern expressions covered Noah and Athena's faces as the members of the Righteous Fire exploration team also looked forward seriously. With the abundant treasures and cores that Noah and Athena continued to receive, they would undoubtedly be able to reach the next realm soon enough. With this knowledge, the Grandmaster wanted to use the opportunity to further stimulate their breakthrough as he wanted them to conduct a hunt against a behemoth by themselves. This will be one of the prices to pay for pushing your realm up so quickly, or we can at least stabilize your power as time goes on. Come, let us move on to the next one. The Celestial Grandmaster waved his hands righteously as he pushed the exploration team to continue. An amazing event currently playing out in the Celestial Realm. Those with noble fates had the full backing of this powerful organization, the abundant treasures they had collected over the years being something they could use to push the realm of whoever they wanted higher at a rapid rate. This time around, as the war approached, the Celestials were focusing their resources on beings with noble fates like Noah and Athena. With others holding the same title not appearing in front of them yet as they were under the leadership of other Grandmasters, aside from those with noble fates, Grandmasters with high comprehension in the law of fate were also favored as resources continued to be taken from the vaults of the Celestials and spent wildly, leaving no risk for the coming war as they prepared. Although just as quickly as they were depleting their treasure vaults, even more materials and cores were coming in from the half-tax imposed on all the beings they allowed to move in the Celestial Realm. Although unknown to the Celestials yet, a stable spatial connection was on the process of being established between the Celestial Realm and the Dark Expanse through the use of unique skills of certain beings from the powerful Scholars Guild as the side they were fighting on also began getting their hands on the share of resources. Chapter 423. A vast number of abilities. In the southern region of the Celestial Realm where behemoths proficient in the law of water resided, the powerful beings from the Scholars Guild had gathered into a nondescript area underground as they finalized their spatial connection and made sure that nothing was out of place. Agris, you are sure that even with the Celestials' method in the law of fate, they would not be able to discern what we are doing here? Malthus, the spatial magician from the Scholars Guild, asked Agris, the walking library, who was relaxing in the cold underground area without a worry. The relaxing Malthus replied while stretching his hands, his eyes gazing upon the structures that a few figures had already begun building in the wide space they were in. Just as the Celestials have their own mysterious abilities and means, increasing their power over the last 1,000 years, so have we. He spoke with a slightly passionate expression as he pushed the glasses on his face up, his hand reaching into his robe as he pulled out a dark pulsing object that caused the expression on Malthus to change. That is, the Chaos Wand. Sadly no, just an imitation of it. But this is more than enough for our uses to evade the eyes of the Celestials as we build a connection that will be able to stably transfer both materials and eventually beings to our nearby bases that aren't under the gazes of Celestials. Malthus's gaze was still on the glowing dark stick as he asked once more. Knowing full well the history of such an object that his partner held, what did you say to the elders for them to hand you a Chaos Wand, even if it is an imitation? His gaze was that of envy as he looked at this powerful weapon, Agris chuckling as he replied, the Scholars Guild is one that operates on knowledge and power. After those old wizards were hit with such losses from being utterly unprepared to counterattack the techniques of Celestials in the past war, they have been dutifully moving, this time associating too much with the Infernal Lords as they have been gaining large benefits in knowledge and items such as this. Argus revealed secretive information as Malthus nodded his head unwillingly inside. Knowing the treasure in his friend's hand was something extremely valuable, actually being the main thing that would render the eyes of the Celestials and their powerful techniques powerless in this region they were in, this was a weapon that was simply an imitation designed from the knowledge that the powerful Scholars Guild had been collecting since their defeat 1,000 years ago, working closely with the beings proficient in chaos, the Infernal Lords, to get to a new level of power that gave them a level of confidence against any future wars. This was the level of power of the Scholars Guild, one of the forces besides the vampire clans holding the alliance of the Dark Expanse together. Those that were knowledgeable called the powerful beings in the Scholars Guild magicians, some called them warlocks and witches, with others even calling them mages. But those truly knowing the truth behind the scenes would know them as those with blessed knowledge, beings that were extremely proficient in magic as they used powerful weapons to channel the universal laws to their will. This Chaos Wand that the walking library Argus held was one of these powerful weapons that was drenched in the law of chaos, granting a shade from the powerful skills under that the Celestials could use. Agris had a profound expression as he continued to reply to Malthus, there is a great deal of things in this wide galaxy of ours. And Celestials do not hold all of them. There is a vast abundance of abilities that even they do not know. What the old fogies at the top of our guild are trying to do now is prevent the further advancement of these celestials to the point that even with our knowledge, we will not be able to compete. Malthus nodded as his body glowed with a silver light, continuing to layer more and more runic signs onto a huge portal as he completed their project with ease. Our entrance into this celestial realm that I suspect to be near the center of our galaxy is one of them, with many other projects that even I do not know. What about the being moving with Elena, the one known as Noah Osmont? Malthus asked the walking library more questions as he wondered of the being they had knowledge to have entered the ranks of celestials as he slowly moved. Agris thought of this for a bit before he replied, he is just one of the cards that the vampires' clans are playing, with their aim being a special being that is locked within the 7th celestial star. But he is surprisingly rising fast within the ranks of celestials that now his name has even reached the fogies at the top of the Scholars Guild, working hard to discern how they can use him after he also made our entrance into the celestial realm even easier. A shocking reply came from the walking library as he talked about someone that not many beings fully understood yet. Agris had a careful expression as he continued, though I feel there is something else with him. Elena is too careful when it comes to any information about him, and she is the one that has direct contact with him. Oh? You think the silver beauty has fallen for the charms of this upcoming genius? Malthus asked with a smile as Agris continued to lazily stare at the completed connection in front of them. Who knows? She hasn't even been replying to my communications these past few days after letting me know she would be busy. Come on, let's focus on completing our work. We already have too many behemoth materials to transport. The beings of the dark expanse continued moving as more and more entered the celestial realm, beginning their own search and collection of the treasures in this wide realm as they also planned for the future. Within their discussions was a being they considered a minor figure, someone they knew to be called Noah Osmont and also had the secret identity as Crixus the Destroyer. Very few higher-ups in the vampire clans and the Scholars Guild knew of this information, but they simply placed this being a small piece to be played in the much grander puzzle that was chaotically moving all these years. Many of them were very wrong on exactly what level of a role this being would play in the months and years to come. Chapter 424, just a glimpse of true genius. Noah's ancient blood clone opened his crimson eyes in the void of space. His figure's devilishly handsome look being enhanced in this environment as he floated in darkness and had an aurora of golden-colored lights and fate lines all around him. His dark hair that had streaks of silver was growing ever so larger, nearing his shoulders once more as it shimmered with its own essence. He got up from his seated position in the void of space as he stopped burning enormous amounts of mana into Fate's disciple, and disciple of chaos, the overflowing golden color brought about by the lines of fate beginning to die down as he finished the second cultivation session while using the method that was unique only to him. After half a day, he had added another 24,000 fate lines as he brought his full amount to just over 81,000. This number already neared those who would cultivate for years, and he has achieved it in the span of a day. At this moment in time, his fate lines were leading once more as the chaos particles remained at around 50,000. His next cultivation session would be to burn fate lines and increase the chaos particles as he expected them to break over the 100,000 milestone. Breaking the 100,000 milestone would allow one to begin using fate lines and chaos particles in a new way, granting them the ability to release pure fate and chaos energy in their attacks that were even deadlier to the opposing element. The War Princess Athena would soon break past this point. But Noah would not be far behind as he would soon even surpass her at a rate that would shock them if they knew. Noah's goal was to still appear as a genius in the eyes of the Celestials, and he would expose this genius some more over the next few days as he slowly revealed his rapidly increasing fate lines at a rate that would make them think he was a terrifying genius, yet not treat him like an anomaly to be researched. But whatever he showed them would simply be just a glimpse of what he could truly do. His expression was determined as he glanced around the void of space around him, the golden light having died down majorly as things went back to normal. His figure turned into particles of light as he disappeared from the location and returned to the spiritual world. He appeared above this massive and fantasy-like treasure that looked like a huge landmass which was connected to 4 shimmering floating continental landmasses as he took in the magnificence before his energy began to flow over, activating the size regulation feature of the spiritual world as then enormous star-sized treasure began shrinking rapidly, a rumble. The essence required to use features like size regulation were increased by an enormous amount as the tier of the spiritual world increased, but this meant nothing to Noah as the large treasure continued to shrink in his eyes until it was a few inches, his mind never being able to understand how the spatial mysteries worked with this feature that effectively meant he could have an entire world be the size of his thumb. Yet when he entered it, it would still seem like a massive world in his eyes. It was a scene of fantasy that made one suspend their beliefs and simply enjoy the brilliance of such a treasure. The spiritual world was then anchored to his body as he disappeared from the junction of light and dark expanse, returning to the ancient pedestal below the volcanic mountain as the next plans were to let the powerful beasts and Elena return to their exploration of the celestial realm as they increased their power, the fire origin cores and powerful abilities from the inheritance of the disciple of fire being put to full use as they continued their advancement. Elena's figure appeared in the lava-filled space as she looked towards Noah with an expression of infatuation. The Emperor Penguin and others also appearing as their forces prepared to move out. Master, the forces of the dark expanse were successful in setting up a spatial connection, and they should be able to freely collect the treasures of this realm as they increase their power as well. Elena sent a telepathic message towards Noah as his eyes seemed to be asking for praise as she continued to reveal secrets about the forces that still thought she had her allegiance with. Noah nodded towards the curvaceous woman as he patted her head full of silver hair, an expression of happiness spreading out as Noah talked while glancing at all of them. Be careful as you move, and if you run into any elite behemoths, call me right away. His forces nodded with seriousness as they began to move out, their bodies equipped with powerful bloodstained infernal sets from the materials of millions of infernals that Noah had hunted while he was bringing the percentage of infernal lord to 100%. He had saved an enormous amount of the bodies of infernals as he left the job of crafting them to the spiritual world system over the last day, many of his forces being armed with the powerful items that protected them against flame behemoths. A few of them were even wearing completed incandescent flameborn sets, 2 more sets being able to be completed as Noah used the material that his main body had received as well as behemoths that Elena and the others had hunted. Their bodies shone with strength and power as he expected them to be able to handle normal fire behemoths with ease, and this was especially so for the Emperor Penguin and Elena that held the incandescent flameborn sets. His clone had yet to begin crafting the materials of elite chaos behemoths that he was slowly collecting, his heart set on collecting all materials and completing a full set instantly sometime soon. As for the next task of the clone, it was to oversee the upgrade of another skill tree as his main body continued to use it while fighting alongside Celestials. The powerful skill tree that was Fate's Guardian, being the next one that was ready to be upgraded. The clone glanced at the panel that showed the information of the possible advancement paths as he began choosing which of the many void rank skills he had obtained as loot to sacrifice. Fate's Guardian, 45 of 45, as a beginner just learning the workings of fate, the role of a guardian that protects the weak and eviscerates evil is given to you. Abilities include Empyrean Guards, May 5th, Empyrean Armament, 5 out of 5, Smite of Liberation, May 5th, and Judgment, May 5th. 2 skill trees for evolution are possible once sufficient points and a base requirement of 2 equivalent level sacrificial skills are reached. Devout Follower, a follower on the path of fate, grants the user protective abilities that will enhance their power and those around them. Unruly Guider, a path of one that questions and forms their own rules, using immense offensive power to guide lost beings. The 2 choices of advancement for Fate's Guardian was either Devout Follower or Unruly Guider. The impassive gaze of the clone already knew the choice he would make as unimportant skills were sacrificed. A light of brilliance shining out as a tinge of gold covered the blue stat panel, another skill tree advancing silently. Chapter 425 Unruly Guider. The eyes of the ancient blood clone shone with splendor as he watched one skill pathway disappear and another one fully settle in under Fate's Guardian. The one to disappear was Devout Follower, with the one he chose being Unruly Guider. The stat panel shown as new words and abilities were shown to Noah's eyes, the skill tree going on to add 4 new abilities as he glanced at their descriptions. Soul, Fate's Guardian, 45 of 45, as a beginner just learning the workings of fate, the role of a guardian that protects the weak and eviscerates evil is given to you. Abilities include Empyrean Guards, May 5th, Empyrean Armament, 5 out of 5, Smite of Liberation, May 5th, and Judgment, May 5th. Unruly Guider, 0/60, a path of one that questions and forms their own rules, using immense offensive power to guide lost beings. Additional abilities include Empyrean Ruler, 0/5, Liberator, 0/5, Fate Stealer, 0/5, Golden Guider, 0/5. A new set of abilities were shown strongly on the skill tree of Fate's Guardian. Noah glanced over at the skills as he began putting in skill points right away, wanting to see the full uncovered potential of these abilities right away. Empyrean Ruler, May 5th, the number of Empyrean Guards that the Unruly Guider can summon is increased to 12, Liberator, 5 out of 5, the Blades of Liberation feel the strong will of the Unruly Guider, gaining their own will as they stay alongside you to bring judgment to your enemies. 180% physical damage, 180% soul damage, and 180% attack speed to the Sword of Liberation ability, Fate Stealer, 5 out of 5, a support ability that is only activated when an enemy that is proficient in the workings of fate stands against the unruly guider and faces their death. 12% of the fate essence that they have collected over the years will be absorbed by the guider, golden guider, 5/5. All the beings that are following the rule of the unruly guider are blessed with his source of strength as a portion of the user's aura of fate surrounds them. To those classified as subordinates of the unruly guider, 120% physical, soul, and elemental damage, 120% cast and attack speed, 120% all element resistance, 120% defense. Clear and crisp descriptions that made Noah's eyes shine were laid out in front of him, a spectacular set of abilities being added to his arsenal as he went through them slowly. Empyrean Ruler and Liberator were geared towards strengthening the skills under Fate's Guardian, with Fate Stealer being something unique that would most likely allow him to increase his percentage in the Law of Fate faster if he took down beings also proficient in it. The last skill, Golden Guider, was a particularly interesting one, as it actually granted fairly huge boosts to those following him. He didn't have even a slight worry of the mention that a portion of his fate would surround them, as he had long since used the abilities of when he first received them to hide his own fate, the worlds he was connected to, and all the beings around him. This absolute skill was just another one of the skills that Noah had active at all times, which continued to suck mana to remain this way, but it gave him boundless benefits of moving covertly with his forces while holding no worries, even if a Celestial were to be standing right next to someone like the Emperor Penguin and glance at his fate, all they would see would be a normal fate of a unique beast that had the bloodline of a vampire. So Noah himself held no worries, with the only thing he wondered being exactly what classifications there were on who was considered his subordinate. As his thoughts wandered, in another location in the celestial realm, the Order of Blood with Elena at the lead had already found and were hunting another fire behemoth when they felt an ecstatic feeling of strength wrap around their bodies silently. The first one to notice things was the Kraken, as it had cast its Sea-Ray ability and was releasing powerful destructive rays of light from its reddened eyes when it suddenly noticed its output increase instantly, the rays doubling in size as they shot forth with even more vigor, and it also discerned a golden aura now moving along with these destructive rays as they actually pierced the hide of the fire behemoth they were fighting and caused it to release a pain scream. ROAR, the surroundings shook as the skill of the Kraken was the first one to hit the beast the moment after Noah obtained the Golden Guider skill and placed 5 skill points into it. The ability had turned especially deadly as it now carried Noah's aura of fate, which provided the abstruse soul damage that very few could defend against. The others very quickly noticed the changes as they felt their bodies to be lighter and faster, using their essence to check their bodies as they felt the appearance of a warm and powerful aura enveloping them. Master, a progenitor. The Emperor Penguin was the first to attribute the change to the only person responsible, with Elena hugging her body tightly as she felt the warm aura surround her and enhance her strength. Ra! Ra! RAA, the Emperor Penguin waved its flippers as it released numerous spatial blades. This time they were covered with a tinge of a golden aura that went on to pierce through the defenses of the fire behemoth easier as it let out another pained roar from the soul damage that came with it. This stupendous situation was occurring in multiple places, as those who were labeled as Noah's subordinates were truly too numerous to even count. In the spiritual world, those remaining in the time-space to max the proficiencies of their skill trees felt this powerful aura wrap around them. Those in the first infernal realm of hell like the young dragon Draco felt their bodies gain a power that allowed them to take down the infernals with even greater ease. Going even further, in a random created dungeon in Noah's home world where a rank B hunter had recklessly dived into a dungeon by himself and was about to die, his body felt an abundance of strength as his low-ranking iron blade gained a tinge of a red aura that went on to actually defend against the blow of the troll in front of him. His gaze looking at his sword in shock as he then moved at a speed he had never moved before and slashed towards the beast. The weak iron blade cut through the defenses of the troll like nothing as the hunter that had overestimated his abilities and was about to lose his life looked around in shock, not understanding what was happening as a unique thought passed through his mind. Was I actually born with an unknown power and am meant for great things? To go even further, a man that had just become a father was playing with his child who could barely form words yet in a small city in the United Federation of Noah's home world. Say papa, my little boy. The father was cradling the boy in his arms with his face full of joy, the child amused by the expressions as random sounds left its mouth. Deida, the joy on the father's face only increased as He repeated his words, and it was this time that the unique energy of the golden guider wrapped around the both of them. "Say, Papa." The words of the young father stopped midway as he felt the foreign energy. His joyful expression that was observing his child seeing it adopt a never-before-seen serious expression as a word actually came out of the child's mouth. "Papa." Numerous situations like these continued to play out across an expansive array of places as the golden guider skill that granted boosts to the beings considered to be Noah's subordinates were shockingly applied to every single being on the many planets he was connected to. Chapter 426, Crixus shows off. A unique phenomenon spread out across a few stars as the beings within unexpectedly came in contact with something the vast majority of them would have never had the chance to even glimpse nor understand. A distinct aura of fate wrapped around them as they felt their bodies strengthened and reinforced, those that were actively dungeon diving or fighting seeing this strength increase firsthand. Because of this, shockingly something that was a norm on Prime worlds was occurring throughout the planets that Noah was connected to. This phenomenon was the one where a vast majority of the beings on Prime worlds would be considered awakened individuals in the terms of the planetary system. Where a vast majority of beings on Prime world would have a tinge of essence running throughout their bodies that granted them a longer lifespan and the possibility of getting stronger in the future. This was only possible because of the powerful atmospheric essence that was abundant in Prime worlds, making most of the beings in it be considered awakened. Such a phenomenon was actually occurring right now in the numerous planets that Noah was connected to, where those that could be considered normal beings were slowly awakening because of the powerful energy of fate that wrapped around them. In a small apartment located at the banks of the cities in the Blessed Empire, a young man was watching the TV with shining eyes as he saw the scene of rank S hunters valiantly fighting against each other in the Colosseum. A thought was running through his mind as he looked at this scene longingly. When would I be able to cast a skill or do anything remotely as powerful as them? It was the thoughts and gazes of longing that many felt when they watched their phones and TVs while observing powerful hunters obtain riches beyond their wildest dreams. This young man had the same, but he shook his head as he placed his focus back on the TV, when he suddenly felt a unique energy wrapping around his body, this energy going on to unlock something within him as it directly made him awaken, his shocked eyes finding themselves watching a materializing blue stat panel in front of his eyes thereafter. Shocking scenes like these continued to occur wide and far as a spectacular phenomenon continued across the few connected worlds, bringing immense joy to unsuspecting beings as this was only the beginning of it all. Noah himself had no knowledge of this yet, until a few seconds later he heard the words of the planetary system ring in his mind. That golden guider ability is more ridiculous than you expected it to be. Noah, who had already begun moving forward to another task, heard the occurrences around the planets he was connected to as he glanced at the description of this skill in shock. Those considered his subordinates were simply too many, right? Realizing the extent that the effects of this golden guider traveled, a variety of thoughts passed through his mind as the planetary system affirmed and voiced out his thoughts. If there are other guider type abilities in the future skill trees, the effects are bound to be something unique. A shocking thought passed through the mind of one being in the planetary systems of a few worlds as countless possibilities lay for the future. Noah shook his head at this ridiculous boost that almost every being on these stars had received and what it could mean for the future. His main body that was moving with the Righteous Fire Exploration Team and Grandmaster Vredril continuing to move as they had located yet another Chaos Behemoth. He would observe the full effects of the golden guider ability later as he focused on what he was about to do currently in front of these celestials. After the upgrade of the Fate's Guardian skill tree that granted him the advancement of Unruly Guider, he planned to show off some of his genius in the next hunt for the Chaos Behemoth. Grandmaster Vredril was slowly pulling back in the fights more and more to have Noah and Athena work together with the Righteous Fire Exploration Team to stand against these elite behemoths. Their bodies that continued to receive numerous origin cores of behemoths and their materials making them near the peak of the soul rank in just a matter of days. The hand of the Grandmaster moving in front of them came up as they received the signal to stop, his voice ringing out thereafter. A fairly average elite Chaos Behemoth lies in front of us. Crixus and Athena will lead the charge, with the rest of you backing them up. I will jump in if any life-threatening situations occur. The calm voice of the Grandmaster allowed them to nod with serious faces as the War Princess and the Destroyer took the lead, their bodies beginning to light up as they cast Empyrean Guards and Empyrean Armament. Roar. Their use of these skills caught the attention of the Chaos Behemoth as the earth below them began to tremble, the mountainous beast most likely reaching their positions in a matter of seconds. For Empyrean Guards appeared around Athena as they soon turned into streaks of light and gave her the usual golden armor and two golden hammers with shining light wings. Around Noah, a similar scene repeated, but the summoned Empyrean Guards did not stop at 4. or the normal 6 that the Celestials had seen him use before. With the addition of Empyrean Ruler from the Unruly Guider skill tree, he could summon an additional 12 Empyrean guards. What exactly would come out of him absorbing this many Empyrean guards? Grandmaster Vredrel watched carefully as his eyes began to shine an intense light, watching the appearance of exactly 12 Empyrean guards around Crixus before they all turned into streaks of light and rushed to attach to his body. A blinding light shot out as a brand new transformation came from doubling the amount of Empyrean guards. Noah not even using the extra 6 that he could, as he only portrayed 12 overall to the Celestials around him. Roar! The Chaos Behemoth broke through the resplendent foliage of the celestial realm as the blinding light that was Noah moved to clash with it first, his spectacular adorned figure finally appearing in front of the eyes of the Grandmaster, Athena, and the members of the Righteous Fire Exploration team as they stood with agape expressions, Noah himself clashing with the Chaos Behemoth head-on. Boom. Chapter 427, shimmering with splendor. Boom. The impact sent shockwaves of chaos and fate elements as Noah's figure was pushed back slightly, the Chaos Behemoth being stopped in place as in a particular portion on its body, a burning mark was left behind, the strong aura of fate burning into its touch skin as the beast stared at the party of Celestials. In front of Noah's eyes, a crystal clear name floated atop it, Chaotic Zygosaurus. This Chaos Behemoth held qualities reminiscent of ancient carnivorous dinosaurs, standing powerfully on 4 legs as it had a huge extended jaw and dark scaled skin, towering over 60 meters, yet this huge beast's onslaught was brought to a halt from a soul-forging realm being as his new form made itself clear for all to see. In his left hand, a huge pristine white tower shield protected his body entirely. His right hand holding a weapon that could closely be described as a flail. The flail hung on a clear white chain as it had golden spear protrusions that shimmered dangerously. His body was wrapped around tightly with a golden robe that pulsed with power. One barely being able to discern a passive golden barrier of light being given off by this robe. To his back were spectacularly erupting white feathered wings, but what was more shocking were the 3 objects rotating in a circular motion behind him. Similar to the hammers that Athena was currently wielding, 3 resplendent golden hammers were rotating in a circular motion behind Noah's back as they pulsed with power. The scintillating of fate lines visibly showed on his body as the Celestials watching were able to count more than 40,000. WAA, an air of regality spread out as Noah breathed out, wielding the golden flail in his hands as his entire figure released waves of golden essence. The 3 golden hammers that rotated behind him also vibrated as they shot out, moving as if they were extra hands while they targeted the enemy. A genius indeed, Grandmaster Vredrel howled by the side as the rest of the watching members were returned to attention. The War Princess Athena looking towards Noah with sharp eyes as the junior brother of hers had inadvertently had another breakthrough and even unlocked another way to uniquely use the techniques of Fate's guardian. Noah was not done as he pointed the golden flail forward, the Chaotic Zygosaurus, gritting its teeth threateningly as he cast another skill, the clouds in the skies being split apart as 5 large blades of liberation descended down. Noah himself moved as he was joined by Athena and Baro, the other members sniping the beast from a far distance as a battle without the help of the Grandmaster against a domain expansion realm Chaos Behemoth began. Boom. 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 The blade of liberation smashed towards the beast as it dodged and absorbed some of the attacks, the watching Grandmaster and the fighting members of the Righteous Fire Exploration team being surprised yet again when the normal scene of these blades of liberation disappearing into particles of light did not happen, and instead, they strongly remained in the air and began moving on their own again, chasing the Chaos Behemoth down as it was cornered in all directions. The Grandmaster looked at this with a quizzical tone as this scene even left him too curious to understand exactly how this genius did it. The blades of liberation that now moved with autonomy under the effect of the new Liberator ability had increased damage and speed as they weaved across the field of battle and kept the Chaos Beast fully occupied. The other members of the Righteous Fire Exploration team being given a breather of moving around and dodging the terrifying attacks that the beast released. Huge golden blades chased it down on all sides, powerful golden hammers that were palpating with the aura of fate rotated around him to protect him and also move on their own to dish out even more damage. Watch out, the warning came from Athena as her unique power told her a huge skill was coming. The ferocious chaos beast in front of released a dark wave of power as it cast its domain of chaos. A golden wave released from the Grandmaster as he pushed back the domain with his own domain of fate, the two cancelling each other as the battle continued with the beast slowly gaining more injuries as 5 huge blades of liberation sneaked in attacks at all times, while Noah himself moved with his powerful flail to land attacks and then defend with the huge tower shield. The beast swiped its claw forward. When this was paired up with Athena's directions, The Righteous Fire exploration team was actually handling an elite behemoth by themselves under the watch of the Grandmaster. Neither of them at the domain expansion realm as they battled a beast that was, RIR. The battle would go on to continue for another half an hour as the defenses of the Chaos Beast were slowly ground down, this time around Noah and Athena stably leading the pace of the battle as even Bara was left behind in how much damage was dealt. The three hammers floating around Noah as well as the blades of liberation that seemed to have their own wills dealt even more damage over the course of the battle, the Chaos Behemoth not being able to handle the onslaught of attacks on all sides. A wide smile was apparent on the face of the Grandmaster as his thoughts were affirmed. This was why they used so many treasures to train those with noble fates. Their power simply could not be compared as they came with their own genius that could surprise the most powerful veterans. He looked forward to when these two beings would soon break into the domain expansion realm, their rapid rise in ranks that should have been causing them slight destabilization in their essence being solved very quickly as they continued to battle powerful elite behemoths to get their power under control. Grandmaster Vredrel planned to ask for even more materials for these wonderful disciples of his, which would shockingly soon be able to get a similar title as him at the rate they kept going. Athena was infinitely close as her fate lines were about to spill over 100-0-0, the barrier that anyone that passed would be granted the title of Grandmaster, Grandmaster Athena and Grandmaster Crixus. That doesn't sound so bad at all, the Grandmaster thought wildly as he could tell. With figures like these on the rise, the future of the Celestials was one that would be filled with splendor. Chapter 428 Fame. Among the networks of the Celestials moving in the celestial realm, two names had begun popping up and shining with vigor as the days passed. The normal and elite exploration teams had been passing around the names of the two newly arriving Celestials with noble fates that were rising rapidly through the ranks, their names now being placed in the same places as renowned Celestials that were moving in elite teams. They aren't the only ones with noble fates though. There are others that shine even brighter like Grandmaster Xander and Grandmaster Lila. Two normal teams were enjoying a feast of simmering behemoth meat as they talked within the special locations that were exclusive to Celestials in the Sanctum. The beings they mentioned as Grandmasters were not some old fogies that had been living for thousands of years, but young and upcoming Celestials that had passed the point of 100,000 fate lines and obtained the title of Grandmaster. They were beings that were similar to Noah and Athena, holding the title of those with noble fates. Well, I know we place a lot of importance on those with noble fates, but what about the three-eyed fate child and Grandmaster Light? They don't hold such titles. But because they are unique existences in our galaxy, they hold tremendous power. A burly Celestial took a large bite of the glistening meat that shone with essence as he spoke out, the topic of conversation not disparaging any of the powerful beings they were talking about, where they were simply sharing their opinions on who else was out there. This was the atmosphere of Celestials, who were under the doctrines of maintaining order and balance, and thus were happy as long as powerful. Figures were growing in ranks to be able to better reduce the ever-so-increasing chaos. The two other beings they mentioned as the three-eyed fate child and Grandmaster Light were not those holding powerful titles, but simply beings born in unique environments which gave them innate strength that was one of a kind in the light expanse. The three-eyed fate child was the last of its species, a being that was found by a roving Grandmaster in an uninhabitable planet that was filled with destructive storms. This three-eyed fate child had been able to survive alone in this star for years before the Grandmaster found him, his unique three eyes giving him immense talent in the supreme law of fate and the supreme law of time-space. This gave birth to a being that was proficient in two supreme laws. The other was a Celestial known as Grandmaster Light, a being that was born on a planet made of light. This planet going on to shatter the moment that Grandmaster Light was born. She was an existence that held a unique composition, with much of her body being made up of particles of light. There were rumors that only her heart was the same as everyone else, possibly being her only weakness as well. As she was a being of the light element, she had been able to cultivate the supreme law of light and supreme law of fate with ease as she moved through the ranks of Celestials over the years. Now, each of these figures were moving on their own elite teams as they sought to increase their power and be the ones that brought down the most order and balance. Our organization is extremely united. But I feel like there will be some rifts and competitiveness soon as the number of beings with powerful talents appear. We have large amounts of treasures, but is it enough to raise multiple beings with noble fates and even special existences to the peak levels of power before the next war begins? A low voice erupted from the corner of the table, a fairly intelligent robed Celestial speaking out as he caused a silence to descend onto the area, those that heard his words being made to think. The words of this wondering Celestial were actually fairly spot on though, as when the moment that Grandmaster Vredrel applied for more materials and cores for the powerful students under him that he knew to be showing immense promise. He was soon faced with an awkward situation where he was told to wait, as much of the other resources were already diverted to other beings holding titles of those with noble fates or special existences. This caused the Grandmaster a bit of unhappiness, as he knew that the disciples he had were extremely talented, knowing they would be able to bring them the most help when standing against the coming chaos in the future. Grandmaster Vredrel had thought about this issue as he went ahead and contacted his connections in the Sanctum and the seventh celestial star, letting his thoughts be known similarly to when he brought forth the idea of influencing the beings of the light expanse more by letting them into the celestial realm. Because of his recent contributions, his words held a significant influence and value, as even though he did not stand near those that would be considered at the top of power when observing the large scale of the celestials, his influence was still wide as he helped oversee a significant portion of the light expanse with other grandmasters in the seventh celestial star. He had sacrificed his rise in power in the past as he chose to leave the celestial realm and take part in the overseeing mission of the light expanse, where the friends he knew and had in the past who had remained in the celestial realm were powerful grandmasters that had already entered the world rank, with some of them even having the task of looking after special existences or those with noble fates. His influence over some of the regions in the light expanse allowed him to easily amass hundreds of thousands of fate lines even while he wasn't actively hunting chaos behemoths as the other grandmasters over the years. Thus, his words were taken seriously as the names Crixus and Athena were brought forward to the upper echelons of power of the Celestials, these two beings being put on the list among the brilliantly shining Celestials that were being groomed with the most resources for the war to come. But this brought the problem where the exceptional Celestials were too many, with the materials and treasures needing to be spent very carefully, as they were only focused on to beings that had the ultimate potential to create powerhouses that could sway the direction of the war in the future. So how would those that were truly deserving and with most potential be chosen among the geniuses in their organization as they neared the precipice of a war? This question would bring forth a spectacular event in the near future, an event that would be a show for the ages. Chapter 429, Shooting Past the 100,000 Barrier. Grandmaster Vredrel glanced at Crixus and Athena as he had a carefully pondering expression on his face, turning to the disciples who had just taken down another chaos behemoth and were steadily purifying the domain realm origin core before they began absorbing its powerful essence for themselves. He knew that the forced increase in the realms of these beings was not necessarily the best, but their bodies seemed to be able to particularly handle this ordeal as they continued battling with the powerful behemoths. He expected these two students to soon enter the domain expansion realm themselves, but this was where hardship would begin, as treasures to push the power of those at this realm were exceedingly rare, causing the situation that had occurred when he requested more resources and actually could not be provided with any. A solution was underway, but his students would have to work hard to get through an ordeal before they could continue advancing at such a rapid pace again. His heart was at peace as he thought about the other beings considered special existences and those with noble fates. He truly believed in his heart that Crixus and Athena had the most potential and stood above them all. Now, the only thing for them to do was to show this to the higher echelons. As events continued to be propelled forward around his main body, Noah's clone was the one being the most productive these past few days. His main body continued to move with the Righteous Fire exploration team as they went deeper in the northern region of the celestial realm, coming face to face with powerful domain expansion realm chaos behemoths. Since they were at the domain rank, each time they faced a behemoth, the Grandmaster had to be present to cancel the powerful domain they could cast. Otherwise, Noah and the others would fall into a domain of chaos as the fate energy in their bodies became restricted, eventually falling into the deadly hands of the beasts. Though at the rate they were going, Noah knew he and Athena would reach the domain expansion realm soon enough and be able to provide their own domains. A majority of the materials and cores from the defeated behemoths continued to be distributed to him and Athena, their titles continuing to benefit them greatly, even though he knew a limit for the benefits of these titles was soon coming. As for what would happen after that, he would take it as it came, while his main body continued to build up his rank and get used to the spectacular new abilities of the next stage of Fate's Guardian. The path of the unruly guider, his clone had been using the dual cultivation method the past 2 days to break past the barriers of 100,000 in both the supreme laws of fate and chaos. Noah had noticed that ever since the initiation of the golden guider ability that influenced the beings in the world he was connected to even more closely, he had become able to gain more and more fate lines at a rapid rate. The effects of golden guider did not just extend to increasing the power of the multitude of beings he was connected to, but it went even further to increase the rate he improved in the law of fate as his influence over these many beings increased by a huge factor. This effect was slowly causing a trickle of fate lines to converge towards him constantly, with him believing that it would gradually even increase over time as the beings he affected increased their strength and propagated throughout the worlds in the future. This boost of fate lines from multiple sources and the dual cultivation method allowed for him to break through the barrier of 100,000 milestone with ease. 100,000, the benchmark that marked a celestial as a grandmaster, and the place, which allowed him to see a 1% next to the laws of chaos and fate on his stat panel. His chaos particles were hanging slightly over 104,000, with his fate lines shooting further ahead as even though he divided his time equally in increasing both the laws. He was originally ahead with fate lines by almost 30,000 and now gained a greater amount because of the effects of Golden Guider, which put his total number currently at 130,000 fate lines. Such a number could only be achieved by tens if not hundreds of years by heavily dedicated practicing celestials, and he had gotten it done in a few days while also keeping himself busy with other tasks. His forces had entered a period of rapid strengthening because of the boost of Golden Guider, the addition of the aura of fate on their bodies granting them a level of damage that decimated their enemies. Even Noah himself thought he was still underestimating the effects of the Guider skill, as it seemed like the stage of strength of many beings across the worlds he was connected to were being boosted to a whole other level. In the spiritual world, the beasts were moving with vigor as they enjoyed the resplendent farmlands across the continental landmasses, many of the spiritual world beasts leading lives of luxury as they cultivated and enjoyed essence-filled fruits and medicinal herbs. The paradisiacal-looking spiritual world that had 4 floating continents on top of the enormous central one was an environment that even the richest kings would not be able to come across, the levels of atmospheric essence in this world being off the charts. This wasn't to even mention one of the continents now being fully changed to a land of fire, coagulation of fire elements being abundant as it was fully turned into a fire law space. This allowed for the birth of new spiritual world beasts that were not of the water element, the advent of fiery beasts coming to be in the expansive spiritual world. There always seemed to be new and exciting things to observe in this spiritual world as Noah unlocked more and more of its secrets. There was also the recently unlocked plants which granted boosts to the law of fire and the law of water being already planted in the time-space of the spiritual world, Noah moving to use his budding farmer's skill as he reduced the growth and maturing rate of the plants by a large margin, expecting them to be ready for consumption in a matter of weeks and not years, on the side of the blacksmith's forge. He had already collected more than enough chaos materials, being able to craft a full set item from the chaos element. He planned to craft a full one sometime later, and for now, he was going to upgrade a skill tree he looked forward to seeing the next stage of for a while. That's right, the Lesser Cthulhu skill tree was ready for an advancement to the next stage, the ability that made it possible for him to gain the qualification of an infernal lord in the beginning. The one that seemed to be surrounded by mysteries and advancements were slowly opening themselves up in front of his eyes. Chapter 430, Kin of Terror. Bold, Noah's clone was currently in a random location in the void of space. His gaze looking over the stat panel that showed 2 possibilities of where he could take the Lesser Cthulhu skill tree: Amorphous Space Beast, 1515, Abilities Spatial Cage, May 5th, Destabilize, May 5th, Shattered Star, May 5th, and Miniature Space, May 5th. Lesser Cthulhu, 45/45, Additional Abilities Morph, May 5th, Child of Space, May 5th, Portals of Terror, May 5th, and Sever, May 5th. 2 skill trees for evolution are possible once sufficient points and a base requirement of 2 equivalent level sacrificial skills are reached. Void Colossus, a pathway geared towards enhancing the control of space, granting a form deserving of the name. Kin of Terror, a fledgling of a powerful existence with unique traits. Its true value lies in its future possibilities. 2 possibilities lied in front of his eyes as he read over them carefully, understanding that his choices would determine whether he reached a stage of something he had gained an insignificant amount of knowledge about so far. The pathway of Void Colossus seemed to provide more battle power, especially the mention of having a form deserving of the name. The Kin of Terror pathway was worded similarly to the upgrade of the Blood Lord that led to the Kin of Ancients, making Noah lean more towards this choice. Along with the glaring shining words that read Terror, he chose the Kin of Terror pathway right away as the words in the stat panel shown. An additional set of abilities being added. He briefly glanced over them with shining eyes before he placed all the skill points into the abilities, wanting to see their most powerful versions right away. Soul, Amorphous Space Beast, 1515, Abilities Spatial Cage, 5 out of 5, Destabilize, May 5th, Shattered Star, May 5th, and Miniature Space, May 5th. Lesser Cthulhu, 45/45, Additional Abilities Morph, 5/5, Child of Space, May 5th, Portals of Terror, May 5th, and Sever, May 5th. Kin of Terror, 60/60ths, additional abilities Ether Reinforcement, May 5th, Multiplicative Ray Support, May 5th, Triple on Cast Support, May 5th, Lunacy Inducement, May 5th, Ether Reinforcement, May 5th. All of the abilities preceding and following the Kin of Terror skill tree will be reinforced by the power of Ether passively. 300% Ether damage, 100% Ether penetration, 60% Fate and Chaos damage reduction, multiplicative ray support, 5/5, laser-based abilities similar to Sever will be further enhanced, the released rays of Ether increasing to 6 as their power is tripled, triple on cast support, May 5th. The Portals of Terror ability is further enhanced, where there is an 80% chance to triple the appearance of Portals of Terror on cast, bringing the possible maximum cast portals to 54, Lunacy. Inducement, May 5th, those with weak minds cannot stand against the Kin of Terror. Lunacy Inducement allows for the user to bring their enemies into a negative mental state as they are slowly left defenseless. The effectiveness of this ability depends on the soul strength of the target as well as the user. The additional abilities under the Lesser Cthulhu skill tree were proudly showing themselves in front of Noah as he read them over a few times. There were a few differences compared to previous additional skills, as two of the new ones were called support skills that simply enhanced the previous skills to an insane degree. Multiplicative Ray Support and Triple of Cast Support effectively made the Sever and Portals of Terror abilities nonsensical at this moment, even Noah himself not being able to understand the extent until he tested them out himself. Even without having tested them though, their usability already seemed ridiculous. He wiped non-existent sweat off his forehead as he thought about any pitiful enemies that would have to face such terrifyingly enhanced abilities. Ether Reinforcement was straightforward, and the only one that would need more time and a closer look in was the Lunacy Inducement ability, which seemed to have its own terrific uses. He wanted to test these abilities right away, and would very likely have the chance to in the next task that he had the clone lined up to do, the Ancient Blood. Clone that was still floating peacefully in the void of space got ready as his body rippled with power. For his next task, it was considered something bold, as while his main body continued to move through the ranks of Celestials and got stronger in the celestial realm. The clone's task was to increase the number of connected worlds amidst the training of skills and amassing of chaos particles and fate lines. It was a very busy and non-stop past few days for his clone, but not even an ounce of tiredness could be felt as he always looked forward to the next steps, for the first world in mind. And this was also the reason why he called the next set of events bold. It was to form a connection with the Magus world that he had personally taken the lives of its strongest forces, this world now currently having celestial disciples moving within. As from the words of Grandmaster Vredril, it was being used as a place for them to hone their skills in fate while influencing the lives of the beings in it. This meant that in the Magus world, there was a high chance of there being a Grandmaster that was overseeing the operations for the world that had the massacre of its strongest forces broadcasted, and his plans of forming a connection with the world would undoubtedly cause him to come in contact with whatever force the Celestials had stationed there. Thus, he would have to move covertly in order to establish the connection, clear out any Celestials he found there, and then do something even crazier, as his teleportation currently was leading him towards his homeworld, where he would be picking up something the Celestials called a cursed treasure, something that they used as the reason to destroy an entire world. He considered this next venture bold, as he would ultimately be pulling off a disappearing act for an entire prime world by the end of it. Chapter 431 World Engine. Noah's ancient blood clone appeared serenely back in his homeworld, above the wide blue seas, as he took a deep breath and glanced towards his surroundings. He took in the calmness as his body began descending down into the sea, moving at such a speed that in only a matter of seconds, he could already see the shining lights of an underwater continent that was the new Atlantis. He observed the unique futuristic mixture of magic and technology that the Atlanteans and Merfolk showed, the appeal of such structures returning to him as he made a mental note to have an entire area in the spiritual world built similarly. His presence was already sensed the moment he neared the underwater continent. The being that he had sent a telepathic message some time ago already floating in the lit-up sea with a party of Atlanteans and Merfolk to welcome him. "Oh great benefactor, we have everything ready." The one at the forefront, the being that continued acting as the ocean master these past few months, bowed towards Noah while pointing to a huge square compartment that shone with blue and gold runic lines. Before he teleported here, Noah had sent a telepathic message to the ocean master to have one of the world engines that had finished being created ready for him to take away for his own use, and the ocean master had delivered as Noah could sense the pristine fluctuations of something powerful in the square compartment. He nodded towards the ocean master while speaking. "May I?" "Why, of course." This is one of our most recent ones that runs even smoother, a few changes made to the rune overlays that allows the flow of mana to be evenly distributed and even faster, achieving the result of spatial warping in a much shorter time frame. The Ocean Master spoke with a confident expression as Noah went forward, waving his hands and opening the square compartment as a circular treasure that seemed to constantly have runic lines moving over it shone resplendently. World Engine, a unique treasure that was created by the combination of technology and magic by the Atlanteans. It allows for the spatial warping of an entire world and requires the permission and cooperation of the will of the world itself before it can be operated. The user must be standing with the world engine in the innermost core of the targeted world before it can be activated. A description that foretold exactly what to do with the world engine floated in front of his face as he nodded, waving his hands as the entire square compartment containing the world engine entered his expansive space. Amazing work as always. I can't wait to see what other innovations you come up with. He gave a light smile to the Atlanteans that could sense the overwhelmingness of his power, the Ocean Master bowing again as he spoke out, "Whatever we can do to help. Please let us know if we can be of use at any time." Noah nodded towards the Ocean Master as he gave another glance to the continuously expanding futuristic underwater world around him, his figure disappearing thereafter as he made his way to the Magus world. The moment he left, huge sighs and breaths of relief as bubbles from the Atlanteans and merfolk as it felt like they could finally breathe after an instance of meeting that powerful figure. One of the merfolk turned towards the Ocean Master as he asked with an ashen expression, "Sire, are you sure that is the same benefactor?" The Ocean Master had a relaxed face as he glanced at his subordinates and nodded, even he not being able to completely withstand the overwhelming aura the being that had just disappeared released. It wasn't that his rank and power were overflowing freely for all to see, they actually could not even guess what realm their benefactor was at as his body did not release any essence fluctuations. What filled them with the overwhelming sensation was his eyes. Whenever he glanced at them, they felt like his eyes could see through everything they had, having a level of power capable of decimating them in an instant. The relaxed expression on the face of the Ocean Master only increased as he affirmed that they had allied themselves with a powerful being, his forces never having to fear for their lives again. "Let's go. I want to see if we can finish the plasma warship in the next few weeks. As soon as we are able to get the inscriptions correctly, we can produce many working ones quickly." The innovators of Atlantis returned to their underwater kingdom as they went about their work. Their benefactor appeared on the surface of the Magus world silently, his body not releasing even an ounce of energy. The Magus world was a huge prime world that held billions of powerful magi, their power being something that many forces feared in the past. But this power would forever remain in the past as their strongest organization had gotten decimated some time ago. Currently, the inhabitants of the Magus world felt a sense of loss as even though their lives were gradually returning to normal. They felt a stifling sensation in their hearts as they never became able to reclaim the sense of identity as beings of a powerful prime world. This was especially so when the Celestials, those responsible for carrying out the decimation of their strongest forces in the first place, were freely descending on their world as they seemed to be helping the many scattered forces and organizations come together and bring back an ordered prime world. A few days ago, a celestial warship that was a level lower than a prime warship had docked on the central lands of the Magus, a grandmaster that brought along a few celestial disciples just beginning in the study of the law of fate coming along as he also monitored the evolving situation of the Magus world. This grandmaster was a fairly powerful celestial at the domain expansion realm, his power ranking around the middle when looking at the larger forces that held the title of grandmaster among the celestials. He was meditating serenely in the celestial warship as golden essence surrounded him, being used slowly as he tried to decipher his own fate and of those around him. At this moment, his eyes shot wide open as out of nowhere, he found that his fate had turned dark and murky, something he never expected. A quizzical expression passed through his face as he calmed down and tried discerning fate again, thinking it was some sort of mistake. Unbeknownst to him, an agent of chaos had silently begun drilling towards the core of the Magus world. The next few hours being something that all the beings in this Magus world would never be able to forget. Chapter 432, The Magus World. Noah's clone was covered with the aura of unique origin, as well as the concealment techniques of And. He was covertly moving and hidden so well that nobody could find out anything about him, whether they were looking for it or not. His body seamlessly pierced through the layers of earth in the Magus world as he went deeper and deeper, his abilities being so adept that he seemed to be flitting through the grains of sand. A few minutes passed as he streaked through the earth, soon breaking past numerous layers as he entered the innermost layer of the Magus world and came face to face with the core of the powerful prime world. The world core was unexpectedly taken aback and did not even speak. Noah being the one to take the initiative as he glanced at the circular rotating mass of mystical essence that stood as the center of a prime world. "I apologize for intruding, but I came to reclaim something that I made possible to still be living today," he spoke out curtly as he neared the world core. The immense mystical power that was bound by universal laws which it released not affecting him one bit as he heard the reply of the world core. "What exactly are you talking about? Do you even know what you are currently standing in front of? Yes, it will be easier if I simply share something with you. Can I get some help?" Noah spoke nonchalantly to the core of the Magus world as his last sentence was directed to his planetary system. From Noah, a manifestation of lights that were actually memories were released, nearing the massive rotating core as a surprised voice came out. "Such a thing should not be possible for an entity like you. What is The information that was uniquely passed from the planetary system and onto the core of the Magus world as a shocking level of silence followed. An entire 5 minutes passing as Noah stood calmly in front of the core that did let out any more words. This was because the information that was just passed to it was about the plans of the Celestials to fully destroy the Magus world. And the intervention of Noah that allowed for this world to continue living, even though it had to lose its most powerful forces. "It is you that massacred the beings I raised for so long. Yes, it is you that saved everything else, even me. Yes. What do you want to do?" A sly smile appeared on Noah's face at these words, giving a speech he had given to many worlds before as this one did not hold any sort of threats. A connection? After a while, the core of the Magus world ascertained while thinking carefully, voicing out something that would be the biggest worry for the undertaking that Noah was about to carry out. "If everything you say is correct, you would be putting yourself and this entire world into even more danger. As Celestials can simply come and do what they wish even if this connection is successfully established. There are also a few on them on this world at this very moment. Let me worry about that. I have your agreement." "Yes." With the agreement of the world core of the Magus world, Noah's eyes shone as he stretched his neck and prepared to begin. The first thing he did was use the abilities of and to discern his own fate and the fates of the many beings in the Magus world. A large inflow of information rushed to his brain as with the use of both absolute skills that involved the supreme laws of fate and chaos, he felt like he was seeing even more. The simile of seeing both sides of the same coin appearing in his mind as he sensed the bright fate and chaos auras located in the Magus world as many plans flowed in his mind. He also pulled out the dagger of time as it rotated rapidly in front of him, using the ability of insight, as he foresaw many possibilities of the next few minutes, nodding his head as he breathed out slowly, getting himself in the right mindset as he was about to pull off a bold heist. "Let's do this silently, why don't we?" He sent his thoughts to the planetary system and the core of the Magus world as a bright light that signified a connection shot from him and into the core of the world, a fantastical process beginning as from Noah himself. A beautiful circle of blood began to spread out with him at the center. Both blood world, world veil, and unique origin were cast simultaneously as powerful covert techniques went on to begin wrapping around the entire Magus world with extreme speed and precision. The beings on the world felt only a slight tremble at first, and the more powerful ones felt an overpowering essence pass through them as the cast blood world and world veil very quickly covered the entire planet. The Grandmaster that was meditating with a troubled expression shot up rapidly as he looked to the skies, noticing a color red overtake it as his warning bells rang. Finding that much of his connection to the outside world and his fate abilities were being hindered, he took out a medallion as he prepared to recall the celestial disciples currently moving in the Magus world, realizing that what he discerned before might not have been a mistake as something troubling was occurring. "Get back to this washer SHIA. Boom, silently and explosively, right behind the celestial Grandmaster, the expressionless figure of Noah's ancient blood clone appeared as the domain expansion realm was hit with a sneak attack, void of impending doom, Armageddon, rumble, overpowering darkness, terribly blazing flames, meteors, and chaos erupted out and closed in on the celestial Grandmaster as the ability void of impending doom from the Agent of Chaos and Armageddon from were cast for the first time. Chapter 433. Assassinating a Grandmaster. Grandmaster Luo had been meditating in the celestial worship with a troubled expression when he first felt the waves of chaotic power pass through his body. He did not even have a chance to react as a second later after he realized the passing energy was a technique that cut off communications from the outside world. An enemy appeared to attack him out of the blue. Rumble, the skies cried and the earth rumbled the moment this being rushed towards him, teleporting extremely closely as the whispers of two skills, void of impending doom, and Armageddon, were heard. It was an immensely dangerous situation for the Grandmaster as he felt the Weight of the entire world falling towards him, numerous chaos essence converging all around him as he saw the formation of dangerous chaos spears from all directions. This wasn't all as below him. The ground was bubbling and melting as fiery eruptions occurred, his senses indicating to him that above them, there were also numerous terrifying meteors raining down that were already ripping the warship apart. Fiend, the face of the celestial grandmaster was filled with immense anger and slight fear as the golden aura of fate erupted from his body, choosing to release the power of his domain right away in order to escape this dangerous predicament. Boom! Crack, the impact hit, the collision and repulsion of fate and chaos spreading out, debris from the shattered warship smashing to the ground as the fiery earth continued to bubble forth and meteors smashed down. It was exactly a scene of what the skill described as for miles around. It was the scene of Armageddon. The celestial grandmaster himself had blood leaking from his right shoulder as the void of impending doom ability had not been completely evaded. Even his spread-out domain of fate could not completely prevent the destructive chaos elements. Grandmaster Luo looked at the enemy that was now under the oppression of his domain as his eyes shone with splendor, feeling the chaos elements tearing apart his shoulder as he winced and spat out wrathfully, "You dare to sneak attack a grandmaster of the Celestials?" His words rumbled with power as he increased the output of energy towards his domain, numerous fate lines appearing on his body as they thrummed with power. On his body, one could count the swirling fate lines to tower over 200,000. He glanced at the attacking enemy who was being pushed down by his domain of fate, his surroundings lighting up with numerous Empyrean guards that soon became streaks of light and rushed towards him speedily, transforming into a golden armor, hammers, and wings. The enemy looked towards the Grandmaster's bleeding shoulders with an expressionless face as he uttered simple words: "Chaotic mandate." Rumble, a field of chaos particles first became apparent as it began spreading out wildly, trying its best to fight against the overpowering domain of fate as a glistening armor of darkness enveloped the expressionless being. The armor shockingly shimmered in darkness as in his hands, two long serrated blades that released chaotic energy stood dangerously. On his back, wings of devouring darkness erupted out in grandeur as a tug-of-war between two supreme laws went underway. In the air, the opposing battle between the domain of fate and the released chaos field continued, the much greater strength of the being releasing the domain exceeding in pressure, but the newly armored enemy whose body palpated with dangerous chaos particles was holding off the pressure as he stood strongly. Noah glanced at the Grandmaster that had evaded his attack with a heavy injury, the 200,000 fate lines thrumming with power making him feel slightly suffocated. But that was all. This was because he himself had more than 100,000 fate lines, and also had chaos particles that passed that amount as well. His figure held on tightly to the dark serrated blades as he streaked forward like a streak of light, the blades going for the head of the Grandmaster, vile creature that has fallen in the hands of chaos. Perish! An enormous blade of liberation pierced through the skies of the now apocalyptic landscape, numerous spears of judgment also descending towards Noah as he weaved in and out them expertly. It seemed like it wasn't chaotic enough as his eyes rapidly followed the trajectory of the golden spears and the Grandmaster that was gradually healing with a golden aura. His thoughts moving to cast even more terrific skills as he tested what it would take to bring down a Grandmaster. Portals of Terror. Portals of Terror, Rumble, a terrible skill was cast multiple times, this skill being made even more terrifying by the triple on cast support that caused the blooming portals releasing immense destruction to come in numbers of 3, quickly increasing in number in the surroundings as more than 50 portals of terror soon occupied the Grandmaster that was at the very center. His gaze was ashen as he stared at the overwhelming number of pulsing portals of terror that he felt a foreboding feeling from, his heart tightening as he felt like he was standing in the direct center of an explosion. Boom! RIP, the portals released their numerous varying disordered and destructive elements as the being shining grandly in gold on the middle was quickly overshadowed in a colorful yet deadly array of colors. OOM, the space cracked and reformed as things gradually calmed, Noah walking forward while adorned in the powerful, chaotic mandate that let each part of his body act as a weapon that released chaos essence. He walked towards the center of where the numerous portals had congregated as he observed space to reform, revealing the disfigured celestial Grandmaster within as his Empyrean armament was tattered and broken, half of his right hand missing as he looked toward Noah with a terrified gaze. Zing! Noah wasted no time as he cast Sever, the skill now supported by multiplicative ray support, releasing numerous rays of ether that went on to pass through the body of the Grandmaster and cut it up into pieces. Noah ancient blood clone remained impassive as he neared the mass of flesh that remained, his gaze watching shattered fate lines that were rising from the body of this powerful being and coming towards him because of the effect of a particular skill, Fate Stealer. May 5, a support ability that is only activated when an enemy that is proficient in the workings of fate stands against the unruly guider and faces their death. 12% of the fate essence that they have collected over the years will be absorbed by the guider. He watched with cold eyes as more than 25,000 fate lines raised from the body of the dead celestial grandmaster, the death of this being only bringing one thought in his mind as he prepared to hunt any other celestials on the Magus world before he did something even more spectacular. He used devouring on the body of the dead grandmaster just by habit, swirls of information crossing through his mind as he moved forward, but he had to come to a stop as while the life of the grandmaster Luo was playing out in his mind, he actually came across information that pertained to someone he never expected, the war princess Athena. He stopped briefly as he glanced over this information, his eyes shining as he unexpectedly got his hands on something good. He put this information in the back of his mind for now though, the task in front of him being crucial and time sensitive, so he continued forward, not even paying heed to the fact that he had just taken down a grandmaster at the domain expansion realm, a being that had over 200,000 fate lines, dead, and in under a minute. The terror and immensity of the constantly enhanced abilities in the numerous skill trees he held were only now beginning to show their capability, their possibilities for the future being something that even Noah did not yet fathom. Chapter 434 A prime world disappears, the instant the Grandmaster on the Magus world perished. Any other celestials on the prime world faced similar fates as Noah wordlessly located their positions and took them down. He was keeping emotions out of it as he moved with a single goal that was extremely time-sensitive. The few powerful beings of the Magus world at the soul rank that still remained alive already felt the shocking waves of power spreading out where the celestial grandmaster was located, their figures only appearing thereafter as they saw the scene of destruction. Noah had already teleported back to the inner layer where the core of the Magus world resided, his sight faced with the newly established connection as the will of the Magus world underwent a similar process to the past worlds. From shock at their boldness to violating universal laws to acceptance as they were now all on the same boat, this process went by quickly as Noah pulled out the compartment containing the world engine. Ready, he sent his thoughts towards the world core as the mystifying world engine began floating in front of Noah, taking a position in the middle of him and the core of the Magus world. Let's do it. An affirmation came from the core of the Magus world as pure world essence began to leak from it and into the world engine, Noah simply watching as he did not really need to provide any energy, this planet now connected to the reserves of many and having more than enough. Still, his mana flowed towards the world engine as the treasure still needed the location of where it was warping this prime world if they did not want a random movement of the star. Rumble, his eyes closed as he thought back to the void of space not too far from his home world. The world engine that was receiving enormous amounts of essence having blue runic lines seamlessly moving across it as it expanded and released a unique energy that began spreading throughout the inner layer of the Magus world and further out. It was a new type of energy that Noah was not entirely familiar with, only noticing the spatial essence within it as this energy went on to wrap around the entirety of the Magus world. A few quakes spreading out as the inhabitants felt an enormous change occurring. If a being that could pierce through a world veil and a blood world were to be standing in the void of space watching the Magus world at this very moment, they would notice an eerie spatial energy wrapping around the entire world as it began to look as if it was folding in itself, and then instant later it fully disappeared from the location it was at. Seamlessly, silently, powerfully, an entire prime world had disappeared out of nowhere, powerful beings only finding out about this shocking information sometime later. On the seventh celestial star, the being that oversaw a majority of the operations on this star, Grandmaster Ramiel, shot up from his meditative position as his eyes shone dangerously. An overabundance of fate lines erupted on his body as his eyes shone gold. His usage of that was exceedingly done in an expert fashion, confirming the shocking revelations in his mind as his face turned sour. He opened his mouth as he released a powerful voice that rolled throughout the seventh celestial star. A Grandmaster has been murdered in the Magus world. Leave all tasks behind and get there as soon as possible. Be prepared for battle, WAA. A shocking command reverberated in the ears of every celestial grandmaster of the seventh celestial star as many golden figures of grandmasters moved without a second of delay, their bodies either teleporting onto huge warsh.i.p.s that were powered up instantly and began shooting from the shimmering star, or others jumped onto established portals that connected to worlds near the Magus world that the celestials held sway over. From the seventh celestial star, numerous golden lights shot out as prime warsh.i.p.s of varying sizes erupted out with maximum speed, Grandmaster Ramiel being the first one to move the moment he finished his rallying call as he was shockingly moving through the void of space alone and without the use of a warship, but his speed was multiple times faster as he shot through at speeds that seemed to be surpassing light. In the void of space, ruptures continued to spread out as he shot forward. This monstrous Grandmaster was shooting through the void of space so speedily that in only 10 minutes, he had traversed from the faraway 7th celestial star and at the exact location where the Magus world was, or where it used to be. His face was colored black as he swept his energy all around, turning even darker when he found that where the Magus world used to be, fluctuations of spatial energies were freely flowing, but the world itself was missing. It was missing along with Grandmaster Luo, who was stationed here a few days ago with a few disciples. His gaze became sourer and sourer as golden waves of fate began spreading around the area. His essence utilizing even more, a monstrous number of fate lines rolled around his aged body. They seemed insurmountable as one could barely make out that their number most definitely passed 1,000,000, if not higher. He utilized the absolute skill to try and decipher exactly what had happened here and who was involved, but he shockingly found out that he could not get even a semblance of knowledge on the being involved, nor could he locate anything about their fate. All that met his peering gaze was a void of darkness, where he also saw spurts of shining light. His gaze continued to get more and more chilling as the time passed, soon enough sensing the arrival of numerous prime warsh, IPS and other celestial grandmasters as they all surrounded where the Magus world used to be, their eyes almost popping out of their eye sockets as the location where one of them had fallen was actually missing. They glanced towards the leading Grandmaster Ramiel as they did not know how to move, because simply, something like this had never happened before. In the past 1,000 years after the War of the Righteous, not a single Grandmaster had fallen to enemy forces, much less assassinated. So who exactly was bold enough to kill a Grandmaster, and how powerful were they that this entire group of Celestials could not find out anything about them? Chapter 435, A Declaration. Grandmaster Ramiel floated in the void of space as he stared at the empty plot where the Magus world used to be. Numerous thoughts floating in his mind as a few stood at the forefront. As he looked at the situation in front of him, multiple things came to his mind, but the biggest one was a similar occurrence of such an event when it pertained to a large world that was already destroyed in the past, and by their commands as well, a large world that had the capabilities to warp across space, holding a cursed item that defied the universal laws and increased chaos. They had sent the order down for this world to be destroyed long ago, so this occurrence should not be connected to it, but the cursed treasures of that world might have just fallen into some else's hands. He continued to think as his expression was that of wrath. But it wasn't for the reason that many were thinking of. The death of a Grandmaster was a big loss, yes. But the even bigger loss was the slap in the face as an enemy actually targeted the Celestials. The eyes of Grandmaster Ramiel twinkled as he combined the many thoughts in his mind, thinking of ways to bring about the best results from this event. He looked towards the surrounding Celestials as he thought about the recent state of affairs, a dangerous gleam appearing in his eyes that nobody could foresee as he spoke out with a rambling voice. This is an affront to the honor of Celestials, as cowards actually think they can target and take the lives of our people. His gaze was cold as he stared at the Grandmasters on Prime Warsh, IPS and others that were floating angrily in the void of space. Those who did this are enemies of Celestials, and in this wide novice galaxy of ours, we only have a single enemy. Shot coursed through the minds of the listening Grandmasters as they soon caught wind of where the words of this leading Grandmaster on the 7th celestial star was saying. Our enemies are the cowards hiding in the dark expanse, and those slumbering in the Latalis expanse. Rumble, fate lines that crossed the 1,000,000 point thrummed strongly on the body of the Grandmaster as his body adopted a holy aura. Outwardly, he had a wrathful holy expression while inwardly, he was smiling at having found the perfect way to bring about immense results in the form of increasing their power and influence, as well as be the one to earn the most influence and increase in fate lines at the end of it all. Today, from their cowardly actions here, they have effectively declared war. Essence of fate rumbled out a singular event that would propel a sequence of events towards a terrible future began. The surrounding Grandmasters watching the play that Ramiel was acting out as their eyes twinkled, getting on board of the train instantly. A declaration of war. We must avenge Grandmaster Luo. We must bring order to all of this chaos. War, rumble. A wide smile appeared over Grandmaster Ramiel's face as he watched this scene. He cared not whether the killer of this Grandmaster was a being that had obtained the cursed weapon from a world they destroyed long ago. He cared not whether the little mice in the dark expanse were involved or not. All he wanted was to use this event to increase his influence and the influence of Celestials the most, sparking the conflict they all knew was coming, but had not found the right spark for it just yet. The assassination of a Grandmaster was all he needed to use as an excuse to paint the beings of Dark Expanse as their enemies once more, and begin the gradual process of a war that would influence the lives of trillions. The skies shimmered gold as fate lines had already begun descending onto Grandmaster Ramiel even before he moved to further propagate his own campaign. His face shone with the splendor of a holy aura as he spoke out towards the watching Celestials. For the order and balance of our novice galaxy, let the war against these savages begin. OOH, resounding roars of affirmation met him as in the location where a prime world used to be, one of the initiators of a terrible war began. In another location, a prime world had seamlessly warped across vast distances and appeared near a blue panel, a splendor of essence still apparent around the world. Noah, who was standing within the world, felt the descent of numerous fate lines and chaos particles, his eyes shining as it seemed his actions had brought about something even bigger than he thought. He held no worries though, as he planned to do what he did today multiple times over the span of the next few days. He planned to expand the connected worlds from the low number that was still under 10 and multiply that as much as possible as he trained in 2 supreme laws, while his main body moved in the celestial realm to obtain even more treasures. When do we begin the process of realm creation? A question that would have scared any knowledgeable being was heard in Noah's mind. The planetary system bringing the topic of something that it was very much looking towards to as Noah had a thoughtful look, as soon as we have the proper requirements to create something at least on par with the infernal realms. For now, we can steadily build up to it, Noah replied calmly as he himself was looking forward to this event. The information he gained from the Infernal Lord title letting him know exactly what he had to do in order to uniquely achieve the goal of making a realm, something that rarely occurred, and especially rare for there to be a singular being that caused it, but for now, he enjoyed the achievement of connecting to the Magus world, his gaze on the inhabitants in this wide world that would soon join his forces as he prepared to send some beings down to properly manage this world. The one at the forefront that had been moving tirelessly the past weeks was the Guardian of Blood that continued to oversee the ancient blood world and monitor the progress of the vampires that Noah made, but this Guardian was versatile in its abilities and should have no problem looking over a few other worlds. The clone's figure disappeared as he went off to repeat what he did just now to a few more worlds, staying true to his goals of simply attaching more worlds to retain his supremacy over mana. Chapter 436 Rapid Breakthrough. As his clone moved to increase the connected worlds, Noah's main body was currently in an expansive training room of the Celestial Watchtower that stood between the border that left behind fire behemoths and had the chaos behemoths that were located further out. The aura of fate was abundant in the room they were in as Grandmaster Vredrel stood in front of them, his hands releasing warm essence of fate as he calmed the unstable aura around Noah and Athena. That's right. The power leveling that the Grandmaster was putting Noah and Athena through was finally coming to fruition, as these two beings that continued to be given materials and cores from chaos behemoths were finally forcefully breaking through to the domain expansion realm. The resources and treasures that would have gone to multiple elite exploration teams and celestial grandmasters were given to the two beings with noble fates, their strengths being raised at a rate rarely seen as they broke through ranks that would normally take even geniuses years to break through. Grandmaster Vredrel would not have proceeded to continue pushing their realms up forcefully if their bodies showed any instabilities from not being able to handle the rapid rise, but Noah showed no issues while Athena only showed slight instabilities. After putting through numerous battles against chaos behemoths, their rapid rise only became solidified as they were now breaking through into the next rank with ease. In their hands, the last domain expansion realm cores faded away into dust as both of their bodies rumbled with power, the unique strength of a domain that was only present in this realm beginning to wrap around their cores as touched upon a level that would have taken them a significant amount of time to achieve with normal means. Good, keep it steady and manifest the domain around your origins. This will allow you to stably step into the domain expansion realm, the Grandmaster said. Gravely as his power continued to descend onto their bodies and aid them, another few minutes passing before a change began to occur on Athena first, a golden glow surrounding her as she turned into a being clad in golden light. An ecstatic expression appeared on the Grandmaster, the smile becoming even wider when the exact same situation happened to his other student, the two successfully establishing domains in their origin as the powerful aura at the domain expansion realm began to leak out from them. A prideful look was on Grandmaster Vredrel as he stared at his terrific students, Noah returning an excited smile as he laughed in his mind, these Celestials not knowing exactly who they just helped advance. The realm of he and Athena had been given so many domain cores that he could have reached a few days back because of the smoothness that the planetary system allowed him to absorb cores. But he waiting until the senior sister that had always been ahead of him to break through before he did it himself. at this moment, he had to give heartfelt thanks to the Celestials that had granted him such a large amount of treasures and brought up his rank rapidly. For the first time in a while, his rank had advanced first before he upgraded his skills. Much of his skill trees currently remained at the soul rank, which will need the clone to spend some time out of its planned schedule in the time-space raising the proficiencies of the skills before they could advance forward. This would be for later though, his attention currently turning towards the joyful Grandmaster that he stood on the same realm as. The only thing missing being a few 100,000 fate lines that he saw himself reaching not too long from now. Terrific geniuses indeed. You'll work to stabilize your new realm the next few days before we can set off again. I wanted your power to be as high as possible before you began joining any skirmishes of the coming war, but his gaze of joy turned difficult as he continued. I just received word that Grandmaster Luo of our 7th celestial star has been assassinated, and the Dark Expanse is to blame. This is a declaration of war. Noah's eyes opened wide as he heard this, his clone that was already locating another world to form a collection to also pausing in surprise as it heard the shocking results of its actions. Noah had known that at most, the Celestials would connect the disappearance of the Magus world to the technology of the lost world of Atlantis they destroyed long ago, but they would never be able to find out exactly who was involved, as he was expertly guarded by both fate and chaos techniques. Yet somehow, the Grandmasters had attributed the death of their own to the Dark Expanse in an effort to use it as one of the excuses to start the war. A war between such huge forces did not begin and end in a day, or even the campaign of war that the Celestials carried in the War of the Righteous more than 1,000 years ago. The war had lasted tens of years as the Celestials gained more territory and power. This war that was about to begin would not end in a few days or a few months, the beings involved being too many and too powerful, or even Noah knew after he gained his burst of new knowledge that it could take years. But this was all without him in the picture. If he actually had a hand to play in this war as he increased his power, he kept his thoughts to himself as he looked towards Athena, the memories of Grandmaster Luo letting him know that there was a connection between them. Athena looked towards the Grandmaster with an angry expression before being the one to speak out. Grandmaster, I know our rise in strength has been going against the natural order, where the rate simply does not conform to the norm. But since our strength will allow us to bring forth even more order, I will gladly continue raising my power, and I know junior brother Crixus will do the same. She had a valiant look on her face as she continued speaking. In this large-scale war, beings at the domain rank will be of great use, but those of higher levels will be the true decoders of the war. What can we do, Grandmaster, in order to attain such strength before the conflicts begin? Unexpectedly, Noah did not see the reaction he expected from Athena as she straightforwardly asked Grandmaster Vredril how to further increase their power, the old man looking towards them with shining eyes and replying, I was going to mention this to you after you had stabilized your realms and were ready to move forward. But, as there are numerous powerful celestials that are special existences or those with noble fates, resources have been equally decided so far and are getting scarcer. This is even more so for resources that are useful to beings at the domain expansion realm. The Grandmaster spoke seriously as Noah considered his words about resources that could help someone at the domain rank. One must know, the Grandmaster was at the peak of this same rank, and even he had not broken through. Whatever resources that would be useful to him and Athena, they would also be useful to the Grandmaster. But this aged man did not even mention this as he seemed to focus his entire attention on the two of them. The resources to help a being in the domain expansion realm are scarce, but it does not mean they do not exist. But because of their rarity and the fact that there are so many qualified beings in this realm that desperately need such treasures to increase their power, something has to be done to determine which special existences or being with noble fate is holding more potential and more deserving of such treasures. The words of the Grandmaster were explosive, Noah and Athena listening closely as they waited to hear exactly what the Celestials had in store. How would they be determining who was more deserving of treasures that were useful to even the most powerful of Grandmasters? The answer was in the form of battle. Chapter 437, to be matched against special existences, the deciders of the direction of the war are the strongest beings, with players at the world rank or the ranks above being the ones that will ultimately decide which battles we win or lose. Noah listened closely as the Grandmaster continued, his mind going towards the cultivation ranks the Grandmaster mentioned as he already knew what was above the rank of world, after a being established a domain. To cover their origin, the next stage was the world realm as they fused their domain to their core, being able to bring out power that could destroy small or large worlds, after the world stage. One would embark on the path to strengthen their origin as if they were forming a world itself at their very center, the realm above this being called the star-forging realm. Experts at this realm legitimately had the force of a star thrumming at the very center of their strength, no one knowing that the middle-ranked infernal lords occupied this level, as well as some of the more powerful grandmasters. Above the star-forging realm was the realm that the experts standing at the top of power in. This expansive novice galaxy, it was the realm where one had to shatter the very star they forged, which stood at the center of their origin, allowing the explosion of the dying star to form what was the next stage after this nebula. A nebula was a giant cloud of dust and gas in the vastness of space, and it was this cloud of dust and gas where new stars formed. Experts at the nebula realm were those standing at the peak of power, as any one of them could have a nebula that already birthed multiple stars, the levels of strength being wide-ranging as the firepower of such a realm was shocking to even understand. As far as Noah knew, the strongest first infernal lord was at the nebula realm, along with the founders that stood atop the celestials. But this was only what his knowledge led him to. He could always be wrong. He stopped dwelling in his thoughts as he continued to listen to the Grandmaster before him. Celestials at the world rank or higher are held with great esteem, being one of the powerful weapons that could even match against the weakest infernal lord if multiple of them work together. Thus, any treasure that can possibly help a celestial step towards the world rank is treated with utmost importance. Such a treasure does exist in our hands. It is something that is completely out of my reach, and will only be given to the most promising special existence or a celestial holding the title of noble fate. This treasure is something that we found in the southern region of the spiritual land where fate behemoths are abundant, a treasure that I only know by the name luminescent rainbow dew. The eyes of the listening students shone as a treasure was mentioned, something that even Grandmaster Vredril himself could not get his hands on. You too have the chance of obtaining this luminescent rainbow dew, but only if you can prove that your potential and power is greater and more deserving than the other beings at a similar standing as you. The way to do this is simply through battle. In order for you all to experience a rapid rise in strength similar to the past few weeks and enter a realm that will grant you the power to make a difference in this war, you will have to fight for it. Noah thought of many possibilities as the abundant treasures of the Celestials continued to help him greatly. And this treasure that was being hyped up by the Grandmaster was one that could possibly bring him to yet another stage that would allow him to catch up to some of the monsters he was facing. Who do we expect to be facing, Grandmaster? Noah replied with the conviction that seemed to say they would do whatever it took to increase their power, the Grandmaster nodding with a received smile as he continued, in a soon-to-be-specified location, a battle of geniuses will be held where those joining will be faced with beings holding noble fates and special existences that have immensely powerful innate abilities. Coming out on top of this tournament will grant you some of the most valuable treasures that we have collected over the last 1,000 years. A resounding reply rang out in the training hall they were in as they received the information on just how they could advance their strength further, Athena turning to look towards her junior brother with a determined look as the both of them nodded towards each other, turning their gazes to the Grandmaster as they replied, "We will not let you down, Grandmaster." Noah continued to play the part of a genius disciple well as even more opportunities landed on his lap. As the cultivation and information session with the Grandmaster was coming to an end, he looked at the change that had appeared in the stat panel after he stepped into the domain expansion realm. Noah Osmont, titles, Infernal Lord, variant. Bloodlines, Vampire Progenitor, Awakening, Fate Lines, 162,735, Chaos Particles, 135,234, Origin Cores, Fire 2, Domains, Water, Space, Fate, Fire, Chaos, Vitality, Domain, Focus, Strength, Domain, Laws, Water 11, Space 8%, Fate 1.6%, Fire 14%, Chaos 1.3%. Among the many additions that continued to be added over the last weeks, there now stood another one that was titled Domains. Included in it, the laws that Noah was currently cultivating were available, meaning that if he so chose, he could release a domain of any of these laws to pressure his enemies. The higher his percentage of the laws increased, the more powerful the domains would become. For now, all he had to do was continue the monotonous work of cultivating fate and chaos, as well as have his clone move in the celestial realm once more to look for an inheritance that dealt with the law of water. This was because normal universal laws like water and fire were much easier to raise up, and Noah knew if he could repeat something similar to what he was currently doing by dual cultivating both fate and chaos, raising the laws of water and fire should be even easier. Chapter 438. Atop a dragon searching for treasures, Noah glanced at the Grandmaster that gave him and Athena more information of the battle of geniuses, where they would have to face the terrible power of special existences and being similar to them with noble fates in order to get his hands of treasures that could help those in the domain rank. For now, his main body would participate in this tournament-seeming event as his clone continued to do the brunt work. At this moment, his ancient blood clone had formed a connection with a large world that Noah found viable in his memories, the beings within not having too many connections and not being of high strength. Much of these types of worlds came from the memories of the demon Emperor Baal, who was very active in targeting middle and large worlds as he expanded his forces. This recent world achieved Noah's goal of passing 10 connected worlds, the most recent ones being brought near his homeworld through the use of world engines, with Noah casting a world veil thereafter to hide all of them from prying eyes. These newly added worlds did not even need to be identified by name or unique qualities, as none of that would matter in the coming weeks, as he soon planned to carry out the grand plan of a realm formation. Such a plan would make the identities of worlds null. His eyes shone with splendor as the meeting with the Grandmaster moved along, thereafter obtaining more information on the recent events where Grandmaster Lua was assassinated and the resulting actions that came thereafter. The leading Grandmaster on the 7th Celestial Star, Grandmaster Ramiel, had already formally filed for permission to move his battalion that was made of numerous prime Warsh.I.P.S and Celestials towards the border between the dark and light expanse, sending them as the preliminary force as they initiated what would be a long period of war. Some Celestials were opposed to this as they wished for a longer preparation period to orderly move all forces, but even more, the request of Grandmaster Ramiel would most likely soon be given a green light after it was passed to the founder, what happened thereafter only being etched in history. Something new that came at the center of this was the prepared command that would be given to the powerful beings of the prime expanse that were moving in the celestial realm. They would be told that for them to continue exploring and enjoying the boons of the wondrous realm, they had to send a specific number of beings from their worlds as soldiers to fight alongside the Celestials. They had to fight for the peace and order of the light expanse that was being disrupted by the dark expanse. This command would cause for the influx of millions of beings to be in the front lines in the coming war, this conflict of attrition eventually benefiting the Celestials as they would be losing very little of their own forces as time passed. Thus, many waited for the okay to get things started, Noah absorbing all of the information himself as he continued preparing in his own ways. The spiritual world continued to bubble with essence, numerous things being accomplished every day by the system that stood as the center of the spiritual world. The building of the water law space had already been completed on one of the 4 continental landmasses of the spiritual world, Noah actually choosing to reduce the fire law space to cover half of the continent, and for the water law space to cover the other half. This created the unique environment where 2 opposing law spaces had an inch of a barrier that stopped them from flooding into the other. This was all in preparation for the obtainment of a new inheritance in the law of water that would allow Noah to perform dual cultivation with these 2 laws as well. The ancient blood clone finished forming the connection of another world as he sent numerous telepathic messages to his competent forces to handle this transition. Steel Mikhail and even Kazuhiko that seemed to never want to leave the time space that he was using with extreme efficiency to raise his skill proficiencies being put to use. The clone moved without rest as he reappeared back into the celestial realm, his body currently pulsing with power as his main body had stepped into the domain expansion realm. When this was paired to his continued advancement in 2 supreme laws, many beings would feel their souls shaking if he didn't cover up the pressure of power that he released. This time, the clone had appeared in a region not too far from the sanctum, his gaze going towards a certain direction. This time, it wasn't the north where the fire behemoths and chaos behemoths resided, but the south where one could find water behemoths and ice behemoths, his goal being to look for the treasures and inheritances here as he increased the efficiency of his cultivation even more. His rapid rise in chaos particles and fate lines was going in the right direction, but his fire origin core had remained with a slow progression where even the supreme laws could soon surpass it. Draco, come back. He sent a telepathic message to the draconic fire behemoth that was moving in the first infernal realm to pass through the portal there and return to the spiritual world, the huge beast materializing in front of Noah a few seconds later as he came out from the miniaturized world. Rumble, Master. The voice of the humongous beast reverberated as its head that was now multiple times larger than Noah went forward to nudge him, the clone smiling as he got on its wide back. And the dragon took off into the skies, its size now towered close to 40 meters, Noah already pulling out numerous cores from his expansive space to begin power leveling the rank of this beast towards the soul-forging realm. Then, he took out the wondrous miniaturized spiritual world as he activated Treasure Hunter, an eruption of essence coming out as a direction was picked. He sent his thoughts into the ability to try and steer it towards what he wanted, but this would only steer it towards a certain direction, where the actual results would be hard to know. SHA, the figure of an enormous dragon shot through the fantastically glowing trees and vegetation around the celestial realm as Noah's clone continued on towards the south fearlessly. His heart looking forward to whatever treasures or inheritances waited for him there. Chapter 439 Growth, Treasures. As Noah made his way south, his forces propagated various areas of the celestial realm as their increased power only allowed for more efficient and effective cooperation that took down behemoths with ease. Not to mention their own recently upgraded ranks and cores from soul rank behemoths continued to flow towards their hands. The boon from the Golden Guider skill was so overpowered that when they faced the fire behemoths to the north, they could take them down much faster as each of them held a hint of the law of fate in their attacks. Most of the forces were now actively moving as the things around Noah became more and more expansive. Even the lazy Barbados joining the Order of Blood exploration team as her own specialized legion of undead joined the fights. Others were either put on tasks to manage the newly added worlds or hunting behemoths for their resources, with these resources being transferred into the spiritual world through the Emperor Penguin that held ever so powerful spatial skills. These abundant materials would then be processed by the system at the center of the spiritual world as they were forged into items in the blacksmith's forge, powerful sets of armors and weapons that had overwhelming effects being created with ease. Currently, the number of blood-stained infernal oath sets made from the bodies of infernals were the most numerous as Noah had simply hunted too many of them to obtain his infernal lord title. The incandescent flameborn set was next in production as more and more materials from fire behemoths were obtained. These powerful sets that had a 6-piece bonus of an immolation ability that allowed the wearer to deal 1000% more damage being something extremely deadly. As Noah's forces gradually became equipped with these terrifying items and the boosts from the Golden Guider, their power was spilling upwards exponentially as they were growing to become a powerful force. It was not just Noah that was currently rapidly advancing through ranks, his forces were also following along. His ancient blood clone continued flying through the mystical forest of the celestial realm, the young dragon Draco enjoying the return to the overflowing essence of the realm as it broke the sound barrier to shoot towards the direction that its master directed it towards at high speeds. Slow down, Noah sent his thoughts forward as he felt the golden arrow from the spiritual world beginning to blink, the dragon slowing down and reducing its altitude as Noah came to view the environment to the south of the celestial realm with more clarity. Huge ancient trees with blue-colored leaves were abundant, with numerous lakes that sparkled clearness and serenity spread out all around. As he spread his senses further out with the dragon slowly moving forward, he could see rushing rivers, and even further locations being areas of frozen lands where he even spotted an ice behemoth. In the south of the celestial realm, one could come across behemoths proficient in the law of water. Whether they were plain water behemoths or the specific ice behemoths, roar, the arrival of a draconic fire behemoth in the skies drew the attention of a nearby ice behemoth, but Noah ignored it as Draco continued towards a certain location, Noah following the blinking arrow closely as it pointed towards a sparkling and expansive lake that was surrounded by trees. Draco hovered over the pristine lake as Noah saw the arrow to be pointing down, sending his thoughts to his pet as Draco was transferred back into the spiritual world, the figure of the clone shooting down towards the clear lake speedily as it went to see just what exactly the treasure hunter feature had found now. SHA, his body pierced through the waters with ease as he began descending down, the lake being very deep as he spent a few minutes diving down and watching the area around him. His body was filled with covert skills after he sent Draco away so that he did not get discovered too easily if there was something powerful down the lake, and his senses already caught one water behemoth happily swimming a few miles away. After achieving the domain expansion realm, Noah felt an astounding level of control of his energy as the domain that wrapped around his origin allowed him to feel a sense of stableness that he never came across before. He saw that his progress in the fire origin core even increased after achieving the domain rank. Seeing that higher realms held their own secrets and surprises to unfold as he continued on in the future, his figure continued shooting down the lake for another few minutes before he neared the bottom, the area around him becoming colder as his eyes came across a cold hard floor that shone with a blue crystalline luster. His senses tried spreading through this layer of earth to see what lied below it, but he surprisingly found that he could not spread his aura past it, whatever the spiritual world was pointing down towards still not known. His fingers tapped onto the earth as he found it to be extremely hard material, but its uniqueness lied in the fact that even a being at the domain rank could not spread his aura past it. Noah chose the less destructive way as he became extremely small and minute through unique origin, using his very small size and immensely boosted strength to drill through this unique earthen layer. It wasn't even that thick, his body being able to pierce through the other end in a matter of minutes as he entered into the hidden space that lied below the frozen floor at the bottom of the lake. His eyes looked around as they shimmered a color of blue, this color being reflected by everything he was seeing as the place he had entered looked to be a huge stalagmite mine. Numerous crystals littered the area, his eyes seeing that the space was not even that huge, maybe the size of a football field. But this space held an array of crystal stalagmites that shone with a deep blue hue, Noah sensing a congregation of the law of water deeply entrenched into every single one of them. Though the blue crystals were many, they were not the most eye-catching thing in this hidden cavern. The most eye-catching thing was that at the center of this place, there laid an even more enormous crystal in the shape of a spiked crown, most of the energies around this place congregating towards it. Noah's gaze landed on this vibrantly dense blue crystal as a few words popped up in front of his eyes: unique material aquamarine mesrandite. His eyes shone with understanding as he laid his eyes upon the first ever unique material that he came across. His goal of searching for an inheritance leading him to another treasure entirely as he actually came across something which could be used to refine supreme treasures, or even possibly create one. Chapter 414 Materials. In a brightly blue lit up underground area, sparking crystal stalagmites exposed the brilliance of the area as the brightest one that stood at the center had more descriptions rise up gradually in front of Noah's eyes: unique material aquamarine mesrandite, a material that has collected an abundant amount of the essence of the law of water, granting it the unique title. Can be used to refine supreme treasures or in the creation of one in the blacksmith's forge of the spiritual world. Noah's ancient blood clone had actually come across a material of great value in his search for an inheritance, something that thrummed with the power of the law of water, a material that he could use to either refine the trident of the sea, or possibly create another supreme treasure. His eyes shone as he waved his hands towards this enormous, unique material aquamarine mesrandite, watching it disappear from his eyes as his gaze turned towards the numerous other crystals that weren't nearly as bright as the one he had just pocketed. Water crystal, a crystal holding the essence of the law of water, can be used as a material to refine normal items or further refined with the locked feature of the spiritual world. Alchemy Hall. Into soul jades, the less bright crystal stalagmites were water crystals that were similar to the fire crystals he had obtained as materials before from his first fire behemoth, but he noticed the additional descriptive words added to the item as the planetary system hinted to a feature he could not even use yet. You are able to foresee the possible uses of the future features of the spiritual world already, he asked the planetary system as a reply came a millisecond later. The veils of secrecy for the natural order and existence of things is gradually becoming thinner as we gather more information and connect to more worlds, your elevation to an infernal lord granting us access to a profound bank of knowledge that allows for fairly accurate possibilities. Noah's clone nodded as he was reminded of the information that would make many tremble to their cores, the powers of the beings standing atop this novice galaxy being so terrifying that nobody would ever think of matching themselves against them, when faced with beings that had established a domain and then entered a realm where they could destroy worlds, and then they went even further ahead to forge an entire star at their core before they shattered this star to form a nebula that could birth even more stars. Many would simply run away, but Noah received this knowledge as it made his fear at first, yes. But he reminded himself of his own power, and just how rapid he could rise through the ranks compared to anyone else. An example was how in just a period of the past few weeks, he had gone from the void realm and into the soul-forging realm, and just now he had stepped into the domain expansion realm. What speed, what genius, with such an overpowering power behind him and his own confidence for the future, he saw himself in no way lesser than the beings that already stood near the top. He shook himself out of his reverie as he glanced at the many water crystals around him, waving his hands as the wide expanse that was the size of a football field began to be emptied until the brightness was gradually gone. Every single shining crystal that had even the tiniest luster was taken into the spiritual world as the place where a treasure trove had been laid barren. Noah's figure bringing out the spiritual world thereafter as he used treasure hunter once more, another golden arrow appearing as he was led to another direction once more. He disappeared from the barren underground area as he teleported to the skies, having finally attained the domain expansion realm that allowed one to fly freely in the celestial realm. But he liked the feeling of flying on an enormous draconic fire behemoth even more, so Draco reappeared in the skies with a shaking presence as Noah landed on its head, a slight smile on his face as he patted the enormous dragon that began leaving embers of flames as it began shooting through the skies. In another location, his main body was in an expensive lodging of the Celestials in the Sanctum. Having returned from the far region where chaos behemoths were abundant in order to consolidate his realm and in preparation for the battles between special existences and beings similar to him who held noble fates, or so the commands from Grandmaster Vredrel stated, his main body was planning on how to best move within the ranks of the Celestials to maintain the most benefits, especially this treasure known as luminescent rainbow dew that even Grandmasters at the peak of the domain expansion realm wished for. He was thinking of how to move while gaining all of these benefits, but he was also thinking of the overall results he wanted to obtain from this organization. His thoughts went towards Athena. Another figure that would play a central role in the events to come as at this moment in time, he saw her as a viable scheme to play. He had already placed himself in the War Princess's life until her guard was completely down around him, and he recently obtained even more information that pertained to her from the Grandmaster Luo that he took down in the Magus world. The information was something that was only a bit of history, but it could be used to create an amazing opportunity for the future. So while his clone continued to move in search of treasures and the continuing cultivation of laws, Noah was currently scheming, and at the heart of the scheme was the valiant War Princess. In the expansive room he was in, Noah turned his head towards the door as he waved his hands to make the dagger of time that was slowly rotating in front of him disappear. The past few hours, he had been using the insight feature of the dagger to look at a few possibilities of how his plan could play out, and was confident in it somewhat as he heard a knock on his door soon after. He went over the plan a few times, changing what he was wearing as he also used unique origin, and then walked towards the door and opening in as in front of him was the War Princess herself, her face holding a vibrant expression as Noah saw on her body. She was adorned by a unique golden robe that only signified one thing. And it was a type of status that very few Celestials held in the light expanse. Senior sister, they've already given you a title of Grandmaster. Noah smiled as he spoke to the War Princess in front of him, a scheme that would be one of the deciders for a few major events in the future beginning to play out at this moment. He had not done anything these past weeks as he was around this senior sister, but he would be making his move today. Chapter 441 Inducement. Behind a waterfall, senior sister, they've already given you a title of Grandmaster. Noah's gaze was steady as the girl in front of the door looked to be slightly taken aback as she saw him because at this moment, he had made it so that when he opened the door, he was standing in front of her with a fresh towel wrapped around his waist, another white towel on his hands as he dried his hair damp as if he has just taken a shower. Athena looked at him as she shook her head with a smiling expression and replied, I've long since passed 100,000 fate lines, it was long overdue. I wanted to come tease my little junior brother about how he was lagging behind and take you with me to spar. But you don't seem all that down. Noah smiled as he looked at where they were standing, having an expression of not wanting to be impolite as he invited Athena in. Please, come in and have a seat. Tell me of the perks you have now that you can be called a Grandmaster. The expansive dwelling Noah was in could be considered an entire house, having a wide living room area and a few other separate rooms. Athena came in and sat at the exquisitely designed table as she replied, not that many perks and just more responsibilities. It's just a title that many Celestials have, even the special existences and other beings with noble fates that we will be facing soon holding the same title as many of them have achieved more than 100,000 lines of fate. By the way, junior brother Crixus, are you just expecting me to ignore the fact that you only have a towel wrapped around you this entire time we've been talking? What exactly are you trying to pull off? The eyes of the War Princess squinted carefully as she asked, Noah laughing as he waved his hands and changed to plain white clothing. I thought I would catch senior sister off guard by showing her something she rarely sees, but you seem as impassive as ever. Oh, did you expect me to jump on you the moment you took your shirt off? Athena replied teasingly as she looked towards Noah, this not being the first time that the senior brother and sister were bantering. Their time spent together the past few weeks being abundant, maybe not with my shirt, but what if I cook for you again? Noah asked with a smile as he went towards the kitchen and waved his hands, taking out behemoth meat that was filled with essence while looking towards the senior sister that was now looking at him with shining eyes. His food had been the one thing that caused her to speedily open up to him, being something that she never tasted before. A conflicting look appeared on her face, but not for long as her eyes quickly regained their normal valiant look. I came over here to ask you to go spar with me to celebrate my ascension to a Grandmaster, but it seems all you want to do is play around. Noah's eyes shone the moment he heard these words, the things he foresaw playing in the proper direction as he moved in right away. What if we did play around, senior sister? Silently, Essence moved as Noah activated a skill he had not utilized since he first received it, dipping his hands into one of the 7 deadly sins available to him, the sin of lust. He had never used this skill before, and even using it now on this war princess wasn't something he would normally do, but he had to move things along as he set up the sequence of events to possibly control this being in the future. The skill he used at this moment was the last listed ability under the sin of lust. It was lust inducement. The user can increase the lust other beings feel. This will make it easier for the user to manipulate said being. Noah's eyes shone red as they glanced towards the war princess that reflected a similar color briefly, her strict demeanor changing as she looked towards Noah and the behemoth meat ready to be cooked on the table. She seemed to think for a bit before she replied, "I'll only stay for the food." "No funny business, little junior brother." At these words, Noah only smiled as he lit up a fire and began roasting the essence-filled meat. If there was an analogy to describe what had just happened at this moment, it would be akin to a fish taking the bait. And now he was just reeling it in as on this day, he planned to initiate a scheme to bring this being with a noble fate under his heel. His gaze was looking forward to a distant future when he could manipulate her as he wished to deal a decisive blow or even multiple of them in the coming war. As his main body schemed in the sanctum, Noah's clone was shattering the sound barrier atop Draco as they shot off in another direction that treasure hunter pointed him towards the mystical celestial realm. Continued to reflect on his eyes as he went forward, passing numerous behemoths below him and finding very little flying behemoths, these being more common near the regions where elite behemoths resided. He even came across a particular exploration party from one of the prime worlds that looked to the skies in shock after hearing a booming sound, only finding embers of flames left behind. A few hours passed in this manner, the gaze of the clone continuing to watch the golden arrow that led him to an unknown location in the celestial realm, where it finally began to vibrate when they neared an area filled with raging rivers, as well as an enormous waterfall that smashed down to hard blue rocks. Draco slowed down and eventually came to a stop as the golden arrow from the spiritual world pointed down towards the waterfall below them, the young dragon being sent away yet again as Noah began to shoot down towards this waterfall. He couldn't feel the presence of any beasts, the only sound he heard being the roaring waves of crashing water. The rapidly vibrating arrow led him right in front of the waterfall and pointed forward, his gaze remaining firm as he floated towards it and pierced the rapid waters. A crystal blue covered his eyes as he passed through the water, his senses observing there was actually a hidden location behind this waterfall. No beast of human was in sight as he passed through, coming into a blue glittering cavern that sn.a.k.e.d forward. The golden arrow from the spiritual world continued to vibrate faster as he went further in, the hidden space opening up in front of his eyes until he came into a much wider clearing where a pool of extremely crystalline blue water peacefully laid. Near this mystical pool of water, an ancient pedestal that held a huge blue crystal could be seen. Noah smiled as his eyes landed on the pedestal, but in front of his gaze, it was shockingly 2 descriptions that came up, one from the essence abundant pool of water, and the other from the pedestal, prismatic aurora spring water, inheritance of the disciple of water, chapter 442. Plucking treasures left and right. When the hours were passing as his clone neared a particular waterfall where treasures laid within, Noah's main body had plucked another treasure in the sanctum. In the dwelling that he was in, there was an expansive bed that would put even a memory foam mattresses to shame. His well-built body was covering the things below his waist as a senior sister that had lost her usual ponytail, her glimmering dark hair sprawled out in a rough manner as she rested her head on Noah's chest. A junior brother should not be doing those types of things to his senior sister. Athena spoke with a light tone as she had an expression of relaxation, her fingers tapping on the defined abdominal muscles as she counted with a cloudy expression. "It was the least I could do. The only thing I've seen you do is battle and cultivate that I was starting to wonder if you had it in yo dash, pa." A light slap landed on his chest as Noah stopped his sentence, Athena looking towards him with a threatening expression as he smiled and stared at the ceiling. A second later, he spoke again, this time in a softer tone. "I am curious about something though, in regards to the news of Grandmaster Luo. I did not expect you to react the way you did." Athena raised her head slowly as her cloudy eyes looked at Noah's, replying with a sigh as her curvaceous body that was always hidden from the eyes of many stood up, a simple robe wrapping around her thereafter as she began fixing her hair back into a ponytail. "It is what fate laid in store, so I don't particularly have any strong feelings." Her tone was reminiscent and slightly cold as she spoke, Noah's eyes shining as he continued. "He was the one to find you in your ruined world and take you to become a celestial. I thought it would hit you hard, We know the risks we take in order to maintain balance in this galaxy of ours. Fate is written for some of us to fall, and some of us to continue towards a larger goal. We lost a great grandmaster, and we will be sure to make those responsible pay for it, using it as an opportunity to bring about even more order, Athena replied strongly, as even when faced with the death of the being that took her from her star to become a celestial, she viewed it the same as how she viewed her disciples that died during the last infernal hunt. What she didn't know was that those disciples and even the recent Grandmaster Luo had all perished from Noah's hands. The biggest thing was not this though. In Noah's mind, the biggest boon he received from killing Grandmaster Luo was the memories he obtained, the memories that told him the true story behind the planet that this war princess was on, as well as Grandmaster Luo, who just happened to be on this planet to discover a girl that had a noble fate. He held a shocking secret about this event that he planned to use in the future as he continued to bring this senior sister under his heel, what he began here today being just the start, as he planned to utilize the abilities of the Sin of Lust to manipulate the War Princess as much as possible, planning to use her as a weapon against the beings she currently stood with. He spoke towards the robed Athena that already had her usual ponytail up, the simple robe covering everything he was just seeing. Alright. Why did you get dressed though? We have at least another few hours. No, we have to prepare for the powerful beings we will be matched with soon. Not all of us are crazy geniuses that are obtaining fate lines faster than anyone thought possible, Athena replied with a firm expression as she spoke once more with a light smile. Let's go spar again. Maybe if you win this time, I'll entertain the thought of returning to this room again. Noah's eyes squinted as he nodded, going with the flow as his relationship with this war princess had moved forward to another stage. Continuing his intrusion into the Celestials and their forces as he prepared for a few things, one was the plan for the war princess, the other was the battle with special existences and beings with noble fates that would decide whether he received amazing treasures that might even allow him to break into the world rank at a rate he never expected. To achieve such a rank, either he had to do the impossible thing of fighting a being at that rank and winning, obtaining their cores to make his breakthrough. The other way would be to traverse the celestial realm until he found a treasure similar to what the Celestials currently had as the prize for the coming battle between powerful geniuses. His clone had actually come across a treasure that wasn't just an inheritance in the celestial realm just now, Noah's mind paying attention to the description of the things that his clone was seeing in the hidden space behind the waterfall far to the south region from where his main body was, moving from the scene of the vibrant senior sister and junior brother that were leaving their living quarters to begin a different sort of spar. Noah's ancient blood clone neared the shining pond end. The inheritance of the disciple of water, as their descriptions appeared in front of him, inheritance of the disciple of water, left behind to those fate intended. This inheritance grants the unique cultivation ability, disciple of water, as well as the absolute skill herald of water that are meant to create a master of the water element, prismatic aurora spring water, an enriched spring water that is soothing to the soul and good for the body. 1 cup grants 100% health and energy regeneration and 100% increased damage to all water-related abilities for 30 minutes. Even more benefits can be gained if the spring water is taken away and used for the plants in the spiritual world, or especially so in the locked feature of Alchemy Hall. The description of the inheritance of the disciple of water and the other treasure that he got his hands on were clearly detailed, his eyes being drawn towards the ancient pedestal that held the inheritance. But also glancing towards the spring water with even more curiosity, he spread his senses to cover the entire spring that was half a mile wide, finding a glistening blue pearl at the very center. His attention was grabbed as he dived into the pool of spring water, sensing its abundant essence that already began rushing towards him on all sides. He couldn't help but take a few gulps as he felt the rushing of essence coursing through him, this spring water being something that could make anyone feel like they were in their prime. He quickly reached the bottom where the pearl was located, wrapping it in his hands as its description became clear to him. Prismatic Aurora Pearl, a pearl capable of releasing prismatic aurora spring water in a region of half a mile. A unique treasure that is hard to find. The treasure capable of releasing the wandering spring water was obtained as he transferred it to the spiritual world, giving a command to the spiritual world system to place it in the continent that held both the water and fire law space, the pearl to be placed on the region filled to the brim with the essence of the law of water. He then waved his hands towards all the surrounding spring water as all of it went to his expansive space, his gaze moving towards the ancient pedestal holding the inheritance of the disciple of water. This would be the treasure that would allow him to rapidly cultivate 2 normal laws at a speed nobody thought to be possible before. Chapter 443, Disciple of Water. Noah glanced at the ancient pedestal holding the resplendent crystal, expecting for the skills and descriptions of the inheritance of the disciple of water to be very similar to the counterpart of fire. His thoughts were affirmed as he placed his hands on the huge crystal and the enormous flow of information began rushing towards him. The first thing was the technique that would help him cultivate the law of water itself. It was the unique skill, disciple of water, a technique geared towards cultivating the law of water. Grants the user the ability to form a unique water origin core. It was very similar to the disciple of fire. Noah not needing to comment anything on it as he moved on to the absolute skill contained in the inheritance. Herald of Water, a technique coming from the inheritance of the disciple of water that strives for the aspect of extreme in the law of water. Abilities include Ice Age, Incarnation of Water, Elemental Soul Reinforcement, and Summon Tsunami. Ice Age, the Herald of Water had the right to call forth an entire field of unstable and frigid water elements onto a wide-ranging area. Enemies within will have extreme cold seeps into their bones as the slow and frozen effects are applied while the user gets increased speed and power within the world of ice. Current enhancement 0%. Incarnation of Water, you continuously release particles of water from your body, creating large bodies of water rapidly as it can be manipulated to form varying shapes depending on the comprehension of the user. The stage of the water origin core will determine the enhanced damage. Current enhancement 0%, Elemental Soul Reinforcement, a unique shield of water rich in the elemental law of water wraps around the soul of the user, granting increased protection from any sources of soul damage. The stage of the water origin core will determine the enhanced reinforcement. Current reinforcement 0%, Summon Tsunami, a disaster materializes in front of the Herald of Water as a tsunami made up of water particles whose only purpose is to drown their enemies descends forth. Current damage enhancement 0%, the abilities of the Disciple of Water were laid out clearly in front of Noah, a few of them being similar to the abilities from the Disciple of Fire, with some distinct ones. One thing that could be noticed now was the fact that for their enhancements, they were all at 0% as currently, he had not even formed a water origin core yet. Once he formed one at the first stage, the enhancement would go to 100%, with the second stage granting him 200% and on. Noah watched the new skills and abilities settle in his already expansive stat panel as he used Anchor to place the spiritual world near the ancient pedestal, entering within as he appeared in the skies. He watched the mystically floating continents on all four sides and the central one that he could see large-scale changes on, the spiritual world system already beginning to renovate and use the architecture featured to fully build a magnificent city of Noah's wildest dreams. He thought he was creative, but his thought did not stand a chance when compared to the system that lied at the center of the spiritual world. The central continent of the spiritual world had futuristic buildings that were reminiscent of the dreams of the people in Noah's homeworld on what a future would look like, with huge skyscr.a.p.airs and exquisitely styled buildings that would take one's breath away. Not all the areas of the central continent were changed like this, a majority of it still left in a natural state as huge trees rose up, the spiritual world beasts still living in the habitats they enjoyed. Of course, the higher-leveled spiritual world beasts like the emperor penguin preferred the quality of comfort that could be found in the exquisitely built buildings, especially the places with hot springs and beds that made one feel they were sinking down endlessly. Noah put the spectacular advances of the spiritual world out of his mind as his figure teleported to the northern continent of this wondrous treasure where both the law spaces of water and fire resided, his figure entering the water law space first as he wanted to form the water origin core similarly to how he first formed the fire origin core without trying anything out just yet. While he did this, he sent telepathic commands to the harbingers and his other subordinates to tell them that yet another inheritance waited for them. Those that were moving within the spiritual world simply needed to go out to the luminescent hidden space where Noah anchored the spiritual world right next to the ancient pedestal holding the inheritance of the Disciple of Water, while those who were not on the spiritual world would simply have to use the portals in whatever world they were in to return and partake in yet another unbelievable opportunity. Many of them were already growing numb at all the treasures and opportunities they were receiving, and in such short periods of time at that as they had not even fully devoured the gains of the previous treasures. For many of his subordinates, they were still just finishing forming their fire origin core at the first stage, or even the second stage might take them months or years to achieve. Yet now another inheritance that would allow them to create another origin core landed on their laps. Many beings in the light expanse would only dream of being subordinates that received such a treatment, but it was not even a possibility for them. Noah would allow his people to learn the inheritance in the next few hours while he himself began forming the water origin core by using the disciple of water, where he would try the dual cultivation method thereafter to see exactly what stage he could reach with the laws of water and fire. After this task finished, he would check on exactly how he wanted to use the other treasure he obtained today, the unique material aquamarine mesrandite, that he could use to either refine the trident of the sea or possibly create a brand new supreme treasure. As always, he felt like there were so many things he had to do, and just too little time. Chapter 444 Water Origin Core. The water law space located on the northern continent of the spiritual world was an area filled with blue. The plants fitting to become aquamarine vegetation and the land itself holding vast expanses of lakes and rivers, with numerous waterfalls created from the different elevations of multiple areas as the water flowed in a circular fashion throughout the continent. Elemental particles of water danced freely in the surroundings as Noah went towards the very center of this water law space where the spiritual world system had already placed down the prismatic aurora pearl that released spring water filled with water element essence. The pearl had been placed on an area of depression that would contain the spring water it would release. Noah already seeing more than half of the half-a-mile area already filled with the sparkling prismatic aurora spring water. As he dipped his body into it, he would cultivate at the very center of this law space, inside the valuable spring water from the treasure he recently obtained. He prepared himself as he settled deep within the area, feeling the overpowering essence of water all around him as he smiled, and then activated, Disciple of Water. Rumble, it was like a match had been lit as the instant the skill was initiated. All of the surrounding essence filled with the law of water rushed towards Noah's clone, making him feel a tinge of pain as it rushed too fast towards the origin of his main body. The energy flowed in freely as he soon felt the appearance of a small clear blue dot to the right side of his main origin core, the fire origin core that lied to the right of his main core still sitting stably. Essence filled with the law of water rushed in, and so did his own mana as it all converged towards the ever so enlarging blue dot. Noah knew that the formation and rise of the water origin core would be much faster as he already had 11% in the law of water, but he didn't expect it to be so vigorous. In the prismatic aurora spring, there was a swirl of essence forming as it rushed towards Noah's clone like a black hole, passing through him and going towards his main body through the unique channel they shared. The clone simply acting akin to a limb as his main body kept unique origin ability active with even more care these days to make sure that none of the changes that were brought upon by his clone cultivating the laws would ever outwardly show. In a matter of moments, the first stage of the water origin core formed as a shimmering blue circular core formed near his origin, beginning to rotate even faster as his mana continued rushing in. After achieving stage 1, just half an hour later, it doubled in size as it reached stage 2. Similar to the fire origin core, whatever energy the water origin core drank, it used it to get bigger while also releasing a unique energy that went on to wrap around every single cell in Noah's body. The energy once again permeating the clone before it rushed towards Noah's main body in the celestial realm. He could feel the dual strengthening of both the unique energy that the fire origin core released, as well as the new one from the blue shimmering water origin core. The fiery one made his body feel more explosive. Like his speed and power just continued to break through all bounds, the calm blue energy permeating within him now slightly calmed the fiery energy, even slightly bolstering it, as Noah felt an overabundance of defense and resiliency with every passing second that his two bodies were washed by this energy. The process continued for quite a while, Noah enjoying the effects of it fully. The essence of water continued to pour into the core for thereafter, only settling down a few hours later as Noah observed it to be slowing down its rate of energy absorption similar to what the fire origin core had done, but it was still faster as he was located in an area extremely dense with the law of water. The prismatic aurora spring only enhancing the environment more. His eyes wandered to the shining blue box only he could see as he observed the stat panel for the new edition. Noah Osmont, titles, Infernal Lord, Variant, Bloodlines, Vampire Progenitor, Awakening, Fate Lines, 174,274, Chaos Particles, 146,164, Origin Cores, Fire 2, Water 2, Domains, Water, Space, Fate, Fire, Chaos, Vitality, Domain, Focus, Strength, Domain, Laws, Water 19%, Space 8%, Fate 1.7%, Fire 18%, Chaos 1.4%. The number of Fate lines and Chaos particles continued their rapid growth as he broke through any established norms to amass even more of them. His eyes focused on the Water Origin core that had reached the same stage 2 as the Fire counterpart. its percentage even catching up as he did not completely see through the stages and how they correlated with the percentages. Stage 2 didn't simply translate to progressing 20%, and it seemed he had to break past this stage to see exactly how the percentages would move thereafter. To do this, he shifted his body as he teleported from the prismatic Aurora spring water and went towards the area where both the fire and water law space met. His gaze landed on these areas that portrayed two different worlds with just a movement of his eyes, where to his left was a blazing earth filled with fiery outbursts, and to his right was a calm blue shimmering earth filled with water. It was an interesting contrast to observe as he went forward and positioned himself right in between where these two areas met. His body standing right in the middle as half of it was in the fire law space, and another half was in the water law space. He sensed the two opposite elements as he closed his eyes, the slowly rotating origin cores of fire and water slowly continuing to circulate by taking in his mana and releasing vibrant essence that went on to strengthen him. His eyes never left these two origin cores as he activated both of the unique skills, Disciple of Water and Disciple of Fire, simultaneously. Chapter 445 Fire and Water. Behind a rushing waterfall in a particular location of the celestial realm, there was a hidden space where an ancient pedestal stood, gloriously holding up a vibrant blue crystal that held the inheritance of the Disciple of Water. Near this pedestal, there was a barely discernible floating spiritual world where few creatures came out of every so often, learning the inheritance before they went back into the paradisiacal world. Most of them rushed to the floating continent on the north of the spiritual world, this continent being divided in half by a thin line that had fiery environments on one side and a watery environment on the other. The beings rushed to the side where the particles of the law of water were abundant before beginning their cultivation, the continental floating landmass being so wide that they didn't even near a particular position where an explosion of blue and red lights was beginning. At the very junction between the fire and water law space, a singular clone was sitting meditatively as his senses focused on his body, feeling the minuscule changes as he watched the two origin cores for fire and water slowly begin to rotate the moment both of their unique skills were activated. From one side of his body, the elemental particles of fire rushed in and went towards the fire origin core, and the opposite side of his body had the elemental particles of water rushing into the water origin core. Bzzz. Friction seemed to occur for a millisecond as the opposing energies seemed to bathe Noah half and half, their point of contact causing a rapid repulsion as they began to vibrate in extremely close proximity to each other. Yet at the same time, there continued to be a sense of attraction as the two cores pulled this energy towards them, Noah feeling as if his body was becoming a battleground. Every time that the particles of the two opposing elements came in contact as they went towards his origin, they became agitated and pushed against each other, making them aggressive as this reaction caused them to rush towards his origin faster. The moment that they entered, they rushed to their respective cores, whether fire or water, before even more of the elemental particles continued to rush in as the reaction became faster and faster. The colliding particles of water and fire continued to agitate each other and senselessly rush down Noah's body, creating for a rapid progress in the rotation of the fire and water origin cores as they absorbed the essence rapidly while releasing its unique energy that coursed through his clone and then through his main body. At this time, a smile of accomplishment would have passed over Noah as he performed the successful dual cultivation of the laws of water and fire, but his current expression was one of grim pain as unlike fate and chaos, the reaction of the oncoming particles of fire and water used his body as the battlefield to become agitated before they rushed towards their respective course speedily. The reaction that occurred with his body at the center made for a very painful experience as he could feel the impact of the opposing elements damage him. Observing his body being put under strain as even some muscles were torn, it was at this instant though, that the unique energy being released from the fire and water origin core permeated through his body, washing over the torn muscles and aching areas as the millions of cells around these locations hungrily drank the energy and were reformed right away, the strength they had increasing ever so slightly. Noah observed this reaction as he grimaced in pain, but a smile came on his face. Nonetheless, as he felt the minute strength gained from the unique energy released from the two cores repairing his torn muscles made them stronger than when it was absorbed by his cells normally while only cultivating a single law. Thus, for the effects of the dual cultivation of both fire and water, Noah could conclude that it was bound to be an extremely painful experience, but it allowed him to bypass the rate at which energy entered into the origin cores at a turtle's pace, the flow being constant and even increasing every so often as the energy the cores released went on to heal and even further strengthen his body that was acting like a battlefield for the opposing laws. Rumble, the essence of water and fire. From the two different sides of the law spaces CLU.S. Tiered around Noah as they began forming a resplendent cloud of light, a unique cultivation session that had never before been done continuing in the spiritual world. In the wide sanctum that Celestials controlled, there was a bustle of activities recently as among the ranks of the Celestials, word had been getting passed around that soon, the future powerhouses of their generation would be getting assessed on who among them had the greatest potential in the form of combat. These words became a reality a few days later as it was announced to all that in the next few days, a spectacular tournament would be held at a specified location in the celestial realm. This tournament would involve beings that many rarely saw in their lifetimes as they were always moving with extreme efficiency deep in the celestial realm to increase their power. It would be a tournament where beings holding noble fates and special existences took to stage, each of them fighting a battle of supremacy to see who exactly would come out on top. This tournament was open for all to watch, being made into a huge festive event where the Celestials planned to reveal the beginning of a long-paused conflict with the Dark Expanse. The Celestials wanted to use this tournament to announce the initiation of a grand campaign. It would be located around a particularly clear field of land to the east of the sanctum where the slightly docile earth behemoths resided, this wide expanse of land being perfect for the huge and spectacular battles about to take place among the special existences and Celestials with noble fates. The upcoming geniuses known as Athena and Crixus would be making their grand entrance into the eyes of many who had only so far heard of them or knew nothing about them. Chapter 446. Even if it's you. Noah's main body was sparring with Athena in one of the huge training halls while his clone continued the dual cultivation of the laws of fire and water, the unique energy passing through his two bodies continuing to strengthen him. Boom! The golden floating hammers around him stopped the strikes of the war princess that was clad in an Empyrean armor, her own hammers that she held in her hands striking the ones floating around Noah away as she tried to land attacks on him. But every time she neared, they stood in her way, and this situation was made even worse as 5 enormous blades of liberation were on standby to strike towards her anytime she left a gap in her defenses. Noah himself was floating in the skies as he glanced at this sight, a smug smile on his face as Athena's sharp eyes found him. "Are you deliberately trying to annoy me, junior brother?" the frustrated Athena called out as her body began to shine gold with numerous fate lines erupting out, the essence of fate beginning to shine brilliantly around her as she sprung forth like a cannon towards Noah. Boom! With every swipe of her hammers, powerful fate essence erupted out, this ability being something that only those passing the 100,000 fate lines milestone could use. The strikes filled with fate essence smashed back the 3 floating hammers around Noah as Athena closed in, her gaze filled with bloodle. UST as she spoke, "Very soon, you will be facing special existences that have been in the domain expansion realm far longer than you have." Boom! Her flurry of attacks swiped away all the 3 hammers, being thrown away a great distance as Athena's curvaceous body weaved through the glistening edges of the blades of liberation and neared Noah, her 2 hammers landing on the huge tower shield that he raised up. Dong! Golden light erupted out as Noah was pushed back, yet fully protected, as not a single bit of damage got through to him. He raised his tower shield as he glanced at the huffing war princes and spoke with a smile. "If I can handle your attacks this easily, senior sister, I think I'll be just fine." "Oh? Let's really put that to the test." A provocative light bloomed in Athena's eyes as he pointed her hammers forward and called out, "Judgment, ONG." Numerous large spears formed around Noah, his figure at the very center becoming serious as the tower shield in his left hand was raised, his golden flail in his right hand already moving to deflect a dangerous golden spear that already rushed from his right side. Dong! His body shimmered with a brilliant luster as he moved his body to dodge the onslaught of a powerful skill, his shield blocking many of them as they sent shockwaves through his body, his flail directed towards any others as he rapidly knocked them away and dodged. In the middle of all this, Athena appeared in the skies as she pointed down, a huge blade of liberation descending under her command as it went on to overwhelm the surrounded Noah and smash him towards the ground. Boom! His body acted like a shell as it made a dent into the floor, the senior sister finally raining some light in her eyes as she looked down with concern, only to find her junior brother protected like a turtle behind his golden tower shield, his head peeking out with a smile. "Humph, and that was me going easy on you. The special existences we are up against are on an entire league entirely, with some of them even being proficient in multiple supreme laws." She went down towards her junior brother as she helped him up, pushing his roughed-up hair away to the side as she looked directly at his eyes in a teaching manner. "You may be able to block my attacks, but your enemies will have been in the domain expansion realm longer than you and have more experience, with the most obvious choice for them being to just attack you until you run out of energy, all of these defensive skills you have around you being rendered useless." Noah's eyes locked against this war princess as he nodded with a smile, his face moving forward to quickly sneak in a kiss as a surprised senior sister sprang backwards with an admonishing expression on her face. "Stay focused," Athena said this as she looked around the training room and spread out her senses to see if there was anyone watching. Her slightly angered gaze landing back on Noah, who was wiping the dust off his body while speaking with a calm expression like nothing ever happened. "What if I meet you in one of the matches, my dear senior sister?" The question caused a serious expression to appear on Athena's face, her gaze locking with Noah as she replied with conviction, "I would go all out." The treasures given to the winner of these upcoming battles are enough to create a powerhouse, meaning whoever takes the title will most likely be the first one to enter the world realm. Yes. The treasures that the Celestials had collected were many over the years, especially the really unique ones that were so potent in their unique essence that they allowed beings to quickly break through a rank. Just the luminescent rainbow dew mentioned by the Grandmaster was enough to send any knowledgeable Celestials crazy. "I still seek to understand exactly what my fate is in this chaotic universe. I will stop at nothing to achieve that goal. That does not change, even if it is you that is standing against me, junior brother." The gaze of the War Princess was filled with conviction as she finished, Noah looking at this with a hidden smile as he nodded, an imperceptible red light crossing through his eyes that reflected on Athena's eyes as well. "Very well. Let's continue the spar, senior sister. I won't be going easy on you this time. Humph, come, rumble." Chapter 447, Domineering. In the spiritual world, a few hours had passed as Noah's ancient blood clone sat in the center point of an elemental storm with bubbling fire and water elements continuing to rush towards him. He finally felt a sense of stabilization from the two opposing energies as they ravaged his body and healed it soon after, his heart knowing he could now handle it with ease and continue to bear the pain for as long as he wanted. But at this critical juncture, his face hardened as he prepared to do something wild, something that nobody would even come close to thinking or comprehending when it came to cultivation. His eyes shone with a golden luster as while he already had activated the two cultivation techniques for the law of water and the law of fire. He domineeringly opened his mouth and activated another two cultivation techniques, and this time they were for two supreme laws, disciple of chaos. Fate's disciple, rumble, yes. In his thoughts as he began cultivating the law of water and fire, he had asked himself as he began that cultivation session, what stopped him from simply activated the techniques for the law of fate and chaos at the same time. For others, it wouldn't even cross their minds to cultivate the opposing techniques of two different laws, much less four of them at the same time. But for him, he actually found himself questioning what exactly stopped him from doing it. The answer was nothing. He had the mana. He had the skills. He had everything. All that was left was for him to actually do it. And so he did. Rumble. The storm of essence around him raged even more as the golden color appeared in the skies, the formation of small chaos particles beginning to form soon after as the golden fate lines lashed towards them quickly for the sake of purification. The fate lines then descended towards the clone and established themselves tightly, no issues occurring as Noah did something outrageous. Since his mana permitted it, he was actually cultivating not just two, but four laws at the same time. The appearance of the golden aura of fate and occasional chaos particles calmed the raging water and fire elemental particles as the pain they gave towards Noah lessened, the calmness causing a smoother absorption as an insane cultivation session went underway. A few hours passed, a day passed. 2 days. 3 days, a few days passed, and Noah continued to keep the four unique skills active at the same time as he made insane progress in the laws of fire, water, fate, and chaos. He alternated between the two supreme laws that required one to increase while the other stalled, having a similar rate of progression for both of them. It had been such a long and grueling process, but as the elemental storm and overpowering auras of fate and chaos raged on, he had finally seen the percentage of the laws of water and fire shoot past 31%, the stage for them also entering 3. At the same time, he was able to amass more than 80,000 fate lines and the same number of chaos particles. Shooting the progress of the two supreme laws even higher, rumble, an influx of essence rushed in as Noah breathed out slowly, watching calmness gradually settle in as he began stopping the supply of mana to activate the Fate's disciple, disciple of chaos, disciple of fire, and the disciple of water unique skills. The last influx of essence caused the fire and water origin cores to shine bright red and blue respectively before they settled down, a sense of immense power emanating from them. The fate lines flowing within his body thrummed with strength as the chaos field that contained numerous chaos particles rolled around him with strength. He glanced at the updated stat panel as he marveled at the rapid speed he continued to show. Noah Osmont, titles, Infernal Lord, variant, Bloodlines, Vampire Progenitor, Awakening, Fate Lines, 256,243, Chaos Particles, 224,276, Origin Cores, Fire 3, Water 3, Domains, Fate, Chaos, Water, Fire, Space, Vitality, Domain, Focus, Strength, Domain, Laws, Fate 2.5%, Chaos 2.2%, Water 31, Fire 31%, Space 8%. Noah's clone and main body also felt a vibrant energy continuously course around to every part of muscle and bone, the unique energy that was released from the fire origin cores going on to wash over every single cell in his body as he felt like his muscles were packed with an astounding explosive force and his bones were hardened to insane degrees. For the law of water and fire, they seemed to heavily influence his body's strength and defense as they enhanced it to levels he never thought possible, with the other boost they provided being the percentage attached to the absolute abilities contained in the end. They were determined by the stage that the fire and water origin cores were at, and the current boost had moved to 300% for all of the abilities. The thrumming fate lines and vigorous chaos particles swimming in his chaos field made him feel even more powerful, his heart feeling a sense of profound accomplishment for such a fast rate of progress. Noah calmed his aching body that felt in top shape, the pain he continued to feel while dual cultivating the two laws completely forgotten as he got up to test his strength. Boom! The instant he tapped his feet on the ground that was the junction of the water and fire law space, his figure shot to the skies as he broke the sound barrier, reaching supersonic flight instantly as his speed was enhanced to insane degrees from his body being constantly strengthened with the unique energy his two stage 3 cores provided. He came to a halt in midair as he smiled, feeling the explosive force in his fists as he calmed his energy down and disappeared from the skies of the northern continent of the spiritual world. Chapter 448, Supreme Treasure. Noah's ancient blood clone teleported deep in the central continent of the spiritual world where the blacksmith's forge lay. He had spent a significant amount of time cultivating the 4 laws that he currently had the cultivation techniques of, and planned to get to the task on how to best use the unique material aquamarine mesrandite that he obtained from the southern region of the celestial realm. It was a treasure that could either be used to forge a new supreme treasure, or be used to refine an already existing one. His current mindset was leading him towards creating another one, as he had very few to begin with, and using the material to refine his only existing one would only give a boost. Himself having no knowledge of exactly how big this boost would be, he was thinking of using the unique material to create a supreme treasure in the form of an armor since he already had one in the form of a weapon. 1 weapon, 1 armor, 2 supreme treasures. His gaze was clear as he went towards the hearth of the blacksmith's forge and communicated with the spiritual world system. Is the process of forging a supreme treasure any different from the item sets we've been creating? Yes. It will take a significant amount of time to create one depending on the unique material and expected treasure. Noah gave a light nod as he waved his hands and pushed the unique material aquamarine mesrandite towards the hearth. A blue light shining as the large crystal material that was double Noah's own size was scanned thoroughly. This unique material is fully capable of creating a complete supreme treasure, with a possibility of a few scraps being left to perform a refinement in the future. Do you have any specific requests for the design of the treasure? The recipe design feature can be used in this instance. The spiritual world system that understood everything happening on it asked in a monotone fashion, Noah smiling as he knew this entity, which was connected to many planets through his own connection with it as its master, had access to enormous vaults of information. He had access to this information as well, but his mind was nowhere near as close to what the planetary systems could contain and process. Thus he left a majority of the small details on all the planets he came across and their abundance of information to the planetary systems. When it came to items, he had some ideas on what he could design himself based on his imagination and his own experiences, but he knew that the spiritual world planetary system could come up with something multiple times better than him just because of its special identity. Use the information of all the suits of armor we've come across recently from the different worlds and organizations. Design something that is a combination of all of their strengths to create a supreme armor. Thus, he left the design of the powerful treasure to the entity with enormous reserves of information to make something at the peak of quality and usability. Understood, Master. Any specific name for this recipe design? Noah thought closely at this question before he replied, a smile spreading across his devilishly handsome face as he glanced at the water elements dancing around the unique material aquamarine mesrandite. Staying with the theme of water, let's call this supreme treasure, Hydromancer's mantle. Understood, Master. It should take approximately 72 hours. Rumbling essence began to converge around the blacksmith's forge as the huge, unique material aquamarine mesrandite was taken further into the hearth, a blue flame beginning to wrap around it as it shimmered strongly under the heat, while the material was being broken down. The spiritual world system was compiling large reserves of information on all the armors that the numerous worlds Noah was connected to held. A database of information that even the strongest information groups would envy, freely flowing into it from the connection it shared with Noah. At this moment, a resplendent armor that very few would know the name of but closely remember its unique design was being created. The Hydromancer's Mantle would have its design started today, with its creation being completed some days later. With this process underway, Noah's clone continued forward as there were simply too many things that fell on its hands. He was currently at the domain realm, but his skill trees were at the soul forging realm. On top of increasing the percentage of laws, he had to increase the proficiency of his skills while preparing for a busy future. His main body had been using the abilities of Herald of Fate and Agent of Chaos to foresee many things with more clarity these past few days, grasping a few abstruse pieces of information that dealt with the Infernal Lords. His title as the Ninth Infernal Lord would not all be for naught, and he foresaw that he would be called upon sometime soon in the future for him to begin carrying out his duties. The clone continued forward as the main body was moving side by side with Athena and the members of the Righteous Fire exploration team. Barrow was still as boisterous as ever. He talked towards the two beings holding titles of noble fates with more respect as they were now an entire realm above him. You two have gathered the information on your possible opponents and rewards. The gaze of Barrow was shining as he mentioned the rewards, just the rumors released on exactly what was at stake in the upcoming tournament, making the hearts of powerful celestials quiver. Noah smiled as he replied to Barrow with shining eyes. One of the biggest rewards in the luminescent rainbow dew, something that was found in limited quantities by the founders more than 1,000 years ago, a treasure that guarantees a being an advancement to the world realm. Yes. Just one of the rewards up for grabs for battling special existences and beings with noble fates was something that would create an expert capable of affecting the direction of the future war. Experts at the world realm were rare, where even the lowest leveled infernal lords stood at the peak of this level. Treasures that allowed for one to enter such a realm were nearly non-existent in the hands of others. In this coming tournament, just what other treasures lay in store? Just who would stand against them vying for these same treasures? Chapter 449, No Chance of Winning. The sanctum was bustling with activities as word spread of the magnificent battles to take place soon. Those in the ranks of Celestials were looking forward to seeing the geniuses at the forefront of their organization, while those from the numerous prime worlds in the light expanse looked forward to the show of power from the overlords that stood over their light expanse. Among these many forces, there were also the hidden figures from the dark expanse that wanted to use this opportunity to learn more about their enemies. It was an opportunity to assess the supposed geniuses that would be taking charge in the upcoming battle. This tournament actually being something that could reward them the most in this venture in the celestial realm, as it provided a rare commodity about the celestials' information. Many beings moved with their own motivations, but it was ultimately to watch the stupendous battles that would soon be occurring. Amidst the bustle of activities, Noah was moving with the Righteous Fire exploration team, where the boisterous Barrow continued to talk about the beings they would be facing. The toughest celestial grandmasters you will have to watch out for are Grandmaster Light and the Three-Eyed Fate Child, the special existences that run their own elite teams and have been moving in the regions where fate behemoths are abundant. His eyes were serious as he said this, their steps taking them towards the specified location in the celestial realm when one could find the less aggressive earth behemoths roving around. The path they followed made them seem like ants as they stood within droves of beings that went towards the same direction, celestials and normal beings from the prime world alike. I say this because unlike the other beings similar to you and hold the title of those with noble fates, these special existences are beings that are cultivating not just the supreme law of fate, but also another supreme law. The gaze of Barrow shone with splendor as his burly body thrummed with power. Just mentioning these powerful celestials making one feel the adoration and wariness he had at their power. So while you are proficient in the law of fate as they are, they also have another supreme law aiding their power. Grandmaster Light is someone that cultivates the supreme law of light, a being that very few can even damage, while the Three-Eyed Fate Child is very proficient in the supreme law of time-space, a very abstruse law that combines the law of time and the law of space. Those that spar with him do not even understand why they are defeated, they just find out that they are. So Junior Brother Barrow, why are you only bragging about Senior Sister Light and Senior Brother Three-Eyed? Are the rest of us not worthy? But from the front, a strong and confident voice spoke towards their group as a man surrounded by a group of golden-robed celestials caused the crowds of beings to spread out, his gaze locking on the figures of Noah and Athena while he sent a question towards Baru. The burly Baru smiled wryly as he called out to the being that had interrupted his speech, "Senior brother Xander, I haven't seen you in over a year. You're as confident as ever." The celestial grandmaster called Xander looked forward with squinting eyes and a wide smile as he came in front of their group, his eyes filled with shining lights locking with Athena and Noah. "So, am I not an opponent our new junior brother and sister holding the titles for noble fates should be looking out for?" "I do hold the same title if I recall." Grandmaster Xander did not relent, continuing his question as Noah glanced at this being he had already collected information about. Grandmaster Xander, dark-haired, gold eyes, age 233, roughly 264,927 fate lines, and a being holding the title of one with a noble fate. "My oh my, are you bullying the younger disciples again?" Another voice came out from the distance as another figure appeared. The situation turning into one where multiple people just invited themselves into the conversation as the two beings at the center of it were Noah and Athena. Xander turned towards the new figure as he glanced at her with a smile, his eyes shining with carefulness. "Senior sister Lila, I hope you've trained enough for these upcoming battles, or it won't be just the younger disciples I would be bullying." A provocative sentence was released from Xander towards the newly appearing being that was also someone that held the title of a being with a noble fate. This time it was the celestial known as Lila, blue hair, dark eyes, age 229 and around 250,000 fate lines, a woman with deadly proficiency in close combat. "I like that you're still so confident, Xander. Now let's take a look at the junior brother and sister who will be fighting for the treasures with us this time around." Crixus and Athena, is it, yet another combatant in the upcoming tournament came to introduce themselves to them as the woman whose body vibrated with power came close, her gaze when looking towards Noah and Athena being one of an adult looking at upcoming young ones. Athena nodded as she replied, "Nice to meet senior brother Xander and senior sister Lila. We look forward to learning many things in these upcoming matches." Her words were those without disrespect, but also expressing that they would be giving it their all in the coming battles. Lila smiled sweetly as she patted Athena on the head, the collection of four beings holding noble fates coming together all at once occurring in the sanctum of the celestial realm. "So cute. Use this opportunity to increase your battle prowess and learn from your seniors. You'll have many more opportunities in the future." Grandmaster Lila said this as she patted Athena's head, seeming like a caring senior sister taking care of her junior. Her demeanor and the demeanor of Xander made one thing abundantly clear in the upcoming battles: Noah and Athena were not even considered serious combatants, their few years cultivating and recent breakthroughs in realms not even landing in the eyes of these powerful experts that had been moving for more than 200 years. As far as what was known, Athena had just broken past the 100,000 barrier of fate lines recently, with the other junior brother Crixus still not even passing that yet. These other beings with noble fates, barring the even more powerful special existences they had not met, none of them believed that Athena and Noah even had a shot of winning the bountiful rewards. Chapter 450, Luminescent Rainbow Dew. A hidden smile appeared on Noah's face as he followed the collection of celestials to the east of the sanctum where the docile earth behemoths were abundant. The senior brother Xander and senior sister Lila that were also beings holding the titles of those with noble fates were having their own conversation in front of them. The party that Noah was with following closely behind. "What do you think our odds are against Grandmaster Light and senior brother Three-Eyed?" Lila asked the confident Xander with a smile as they made their way towards the predetermined location, an impassive look appearing on Xander's face as he replied, "They both are proficient in two supreme laws, but I don't see us going down so easily. They have to spread their focus to two laws while we focus on one. This is where our edge lies." The Righteous Fire exploration team continued following behind them as they listened to their conversation, awkward looks appearing on the faces of Baru and the others as they saw the moment the senior brother Xander and senior sister Lila introduced themselves to Crixus and Athena. They completely disregarded them as actual combatants in the upcoming fights. Noah glanced towards Athena, the war princess having eyes shining with lights that longed for battle as he chuckled. Athena saw his gaze as her eyes turned sharp and she sent him a telepathic message: "Don't falter and try your best in the battles ahead. And I better not see you trying anything funny around everyone." Her eyes held a dangerous glint as they focused on Noah, his head bobbing up and down as he nodded and replied teasingly, "Nothing around everyone, but when we're alone, The war princess turned her head away as the procession of celestials continued forward, their party coming in contact with two other powerful beings holding noble fates as they made their way towards a specified location for the upcoming tournament. Among the many beings rushing force, a particularly arrogant emperor penguin was moving with the curvaceous Elena, Barbados, and other harbingers that were moving in the celestial realm. Barbados had a bored expression as they went forward, the curvaceous Elena giving glances to this woman that was around her progenitor more than many others as they all made their way forward. There were many beings moving, each with their own goals and emotions, but the central figures always remained the same. Hidden within the masses of beings were also the forces from the dark expanse, where Malthus, the spatial magician, was leading a group of beings for the mission of collecting more information on the powerful beings within the ranks of celestials. Each with their own ideals and goals, but they all went towards a single location, far away from the sanctum, the place where everyone was congregating. It was a wide expanse of land that had very few of the huge ancient trees that towered grandly. It was a field of a few miles of clearing that was surrounded by trees in a circular fashion, giving an extremely clear look at everything that would be happening within it. It was a field of resplendent greenery that was surrounded by even more mystically glowing trees, always making one feel the wonder and magic of the celestial realm. Around the perimeters of the huge circle, numerous figures were already present and spread out. Some were standing on the ground. Others had climbed the large trees as they perched on them like thousands of ants, each of the huge ancient trees holding thousands of beings on their branches and leaves as they all prepared to watch the spectacle. Near the clear green field that would act as the arena, one could see multiple prime warsh.i.p.s stationed above in the skies. Many celestials present here as they also watched on with great interest. The CLU.S. tour of beings and bustle of activities only increased as time went on, the recognizable figures of those participating in the tournament arriving as many carried out their own discussions. The ones more knowledgeable and having discussions worthy of note were the throngs of celestials on the warsh. IPS are those on the ground, their eyes correctly locating the combatants today as many proposed their own theories while seeing them roll in. SHA, a blinding flash of light erupted out at a certain location as a being appeared magnificently, the bustle of discussions moving towards her appearance. Grandmaster Light has finally arrived. My goodness, I can't even see through her fate lines with how blinding her achievements in the supreme law of light are. If you're looking for someone striking, look over there where senior brother the Ide is. His third eye locks you in and makes you feel like you can never look away. The celestials that the discussions moved to were the beings that were called special existences. Their sheer appearance pulling the attention of all beings there as even the forces of the dark expanse had dark looks. The upcoming junior brother Crixus and junior sister Athena are also here. They should have some chance to show themselves a little, right, against special existences like that and tens of grandmasters that have been in the domain expansion realm for years? I wouldn't be so sure. The cacophony of noises and discussions reached their peak as many of the participating celestials arrived. At this moment, a blinding light appeared in the skies above the very center of the clear field where the battles would be taking place, a figure of an oppressively powerful being appearing. He was adorned in a golden robe, his face aged and wise with an excellent long beard and white hair trickling down to his shoulders. His body rumbled with power as he purposefully and wildly released the lines of fate kept tightly in his body, the celestials present being able to count more than 3 million fate lines strongly rolling around this being's body. I am Grandmaster Onillus, and I have left my post deep in the celestial realm to oversee this little tournament here today. His voice was resounding and strong, being able to be heard by every single being around the 10 miles area as he stroked his beard profoundly. It is being made a show of for a reason that will soon become apparent. With one of the biggest things being, the powerful Grandmaster Onillus holding more than 3 million lines of fate waved his hands, a single multicolored waterdrop-shaped object appearing in the skies, one of the prizes for today's winners, and something that I want many of you here today to remember. It was only 10 inches in size, but it released a blinding rainbow-colored light that reflected on the eyes of every single being watching. Noah himself glanced to the skies as the identity of the item became visible to him, luminescent rainbow dew, a consumable treasure found in the deeper locations of the celestial realm. Can be used to propel the rank of a being all the way to the world rank, with the condition that their bodies can withstand the energy released by this treasure. Its rarity does not need to be stressed.